Chapter 1 of Barchester Towers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 1. Who will be the new bishop? In the latter days of July, in the year 1850 something, a most important question was for 10 days hourly asked in the cathedral city of Barchester, and answered every hour in various ways. Who was to be the new bishop? The death of old Dr. Grantly, who had for many years filled that chair with meek authority, took place exactly as the ministry of Lord So-and-so was going to give place to that of Lord the other. The illness of the good old man was long and lingering, and it became at last a matter of intense interest to those concerned whether the new appointment should be made by a Conservative or Liberal government. It was pretty well understood that the outgoing Premier had made his selection, and that if the question rested with him, the mitre would descend on the head of Archdeacon Grantly, the old bishop's son. The archdeacon had long managed the affairs of the diocese, and for some months previous to the demise of his father, rumour had confidently assigned to him the reversion of his father's honours. Bishop Grantly died as he had lived, peaceably, slowly, without pain, and without excitement. The breath ebbed from him almost imperceptibly, and for a month before his death it was a question whether he were alive or dead. A trying time was this for the archdeacon, for whom was designed the reversion of his father's see by those who then had the giving away of episcopal thrones. I would not be understood to say that the Prime Minister had in so many words promised the bishopric to Dr. Grantly. He was too discreet a man for that. There is a proverb with reference to the killing of cats, and those who know anything either of high or low government places will be well aware that a promise may be made without positive words, and that an expectant may be put into the highest state of encouragement, though the great man on whose breath he hangs may have done no more than whisper that Mr So-and-so is certainly a rising man. Such a whisper had been made, and was known by those who heard it to signify that the cures of the diocese of Barchester should not be taken out of the hands of the archdeacon. The then Prime Minister was all in all at Oxford, and had lately passed a night at the house of the Master of Lazarus. Now the Master of Lazarus, which is, by the by, in many respects the most comfortable as well as the richest college at Oxford, was the archdeacon's most intimate friend and most trusted counsellor. On the occasion of the Prime Minister's visit, Dr. Grantly was of course present, and the meeting was very gracious. On the following morning, Dr. Gwynne, the master, told the archdeacon that, in his opinion, the thing was settled. At this time the bishop was quite on his last legs, but the ministry also were tottering. Dr. Grantly returned from Oxford, happy and elated, to resume his place in the palace, and to continue to perform for the father the last duties of a son, which, to give him his due, he performed with more tender care than was to be expected from his usual somewhat worldly manners. A month since, the physicians had named 4 weeks as the outside period during which breath could be supported within the body of the dying man. At the end of the month, the physicians wondered, and named another fortnight. The old man lived on wine alone, but at the end of the fortnight he still lived, and the tidings of the fall of the ministry became more frequent. Sir Lambda Mu and Sir Omicron Pi, the 2 great London doctors, now came down for the 5th time, and declared shaking their learned heads, that another week of life was impossible; and as they sat down to lunch in the episcopal dining room, whispered to the archdeacon their own private knowledge that the ministry must fall within 5 days. The son returned to his father's room, and after administering with his own hands the sustaining modicum of Madeira, sat down by the bedside to calculate his chances. The ministry were to be out within 5 days. His father was to be dead No, he rejected that view of the subject. The ministry were to be out, and the diocese might probably be vacant at the same period. There was much doubt as to the names of the men who were to succeed to power, and a week must elapse before a cabinet was formed. Would not vacancies be filled by the outgoing men during this week? Dr Grantly had a kind of idea that such would be the case, but did not know, and then he wondered at his own ignorance on such a question. He tried to keep his mind away from the subject, but he could not. The race was so very close, and the stakes were so very high. He then looked at the dying man's impassive, placid face. There was no sign there of death or disease. It was something thinner than of yore, somewhat greyer, and the deep lines of age more marked. But as far as he could judge, life might yet hang there for weeks to come. Sir Lambda Muniu and Sir Omicron Pi had thrice been wrong, and might yet be wrong thrice again. The old bishop slept during 20 of the 24 hours, but during the short periods of his waking moments he knew both his son and his dear old friend Mr Harding, the archdeacon's father-in-law, and would thank them tenderly for their care and love. Now he lay sleeping like a baby, resting easily on his back, his mouth just open, and his few grey hairs straggling from beneath his cap. His breath was perfectly noiseless, and his thin wan hand, which lay above the coverlid, never moved. Nothing could be easier than the old man's passage from this world to the next. But by no means easy were the emotions of him who sat there watching. He knew it must be now or never. He was already over 50, and there was little chance that his friends who were now leaving office would soon return to it. No probable British Prime Minister, but he who was now in, he who was so soon to be out, would think of making a bishop of Dr Grantly. Thus he thought long and sadly in deep silence, and then gazed at that still living face, and then at last dared to ask himself whether he really longed for his father's death. The effort was a salutary one, and the question was answered in a moment. The proud, wishful, worldly man sank on his knees by the bedside, and taking the bishop's hand within his own, prayed eagerly that his sins might be forgiven him. His face was still buried in the clothes when the door of the bedroom opened noiselessly, and Mr Harding entered with a velvet step. Mr Harding's attendance at that bedside had been nearly as constant as that of the archdeacon, and his ingress and egress was as much a matter of course as that of his son-in-law. He was standing close beside the archdeacon before he was perceived, and would also have knelt in prayer, had he not feared that his doing so might have caused some sudden start, and have disturbed the dying man. Dr Grantly, however, instantly perceived him, and rose from his knees. As he did so, Mr Harding took both his hands, and pressed them warmly. There was more fellowship between them at that moment than there had ever been before, and it so happened that after, circumstances greatly preserved the feeling. As they stood there pressing each other's hands, the tears rolled freely down their cheeks. "God bless you, my dears," said the bishop with feeble voice as he woke. "God bless you. May God bless you both, my dear children." And so he died. There was no loud rattle in the throat, no dreadful struggle, no palpable sign of death. But the lower jaw fell a little from its place, and the eyes, which had been so constantly closed in sleep, now remained fixed and open. Neither Mr Harding nor Dr Grantly knew that life was gone, though both suspected it. "I believe it's all over," said Mr Harding, still pressing the other's hands. "I think, nay, I hope it is." "I will ring the bell," said the other, speaking all but in a whisper. "Mrs Phillips should be here." Mrs Phillips, the nurse, was soon in the room, and immediately, with practised hand, closed those staring eyes. "It's all over, Mrs Phillips?" asked Mr Harding. "My lord's no more," said Mrs Phillips, turning round and curtsying low with solemn face. "His lordship's gone more like a sleeping babby than any that I ever saw." "It's a great relief, Archdeacon," said Mr Harding. "A great relief. Dear, good, excellent old man. Oh, that our last moments may be as innocent and as peaceful as his." "Surely," said Mrs Phillips, "the Lord be praised for all his mercies. But for a meek, mild, gentle-spoken Christian his lordship was." And Mrs Phillips, with unaffected but easy grief, put up her white apron to her flowing eyes. "You cannot but rejoice that it is over," said Mr Harding, still consoling his friend. The archdeacon's mind, however, had already travelled from the death chamber to the closet of the prime minister. He had brought himself to pray for his father's life, but now that life was done, minutes were too precious to be lost. It was now useless to dally with the fact of the bishop's death, useless to lose perhaps everything for the pretence of a foolish sentiment. But how was he to act while his father-in-law stood there holding his hand? How, without appearing unfeeling, was he to forget his father and the bishop, to overlook what he had lost, and think only of what he might possibly gain? "No, I suppose not," said he at last in answer to Mr Harding. "We have all expected it so long." Mr Harding took him by the arm and led him from the room. "We will see him again tomorrow morning," said he. "We had better leave the room now to the women." And so they went downstairs. It was already evening and nearly dark. It was most important that the prime minister should know that night that the diocese was vacant. Everything might depend on it, and so, in answer to Mr Harding's further consolation, the archdeacon suggested that a telegraph message should be immediately sent off to London. Mr Harding, who had really been somewhat surprised to find Dr Grantly, as he thought, so much affected, was rather taken aback, but he made no objection. He knew that the archdeacon had some hope of succeeding to his father's place, though he by no means knew how highly raised that hope had been. "Yes," said Dr Grantly, collecting himself and shaking off his weakness, "we must send a message at once. We don't know what might be the consequence of delay. Will you do it?" Oh yes, certainly. I'll do anything, only I don't know exactly what it is you want." Dr Grantly sat down before a writing table, and taking pen and ink, wrote on a slip of paper as follows: by electric telegraph, for the Earl of so-and-so, Downing Street or elsewhere. The Bishop of Barchester is dead. Message sent by the Rev. Septimus Harding. There, said he, just take that to the telegraph office at the railway station, and give it in as it is. They'll probably make you copy it on to one of their own slips. That's all you'll have to do. Then you'll have to pay them £half a crown. And the Archdeacon put his hand in his pocket and pulled out the necessary sum. Mr Harding felt very much like an errand boy, and also felt that he was called on to perform his duties as such at rather an unseemly time. But he said nothing, and took the slip of paper and the proffered coin. But you've put my name into it, Archdeacon. Yes, said the other. There should be the name of some clergyman, you know, and what name so proper as that of so old a friend as yourself? The Earl won't look at the name, you may be sure of that. But, my dear Mr Harding, pray don't lose any time. Mr Harding got as far as the library door on his way to the station, when he suddenly remembered the news with which he was fraught when he entered the poor bishop's bedroom. He had found the moment so inopportune for any mundane tidings that he had repressed the words which were on his tongue, and immediately afterwards all recollection of the circumstance was, for the time, banished by the scene which had occurred. But, Archdeacon, said he, turning back, I forgot to tell you, the ministry are out. Out! Ejaculated the Archdeacon in a tone which too plainly showed his anxiety and dismay, although under the circumstances of the moment he endeavoured to control himself. Out? Who told you so? Mr Harding explained that news to this effect had come down by electric telegraph, and that the tidings had been left at the palace door by Mr Chadwick. The Archdeacon sat silent for a while, meditating, and Mr Harding stood looking at him. Never mind, said the Archdeacon at last. Send the message all the same. The news must be sent to someone, and there is at present no one else in a position to receive it. Do it at once, my dear friend. You know I would not trouble you were I in a state to do it myself. A few minutes' time is of the greatest importance. Mr Harding went out and sent the message, and it may be as well that we should follow it to its destination. Within 30 minutes of its leaving Barchester, it reached the Earl of so-and-so in his inner library. What elaborate letters, what eloquent appeals, what indignant remonstrances he might there have to frame at such a moment, may be conceived but not described. How he was preparing his thunder for successful rivals, standing like a British peer with his back to the sea-coal fire and his hands in his breeches pockets. How his fine eye was lit up with anger, and his forehead gleamed with patriotism. How he stamped his foot as he thought of his heavy associates. How he all but swore as he remembered how much too clever one of them had been, my creative readers may imagine. But was he so engaged? No, history and truth compel me to deny it. He was sitting easily in a lounging chair, conning over a Newmarket list, and by his elbow on the table was lying open an uncut French novel, on which he was engaged. He opened the cover in which the message was enclosed, and having read it, he took his pen and wrote on the back of it, "For the Earl of Other, with the Earl of so-and-so's compliments," and sent it off again on its journey. Thus terminated our unfortunate friend's chances of possessing the glories of a bishopric. The names of many divines were given in the papers as that of the bishop-elect. The British grandmother declared that Dr Gwynne was to be the man, in compliment to the late ministry. This was a heavy blow to Dr Grantly, but he was not doomed to see himself superseded by his friend. The Anglican devotee put forward confidently the claims of a great London preacher of austere doctrines, and the Eastern Hemisphere, an evening paper supposed to possess much official knowledge, declared in favour of an eminent naturalist, a gentleman most completely versed in the knowledge of rocks and minerals, but supposed by many to hold on religious subjects no special doctrines whatever. The Jupiter, that daily paper which, as we all know, is the only true source of infallibly correct information on all subjects, for a while was silent, but at last spoke out. The merits of all these candidates were discussed and somewhat irreverently disposed of, and then the Jupiter declared that Dr Proudie was to be the man. Dr Proudie was the man. Just a month after the demise of the late bishop, Dr Proudie kissed the Queen's hand as his successor-elect. We must beg to be allowed to draw a curtain over the sorrows of the Archdeacon as he sat, sombre and sad at heart, in the study of his parsonage at Plumstead Episcopi. On the day subsequent to the dispatch of the message, he heard that the Earl of Other had consented to undertake the formation of a ministry, and from that moment he knew that his chance was over. Many will think that he was wicked to grieve for the loss of episcopal power, wicked to have coveted it, nay, wicked even to have thought about it in the way and at the moments he had done so. With such censures I cannot profess that I completely agree. The nolo episcopari, though still in use, is so directly at variance with the tendency of all human wishes that it cannot be thought to express the true aspirations of rising priests in the Church of England. A lawyer does not sin in seeking to be a judge, or in compassing his wishes by all honest means. A young diplomat entertains a fair ambition when he looks forward to be the lord of a first-rate embassy, and a poor novelist, when he attempts to rival Dickens or rise above Fitzjames, commits no fault, though he may be foolish. Sidney Smith truly said that in these recreant days we cannot expect to find the majesty of St. Paul beneath the cassock of a curate. If we look to our clergymen to be more than men, we shall probably teach ourselves to think that they are less, and can hardly hope to raise the character of the pastor by denying to him the right to entertain the aspirations of a man. Our archdeacon was worldly. Who among us is not so? He was ambitious. Who among us is ashamed to own that last infirmity of noble minds? He was avaricious, my readers will say. No, it was for no love of lucre that he wished to be Bishop of Barchester. He was his father's only child, and his father had left him great wealth. His preferment brought him in nearly 3,000 a year. The bishopric, as cut down by the Ecclesiastical Commission, was only 5. He would be a richer man as archdeacon than he could be as bishop, but he certainly did desire to play first fiddle. He did desire to sit in full lawn sleeves among the peers of the realm, and he did desire, if the truth must out, to be called my lord by his reverend brethren. His hopes, however, were they innocent or sinful, were not fated to be realized, and Dr Proudie was consecrated Bishop of Barchester. End of chapter 1. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 2 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 2. Hiram's Hospital according to Act of Parliament. It is hardly necessary that I should here give to the public any lengthened biography of Mr Harding up to the period of the commencement of this tale. The public cannot have forgotten how ill that sensitive gentleman bore the attack that was made on him in the columns of the Jupiter with reference to the income which he received as warden of Hiram's hospital in the city of Barchester. Nor can it yet be forgotten that a lawsuit was instituted against him on the matter of that charity by Mr John Bold, who afterwards married his, Mr Harding's, younger and then only unmarried daughter. Under pressure of these attacks, Mr Harding had resigned his wardenship, though strongly recommended to abstain from doing so, both by his friends and by his lawyers. He did, however, resign it, and betook himself manfully to the duties of the small parish of St Cuthbert's in the city, of which he was vicar, continuing also to perform those of precentor of the cathedral, a situation of small emolument which had hitherto been supposed to be joined, as a matter of course, to the wardenship of the hospital above spoken of. When he left the hospital, from which he had been so ruthlessly driven, and settled himself down in his own modest manner in the High Street of Barchester, he had not expected that others would make more fuss about it than he was inclined to do himself. Extent of his hope was that the movement might have been made in time to prevent any further paragraphs in the Jupiter. His affairs, however, were not allowed to subside thus quietly, and people were quite as much inclined to talk about the disinterested sacrifice he had made as they had before been to upbraid him for his cupidity. The most remarkable thing that occurred was the receipt of an autographed letter from the Archbishop of Canterbury, in which the primate very warmly praised his conduct, and begged to know what his intentions were for the future. Mr Harding replied that he intended to be rector of St Cuthbert's in Barchester, and so that matter dropped. Then the newspapers took up his case, the Jupiter among the rest, and wafted his name in eulogistic strains through every reading room in the nation. It was discovered also that he was the author of that great musical work, Harding's Church Music, and a new edition was spoken of, though I believe never printed. It is, however, certain that the work was introduced into the Royal Chapel at St James's, and that a long criticism appeared in the Musical Scrutator, declaring that in no previous work of the kind had so much research been joined with such exalted musical ability, and asserting that the name of Harding would henceforward be known wherever the arts were cultivated or religion valued. This was high praise, and I will not deny that Mr Harding was gratified by such flattery, for if Mr Harding was vain on any subject, it was on that of music. But here the matter rested. The second edition, if printed, was never purchased. The copies which had been introduced into the Royal Chapel disappeared again, and were laid by in peace with a load of similar literature. Mr Towers of the Jupiter and his brethren occupied themselves with other names, and the undying fame promised to our friend was clearly intended to be posthumous. Mr Harding had spent much of his time with his friend the bishop, much with his daughter Mrs Bold, now, alas, a widow, and had almost daily visited the wretched remnant of his former subjects, the few surviving bedesmen now left at Hiram's hospital. 6 of them were still living. The number, according to old Hiram's will, should always have been 12. But after the abdication of their warden, the bishop had appointed no successor to him, no new occupants of the charity had been nominated, and it appeared as though the hospital at Barchester would fall into abeyance, unless the powers that be should take some steps towards putting it once more into working order. During the past 5 years, the powers that be had not overlooked Barchester Hospital, and sundry political doctors had taken the matter in hand. Shortly after Mr Harding's resignation, the Jupiter had very clearly shown what ought to be done. In about half a column it had distributed the income, rebuilt the buildings, put an end to all bickerings, regenerated kindly feeling, provided for Mr Harding, and placed the whole thing on a footing which could not but be satisfactory to the city and Bishop of Barchester, and to the nation at large. The wisdom of this scheme was testified by the number of letters which Common Sense, Veritas, and One That Loves Fair Play sent to the Jupiter, all expressing admiration and amplifying on the details given. It is singular enough that no adverse letter appeared at all, and therefore none, of course, was written. But Cassandra was not believed, and even the wisdom of the Jupiter sometimes falls on deaf ears. Though other plans did not put themselves forward in the columns of the Jupiter, reformers of church charities were not slack to make known in various places their different nostrums for setting Hiram's hospital on its feet again. A learned bishop took occasion in the upper house to allude to the matter, intimating that he had communicated on the subject with his right reverend brother of Barchester. The radical member for Stalybridge had suggested that the funds should be alienated for the education of the agricultural poor of the country, and he amused the House by some anecdotes touching the superstition and habits of the agriculturists in question. A political pamphleteer had produced a few dozen pages which he called "Who are John Hiram's Heirs?", intended to give an infallible rule for the governance of all such establishments. At last a member of the government promised that in the next session a short bill should be introduced for regulating the affairs of Barchester and other kindred concerns. The next session came, and contrary to custom, the bill came also. Men's minds were then intent on other things. The first threatenings of a huge war hung heavily over the nation, and the question as to Hiram's heirs did not appear to interest very many people, either in or out of the House. The bill, however, was read and re-read, and in some undistinguished manner passed through its 11 stages without appeal or dissent. What would John Hiram have said in the matter, could he have predicted that some 45 gentlemen would take on themselves to make a law altering the whole purport of his will, without in the least knowing at the moment of their making it what it was that they were doing? It is, however, to be hoped that the Under Secretary for the Home Office knew, for to him had the matter been confided. The bill, however, did pass, and at the time at which this history is supposed to commence, it had been ordained that there should be, as heretofore, 12 old men in Barchester Hospital, each with 1 and 4pence a day; that there should also be 12 old women to be located in a house to be built, each with 1 and 2pence a day; that there should be a matron with a house and £70 a year, a steward with £150 a year, and latterly a warden with £450 a year, who should have the spiritual guidance of both establishments, and the temporal guidance of that appertaining to the male sex. The bishop, dean, and warden were, as formerly, to appoint in turn the recipients of the charity, and the bishop was to appoint the officers. There was nothing said as to the wardenship being held by the precentor of the cathedral, nor a word as to Mr Harding's right to the situation. It was not, however, till some months after the death of the old bishop, and almost immediately consequent on the installation of his successor, that notice was given that the reform was about to be carried out. The new law and the new bishop were among the earliest works of a new ministry, or rather of a ministry who, having for a while given place to their opponents, had then returned to power, and the death of Dr Grantly occurred, as we have seen, exactly at the period of the change. Poor Eleanor Bold! How well does that widow's cap become her, and the solemn gravity with which she devotes herself to her new duties! Poor Eleanor! Poor Eleanor! I cannot say that with me John Bold was ever a favourite. I never thought him worthy of the wife he had won, but in her estimation he was most worthy. Hers was one of those feminine hearts which cling to a husband, not with idolatry, for worship can admit of no defect in its idol, but with the perfect tenacity of ivy. As the parasite plant will follow even the defects of the trunk which it embraces, so did Eleanor cling to and love the very faults of her husband. She had once declared that whatever her father did should in her eyes be right. She then transferred her allegiance, and became ever ready to defend the worst failings of her lord and master. And John Bold was a man to be loved by a woman. He was himself affectionate, he was confiding and manly, and that arrogance of thought, unsustained by first-rate abilities, that attempt at being better than his neighbours, which jarred so painfully on the feelings of his acquaintance, did not injure him in the estimation of his wife. Could she even have admitted that he had a fault, his early death would have blotted out the memory of it. She wept as for the loss of the most perfect treasure with which mortal woman had ever been endowed. For weeks after he was gone, the idea of future happiness in this world was hateful to her. Consolation, as it is called, was insupportable, and tears and sleep were her only relief. But God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb. She knew that she had within her the living source of other cares. She knew that there was to be created for her another subject of weal or woe, of unutterable joy or despairing sorrow, as God, in his mercy, might vouchsafe to her. At first this did but augment her grief. To be the mother of a poor infant, orphaned before it was born, brought forth to the sorrows of an ever desolate hearth, nurtured amidst tears and wailing, and then turned adrift into the world without the aid of a father's care, there was at first no joy in this. By degrees, however, her heart became anxious for another object, and before its birth the stranger was expected with all the eagerness of a longing mother. Just 8 months after the father's death, a second John Bold was born. And if the worship of one creature can be innocent in another, let us hope that the adoration offered over the cradle of the fatherless infant may not be imputed as a sin. It will not be worth our while to define the character of the child, or to point out in how far the faults of the father were redeemed within that little breast by the virtues of the mother. The baby, as a baby, was all that was delightful, and I cannot foresee that it will be necessary for us to inquire into the facts of his afterlife. Our present business at Barchester will not occupy us above a year or 2 at the furthest, and I will leave it to some other pen to produce, if necessary, the biography of John Bold the younger. But as a baby, this baby was all that could be desired. This fact no one attempted to deny. "Is he not delightful?" she would say to her father, looking up into his face from her knees, her lustrous eyes overflowing with soft tears, her young face encircled by her close widow's cap, and her hands on each side of the cradle in which her treasure was sleeping. The grandfather would gladly admit that the treasure was delightful,
and the uncle Archdeacon himself would agree."
And Mrs Grantly, Eleanor's sister, would re-echo the word with true sisterly energy, and Mary Bold, but Mary Bold was a second worshipper at the same shrine. The baby was really delightful. He took his food with a will, struck out his toes merrily whenever his legs were uncovered, and did not have fits. These are supposed to be the strongest points of baby perfection, and in all these our baby excelled. And thus the widow's deep grief was softened, and a sweet balm was poured into the wound which she had thought nothing but death could heal. How much kinder is God to us than we are willing to be to ourselves! At the loss of every dear face, at the last going of every beloved one, we all doom ourselves to an eternity of sorrow, and look to waste ourselves away in an ever-running fountain of tears. How seldom does such grief endure! How blessed is the goodness which forbids it to do so! "Let me ever remember my living friends, but forget them as soon as dead," was the prayer of a wise man who understood the mercy of God. Few, perhaps, would have the courage to express such a wish, and yet to do so would only be to ask for that release from sorrow which a kind Creator almost always extends to us. I would not, however, have it imagined that Mrs Bold forgot her husband. She daily thought of him with all conjugal love, and enshrined his memory in the innermost centre of her heart. But yet she was happy in her baby. It was so sweet to press the living toy to her breast, and feel that a human being existed who did owe, and was to owe, everything to her, whose daily food was drawn from herself, whose little wants could all be satisfied by her, whose little heart would first love her and her only, whose infant tongue would make its first effort in calling her by the sweetest name a woman can hear. And so Eleanor's bosom became tranquil, and she set about her new duties eagerly and gratefully. As regards the concerns of the world, John Bold had left his widow in prosperous circumstances. He had bequeathed to her all that he possessed, and that comprised an income much exceeding what she or her friends thought necessary for her. It amounted to nearly 1,000 a year. When she reflected on its extent, her dearest hope was to hand it over, not only unimpaired, but increased, to her husband's son, to her own darling, to the little man who now lay sleeping on her knee, happily ignorant of the cares which were to be accumulated in his behalf. When John Bold died, she earnestly implored her father to come and live with her, but this Mr Harding declined, though for some weeks he remained with her as a visitor. He could not be prevailed upon to forego the possession of some small home of his own, and so remained in the lodgings he had first selected over a chemist's shop in the High Street of Barchester. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 3 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 3. Dr. and Mrs. Proudie. This narrative is supposed to commence immediately after the installation of Dr. Proudie. I will not describe the ceremony, as I do not precisely understand its nature. I am ignorant whether a bishop be chaired like a member of Parliament, or carried in a gilt coach like a Lord Mayor, or sworn like a Justice of Peace, or introduced like a peer to the Upper House, or led between two brethren like a Knight of the Garter. But I do know that everything was properly done, that nothing fit or becoming to a young bishop was omitted on the occasion. Dr Proudie was not the man to allow anything to be omitted that might be becoming to his new dignity. He understood well the value of forms, and knew that the due observance of rank could not be maintained unless the exterior trappings belonging to it were held in proper esteem. He was a man born to move in high circles. At least, so he thought himself, and circumstances had certainly sustained him in this view. He was the nephew of an Irish baron by his mother's side, and his wife was the niece of a Scotch earl. He had for years held some clerical office appertaining to courtly matters, which had enabled him to live in London and to entrust his parish to his curate. He had been preacher to the royal beefeaters, curator of theological manuscripts in the ecclesiastical courts, chaplain to the Queen's Yeomanry Guard, and almoner to his Royal Highness the Prince of Rappa-Blankenberg. His residence in the metropolis, rendered necessary by duties thus entrusted to him, his high connections, and the peculiar talents and nature of the man, recommended him to persons in power, and Dr Proudie became known as a useful and rising clergyman. Some few years since, even within the memory of many who were not yet willing to call themselves old, a liberal clergyman was a person not frequently to be met. Sidney Smith was such, and was looked on as little better than an infidel. A few others also might be named, but they were rare aves, and were regarded with doubt and distrust by their brethren. No man was so surely a Tory as a country rector. Nowhere were the powers that be so cherished as at Oxford. When, however, Dr Whitley was made an archbishop, and Dr Hampden some years afterwards Regius Professor, many wise divines saw that a change was taking place in men's minds, and that more liberal ideas would henceforward be suitable to the priests as well as to the laity. Clergymen began to be heard of who had ceased to anathematize papists on the one hand, or vilify dissenters on the other. It appeared clear that High Church principles, as they are called, were no longer to be surest claims to promotion with at any rate one section of statesmen, and Dr Proudie was one among those who early in life adapted himself to the views held by the Whigs on most theological and religious subjects. He bore with the idolatry of Rome, tolerated even the infidelity of Socinianism, and was hand in glove with the Presbyterian synods of Scotland and Ulster. Such a man, at such a time, was found to be useful, and Dr Proudie's name began to appear in the newspapers. He was made one of a commission who went over to Ireland to arrange matters preparative to the working of the National Board. He became honorary secretary to another commission nominated to inquire into the revenues of cathedral chapters. He had had something to do with both the Regium Donum and the Maynooth grant. It must not on this account be taken as proved that Dr Proudie was a man of great mental powers, or even of much capacity for business, for such qualities had not been required in him. In the arrangement of those church reforms with which he was connected, the ideas and original conception of the work to be done were generally furnished by the liberal statesmen of the day, and the labour of the details was borne by officials of a lower rank. It was, however, thought expedient that the name of some clergyman should appear in such matters, and as Dr Proudie had become known as a tolerating divine, great use of this sort was made of his name. If he did not do much active good, he never did any harm. He was amenable to those who were really in authority, and at the sittings of the various boards to which he belonged maintained a kind of dignity which had its value. He was certainly possessed of sufficient tact to answer the purpose for which he was required without making himself troublesome; but it must not therefore be surmised that he doubted his own power, or failed to believe that he could himself take a high part in high affairs when his own turn came. He was biding his time and patiently looking forward to the days when he himself would sit authoritative at some board, and talk, and direct, and rule the roost, while lesser stars sat round and obeyed, as he had so well accustomed himself to do. His reward and his time had now come. He was selected for the vacant bishopric, and on the next vacancy which might occur in any diocese would take his place in the House of Lords, prepared to give not a silent vote in all matters concerning the weal of the church establishment. Toleration was to be the basis on which he was to fight his battles, and in the honest courage of his heart he thought no evil would come to him in encountering even such foes as his brethren of Exeter and Oxford.
Dr Proudie was an ambitious man, and before he was well consecrated Bishop of Barchester, he had begun to look up to archiepiscopal splendour and the glories of Lambeth, or at any rate of Bishopsthorpe.
He was comparatively young, and had, as he fondly flattered himself, been selected as possessing such gifts, natural and acquired, as must be sure to recommend him to a yet higher notice, now that a higher sphere was opened to him. Dr Proudie was therefore quite prepared to take a conspicuous part in all theological affairs appertaining to these realms, and having such views, by no means intended to bury himself at Barchester, as his predecessor had done. No, London should still be his ground. A comfortable mansion in a provincial city might be well enough for the dead months of the year. Indeed, Dr Proudie had always felt it necessary to his position to retire from London when other great and fashionable people did so, but London should still be his fixed residence, and it was in London that he resolved to exercise that hospitality so peculiarly recommended to all bishops by St Paul. How otherwise could he keep himself before the world? How else give to the government in matters theological the full benefit of his weight and talents? This resolution was no doubt a salutary one as regarded the world at large, but was not likely to make him popular either with the clergy or people of Barchester. Dr Grantly had always lived there. In truth, it was hard for a bishop to be popular after Dr Grantly. His income had averaged £9,000 a year. His successor was to be rigidly limited to £5,000. He had but one child on whom to spend his money. Dr Proudie had 7 or 8. He had been a man of few personal expenses, and they had been confined to the tastes of a moderate gentleman. But Dr Proudie had to maintain a position in fashionable society, and had that to do with comparatively small means. Dr Grantly had certainly kept his carriage as became a bishop, but his carriage, horses, and coachman, though they did very well for Barchester, would have been almost ridiculous at Westminster. Mrs Proudie determined that her husband's equipage should not shame her, and things on which Mrs Proudie resolved were generally accomplished. From all this it was likely to result that Dr Proudie would not spend much money at Barchester, whereas his predecessor had dealt with the tradesmen of the city in a manner very much to their satisfaction. The Grantlys, father and son, had spent their money like gentlemen, but it soon became whispered in Barchester that Dr Proudie was not unacquainted with those prudent devices
by which the utmost show of wealth is produced from limited means. In person, Dr Proudie is a good-looking man, spruce and dapper, and very tidy. He is somewhat below middle height, being about 5'4", but he makes up for the inches which he wants by the dignity with which he carries those which he has. It is no fault of his own if he has not a commanding eye, for he studies hard to assume it. His features are well formed, though perhaps the sharpness of his nose may give to his face, in the eyes of some people, an air of insignificance. If so, it is greatly redeemed by his mouth and chin, of which he is justly proud. Dr Proudie may well be said to have been a fortunate man, for he was not born to wealth, and he is now Bishop of Barchester. Nevertheless, he has his cares. He has a large family, of whom the 3 eldest are daughters, now all grown up and fit for fashionable life. And he has a wife. It is not my intention to breathe a word against the character of Mrs Proudie, but still I cannot think that with all her virtues she adds much to her husband's happiness. The truth is that in matters domestic she rules supreme over her titular lord, and rules with a rod of iron. Nor is this all. Things domestic Dr Proudie might have abandoned to her, if not voluntarily, yet willingly. But Mrs Proudie is not satisfied with such home dominion, and stretches her power over all his movements, and will not even abstain from things spiritual. In fact, the bishop is henpecked. The archdeacon's wife, in her happy home at Plumstead, knows how to assume the full privileges of her rank and express her own mind in becoming tone and place. But Mrs Grantly's sway, if sway she has, is easy and beneficent. She never shames her husband. Before the world she is a pattern of obedience. Her voice is never loud, nor her looks sharp. Doubtless she values power, and has not unsuccessfully striven to acquire it, but she knows what should be the limits of a woman's rule. Not so Mrs Proudie. This lady is habitually authoritative to all, but to her poor husband she is despotic. Successful as has been his career in the eyes of the world, it would seem that in the eyes of his wife he is never right. All hope of defending himself has long passed from him. Indeed, he rarely even attempts self-justification, and is aware that submission produces the nearest approach to peace which his own house can ever attain. Mrs Proudie has not been able to sit at the boards and committees to which her husband has been called by the state, nor, as he often reflects, can she make her voice heard in the House of Lords. It may be that she will refuse to him permission to attend to this branch of a bishop's duties. It may be that she will insist on his close attendance to his own closet. He has never whispered a word on the subject to living ears, but he has already made his fixed resolve. Should such attempt be made, he will rebel. Dogs have turned against their masters, and even Neapolitans against their rulers, when oppression has been too severe, and Dr Proudie feels within himself that if the cord be drawn too tight, he also can muster courage and resist. The state of vassalage in which our bishop has been kept by his wife has not tended to exalt his character in the eyes of his daughters, who assume, in addressing their father, too much of that authority which is not properly belonging, at any rate to them. They are, on the whole, fine, engaging young ladies. They are tall and robust like their mother, whose high cheekbones, and we may say auburn hair, they all inherit. They think somewhat too much of their granduncles, who have not hitherto returned the compliment by thinking much of them; but now that their father is a bishop, it is probable that family ties will be drawn closer. Considering their connection with the church, they entertain but few prejudices against the pleasures of the world, and have certainly not distressed their parents, as too many English girls have lately done, by any enthusiastic wish to devote themselves to the seclusion of a Protestant nunnery. Dr Proudie's sons are still at school. One other marked peculiarity in the character of the bishop's wife must be mentioned. Though not averse to the society and manners of the world, she is, in her own way, a religious woman, and the form in which this tendency shows itself in her is by a strict observance of Sabbatarian rule. Dissipation and low dresses during the week are, under her control, atoned for by 3 services, an evening sermon read by herself, and a perfect abstinence from any cheering employment on the Sunday. Unfortunately for those under her roof to whom the dissipation and low dresses are not extended, her servants namely, and her husband, the compensating strictness of the Sabbath includes all. Woe betide the recreant housemaid who is found to have been listening to the honey of a sweetheart in the Regent's Park, instead of the soul-stirring evening discourse of Mr Slope. Not only is she sent adrift, but she is so sent with a character which leaves her little hope of a decent place. Woe betide the 6-foot hero who escorts Mrs Proudie to her pew in red plush breeches, if he slips away to the neighbouring beer shop, instead of falling into the back seat appropriated to his use. Mrs Proudie has the eyes of Argus for such offenders. Occasional drunkenness in the week may be overlooked, for 6 feet on low wages are hardly to be procured if the morals are always kept at a high pitch. But not even for grandeur or economy will Mrs Proudie forgive a desecration of the Sabbath. In such matters Mrs Proudie allows herself to be often guided by that eloquent preacher, the Rev. Mr Slope, and as Dr Proudie is guided by his wife, it necessarily follows that the eminent man we have named has obtained a good deal of control over Dr Proudie in matters concerning religion. Mr Slope's only preferment has hitherto been that of reader and preacher in a London district church, and on the consecration of his friend the new bishop, he readily gave this up to undertake the onerous but congenial duties of domestic chaplain to his lordship. Mr Slope, however, on his first introduction, must not be brought before the public at the tail of a chapter. End of chapter 3. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 4 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 4. The Bishop's Chaplain. Of the Rev. Mr Slope's parentage I am not able to say much. I have heard it asserted that he is lineally descended from that eminent physician who assisted at the birth of Mr T. Shandy, and that in early years he added an E to his name for the sake of euphony, as other great men have done before him. If this be so, I presume he was christened Obadiah, for that is his name, in commemoration of the conflict in which his ancestor so distinguished himself. All my researches on the subject have, however, failed in enabling me to fix the date on which the family changed its religion. He had been a sizer at Cambridge, and had there conducted himself at any rate successfully, for in due process of time he was an M.A., having university pupils under his care. From thence he was transferred to London,
and became preacher at a new district church built on the confines of Baker Street. He was in this position when congenial ideas on religious subjects recommended him to Mrs Proudie, and the intercourse had become close and confidential. Having been thus familiarly thrown among the Misses Proudie, it was no more than natural that some softer feeling than friendship should be engendered. There have been some passages of love between him and the eldest hope, Olivia, but they have hitherto resulted in no favourable arrangement. In truth, Mr Slope, having made a declaration of affection, afterwards withdrew it, on finding that the doctor had no immediate worldly funds with which to endow his child, and it may easily be conceived that Miss Proudie, after such an announcement on his part, was not readily disposed to receive any further show of affection. On the appointment of Dr Proudie to the bishopric of Barchester, Mr Slope's views were in truth somewhat altered. Bishops, even though they be poor, can provide for clerical children, and Mr Slope began to regret that he had not been more disinterested. He no sooner heard the tidings of the doctor's elevation than he recommenced his siege, not violently indeed, but respectfully and at a distance. Olivia Proudie, however, was a girl of spirit. She had the blood of 2 peers in her veins, and better still, she had another lover on her books. So Mr Slope sighed in vain, and the pair soon found it convenient to establish a mutual bond of inveterate hatred. It may be thought singular that Mrs Proudie's friendship for the young clergyman should remain firm after such an affair, but, to tell the truth, she had known nothing of it. Though very fond of Mr Slope herself, she had never conceived the idea that either of her daughters would become so, and, remembering their high birth and social advantages, expected for them matches of a different sort. Neither the gentleman nor the lady found it necessary to enlighten her. Olivia's 2 sisters had each known of the affair, as had all the servants, as had all the people living in the adjoining houses on either side, but Mrs Proudie had been kept in the dark. Mr Slope soon comforted himself with the reflection that, as he had been selected as chaplain to the bishop, it would probably be in his power to get the good things in the bishop's gift without troubling himself with the bishop's daughter, and he found himself able to endure the pangs of rejected love. As he sat himself down in the railway carriage, confronting the bishop and Mrs Proudie as they started on their first journey to Barchester, he began to form in his own mind a plan of his future life. He knew well his patron's strong points, but he knew the weak ones as well. He understood correctly enough to what attempts the new bishop's high spirit would soar, and he rightly guessed that public life would better suit the great man's taste than the small details of diocesan duty. Therefore, Mr Slope, would in effect be Bishop of Barchester. Such was his resolve, and, to give Mr Slope his due, he had both courage and spirit to bear him out in his resolution. He knew that he should have a hard battle to fight, for the power and patronage of the see would be equally coveted by another great mind. Mrs Proudie would also choose to be Bishop of Barchester. Mr Slope, however, flattered himself that he could outmanoeuvre the lady. She must live much in London, while he would always be on the spot. She would necessarily remain ignorant of much, while he would know everything belonging to the diocese. At first, doubtless, he must flatter and cajole, perhaps yield in some things, but he did not doubt of ultimate triumph. If all other means failed, he could join the bishop against his wife, inspire courage into the unhappy man, lay an axe to the root of the woman's power, and emancipate the husband. Such were his thoughts as he sat looking at the sleeping pair in the railway carriage, and Mr Slope is not the man to trouble himself with such thoughts for nothing. He is possessed of more than average abilities, and is of good courage. Though he can stoop to fawn, and stoop low indeed if need be, he has still within him the power to assume the tyrant, and with the power he has certainly the wish. His acquirements are not of the highest order, but such as they are completely under control, and he knows the use of them. He is gifted with a certain kind of pulpit eloquence, not likely indeed to be persuasive with men, but powerful with the softer sex. In his sermons he deals greatly in denunciations, excites the minds of his weaker hearers with a not unpleasant terror, and leaves an impression on their minds that all mankind are in a perilous state, and all womankind too, except those who attend regularly to the evening lectures in Baker Street. His looks and tones are extremely severe, so much so that one cannot but fancy that he regards the greater part of the world as being infinitely too bad for his care. As he walks through the streets, his very face denotes his horror of the world's wickedness, and there is always an anathema lurking in the corner of his eye. In doctrine he, like his patron, is tolerant of dissent, if so strict a mind can be called tolerant of anything. With Wesleyan Methodists he has something in common, but his soul trembles in agony at the iniquities of the Puseyites. His aversion is carried to things outward as well as inward. His gall rises at a new church with a high-pitched roof. A full-breasted black silk waistcoat is with him a symbol of Satan, and a profane jest book would not, in his view, more foully desecrate the church seat of a Christian than a book of prayer printed with red letters and ornamented with a cross on the back. Most active clergymen have their hobby, and Sunday observances are his. Sunday, however, is a word which never pollutes his mouth. It is always the Sabbath. The desecration of the Sabbath, as he delights to call it, is to him meat and drink. He thrives upon that as policemen do on the general evil habits of the community. It is the loved subject of all his evening discourses, the source of all his eloquence, the secret of all his power over the female heart. To him the revelation of God appears only in that one law given for Jewish observance. To him the mercies of our Saviour speak in vain. To him in vain has been preached that sermon which fell from divine lips on the mountain: "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." To him the New Testament is comparatively of little moment, for from it can he draw no fresh authority for that dominion which he loves to exercise over at least a seventh part of man's allotted time here below. Mr Slope is tall and not ill-made. His feet and hands are large, as has ever been the case with all his family, but he has a broad chest and wide shoulders to carry off these excrescences, and on the whole his figure is good. His countenance, however, is not specially prepossessing. His hair is lank and of a dull, pale, reddish hue. It is always formed into 3 straight lumpy masses, each brushed with admirable precision, and cemented with much grease. 2 of them adhere closely to the sides of his face, and the other lies at right angles above them. He wears no whiskers, and is always punctiliously shaven. His face is nearly of the same colour as his hair, though perhaps a little redder. It is not unlike beef. Beef, however, one would say, of a bad quality. His forehead is capacious and high, but square and heavy and unpleasantly shining. His mouth is large, though his lips are thin and bloodless, and his big, prominent, pale brown eyes inspire anything but confidence. His nose, however, is his redeeming feature. It is pronounced, straight and well formed, though I myself should have liked it better did it not possess a somewhat spongy, porous appearance, as though it had been cleverly formed out of a red-coloured cork. I never could endure to shake hands with Mr Slope. A cold, clammy perspiration always exudes from him. The small drops are ever to be seen standing on his brow, and his friendly grasp is unpleasant. Such is Mr Slope. Such is the man who has suddenly fallen into the midst of Barchester Close, and is destined there to assume the station which has heretofore been filled by the son of the late bishop. Think, O my meditative reader, what an associate we have here for those comfortable prebendaries, those gentlemanlike clerical doctors, those happy, well-used, well-fed minor canons, who have grown into existence at Barchester under the kindly wings of Bishop Grantly. But not as a mere associate for these does Mr Slope travel down to Barchester with the bishop and his wife. He intends to be, if not their master, at least the chief among them. He intends to lead, and to have followers. He intends to hold the purse strings of the diocese, and draw round him an obedient herd of his poor and hungry brethren. And here we can hardly fail to draw a comparison between the archdeacon and our new private chaplain; and despite the manifold faults of the former, one can hardly fail to make it much to his advantage. Both men are eager, much too eager, to support and increase the power of their order. Both are anxious that the world should be priest-governed, though they have probably never confessed so much even to themselves. Both begrudge any other kind of dominion held by man over man. Dr Grantly, if he admits the Queen's supremacy in things spiritual, only admits it as being due to the quasi-priesthood conveyed in the consecrating qualities of her coronation, and he regards things temporal as being by their nature subject to those which are spiritual. Mr Slope's ideas of sacerdotal rule are of quite a different class. He cares nothing, one way or the other, for the Queen's supremacy. These to his ears are empty words meaning nothing. Forms he regards but little, and such titular expressions as supremacy, consecration, ordination, and the like, convey of themselves no significance to him. Let him be supreme who can. The temporal king, judge, or jailer can work but on the body. The spiritual master, if he have the necessary gifts and can duly use them, has a wider field of empire. He works upon the soul. If he can make himself be believed, he can be all-powerful over those who listen. If he be careful to meddle with none who are too strong in intellect or too weak in flesh, he may indeed be supreme, and such was the ambition of Mr Slope. Dr Grantly interfered very little with the worldly doings of those who were in any way subject to him. I do not mean to say that he omitted to notice misconduct among his clergy, immorality in his parish, or omissions in his family, but he was not anxious to do so where the necessity could be avoided. He was not troubled with a propensity to be curious, and as long as those around him were tainted with no heretical leaning towards dissent, as long as they fully and freely admitted the efficacy of Mother Church, he was willing that that mother should be merciful and affectionate, prone to indulgence, and unwilling to chastise. He himself enjoyed the good things of this world, and liked to let it be known that he did so. He cordially despised any brother rector who thought harm of dinner parties, or dreaded the dangers of a moderate claret jug. Consequently, dinner parties and claret jugs were common in the diocese. He liked to give laws, and to be obeyed in them implicitly, but he endeavoured that his ordinances should be within the compass of the man, and not unpalatable to the gentleman. He had ruled among his clerical neighbours now for sundry years, and as he had maintained his power without becoming unpopular, it may be presumed that he had exercised some wisdom. Of Mr Slope's conduct much cannot be said, as his grand career is yet to commence, but it may be premised that his tastes will be very different from those of the archdeacon. He conceives it to be his duty to know all the private doings and desires of the flock entrusted to his care. From the poorer classes he exacts an unconditional obedience to set rules of conduct, and if disobeyed, he has recourse, like his great ancestor, to the fulminations of an Anulphus. Thou shalt be damned in thy going in and in thy coming out, in thy eating and in thy drinking, etc., etc., etc. With the rich, experience has already taught him that a different line of action is necessary. Men in the upper walks of life do not mind being cursed, and the women, presuming that it be done in delicate phrase, rather like it. But he has not therefore given up so important a portion of believing Christians. With the men, indeed, he is generally at variance. They are hardened sinners, on whom the voice of the priestly charmer too often falls in vain. But with the ladies, old and young, firm and frail, devout and dissipated, he is, as he conceives, all-powerful. He can reprove faults with so much flattery, and utter censure in so caressing a manner, that the female heart, if it glow with a spark of low church susceptibility, cannot withstand him. In many houses he is thus an admired guest. The husbands, for their wives' sake, are fain to admit him, and when once admitted, it is not easy to shake him off. He has, however, a pawing, greasy way with him, which does not endear him to those who do not value him for their soul's sake, and he is not a man to make himself at once popular in a large circle, such as is now likely to surround him at Barchester. End of chapter 4. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 5 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 5. A morning visit. It was known that Dr Proudie would immediately have to reappoint to the wardenship of the hospital under the Act of Parliament to which allusion has been made. No one imagined that any choice was left to him. No one for a moment thought that he could appoint any other than Mr Harding. Mr Harding himself, when he heard how the matter had been settled, without troubling himself much on the subject, considered it as certain that he would go back to his pleasant house and garden, and though there would be much that was melancholy, nay, almost heart-rending in such a return, he still was glad that it was to be so. His daughter might probably be persuaded to return there with him. She had indeed all but promised to do so, though she still entertained an idea that that greatest of mortals, that important atom of humanity, that little god upon earth, Johnny Bold, her baby, ought to have a house of his own over his head. Such being the state of Mr Harding's mind in the matter, he did not feel any peculiar personal interest in the appointment of Dr Proudie to the bishopric. He, as well as others at Barchester, regretted that a man should be sent among them who, they were aware, was not of their way of thinking. But Mr Harding himself was not a bigoted man on points of church doctrine, and he was quite prepared to welcome Dr Proudie to Barchester in a graceful and becoming manner. He had nothing to seek and nothing to fear. He felt that it behoved him to be on good terms with his bishop, and he did not anticipate any obstacle that would prevent it. In such a frame of mind he proceeded to pay his respects at the palace the second day after the arrival of the bishop and his chaplain. But he did not go alone. Dr Grantly proposed to accompany him, and Mr Harding was not sorry to have a companion who would remove from his shoulders the burden of the conversation in such an interview. In the affair of the consecration, Dr Grantly had been introduced to the bishop, and Mr Harding had also been there. He had, however, kept himself in the background, and he was now to be presented to the great man for the first time. The archdeacon's feelings were of a much stronger nature. He was not exactly the man to overlook his own slighted claims, or to forgive the preference shown to another. Dr Proudie was playing Venus to his Juno, and he was prepared to wage an internecine war against the owner of the wished-for apple, and all his satellites, private chaplains and others. Nevertheless, it behoved him also to conduct himself towards the intruder as an old archdeacon should conduct himself to an incoming bishop. And though he was well aware of all Dr Proudie's abominable opinions as regarded dissenters, church reform, the hebdomadal council, and such like, though he disliked the man and hated the doctrines, still he was prepared to show respect to the station of the bishop. So he and Mr Harding called together at the palace. His lordship was at home, and the two visitors were shown through the accustomed hall into the well-known room where the good old bishop used to sit. The furniture had been bought at a valuation, and every chair and table, every bookshelf against the wall, and every square in the carpet was as well known to each of them as their own bedrooms. Nevertheless, they at once felt that they were strangers there. The furniture was for the most part the same, yet the place had been metamorphosed.
A new sofa had been introduced, a horrid chintz affair, most unprelatical and almost irreligious. Such a sofa as never yet stood in the study of any decent High Church clergyman of the Church of England.
The old curtains had also given way. They had, to be sure, become dingy, and that which had been originally a rich and goodly ruby had degenerated into a reddish brown. Mr Harding, however, thought the old reddish brown much preferable to the gaudy, buff-coloured, trumpery moreen which Mrs Proudie had deemed good enough for her husband's own room in the provincial city of Barchester. Our friends found Dr Proudie sitting on the old bishop's chair, looking very nice in his new apron. They found, too, Mr Slope standing on the hearthrug, persuasive and eager, just as the archdeacon used to stand. but on the sofa they also found Mrs Proudie, an innovation for which a precedent might in vain be sought in all the annals of the Barchester bishopric. There she was, however, and they could only make the best of her. The introductions were gone through in much form. The archdeacon shook hands with the bishop, and named Mr Harding, who received such an amount of greeting as was due from a bishop to a precentor. His lordship then presented them to his lady wife, the archdeacon first, with archidiaconal honours, and then the precentor with diminished parade. After this, Mr Slope presented himself. The bishop, it is true, did mention his name, and so did Mrs Proudie too, in a louder tone, but Mr Slope took upon himself the chief burden of his own introduction. He had great pleasure in making himself acquainted with Dr Grantly. He had heard much of the archdeacon's good works in that part of the diocese in which his duties as archdeacon had been exercised, thus purposely ignoring the archdeacon's hitherto unlimited dominion over the diocese at large. He was aware that his lordship depended greatly on the assistance which Dr Grantly would be able to give him in that portion of his diocese. He then thrust out his hand, and grasping that of his new foe, bedewed it unmercifully. Dr Grantly in return bowed, looked stiff, contracted his eyebrows, and wiped his hand with his pocket handkerchief. Nothing abashed, Mr Slope then noticed the precentor, and descended to the grade of the lower clergy. He gave him a squeeze of the hand, damp indeed, but affectionate, and was very glad to make the acquaintance of Mr Harding. He had not exactly caught the name. Precentor in the cathedral, surmised Mr Slope. Mr Harding confessed that such was the humble sphere of his work. Some parish duty as well, suggested Mr Slope. Mr Harding acknowledged the diminutive incumbency of St Cuthbert's. Mr Slope then left him alone, having condescended sufficiently, and joined the conversation among the higher powers. There were 4 persons there, each of whom considered himself the most important personage in the diocese, himself, indeed, or herself, as Mrs Proudie was one of them, and with such a difference of opinion it was not probable that they would get on pleasantly together. The bishop himself actually wore the visible apron, and trusted mainly to that and his title, both being facts which could not be overlooked. The archdeacon knew his subject, and really understood the business of bishoping, which the others did not, and this was his strong ground. Mrs Proudie had her sex to back her, and her habit of command, and was nothing daunted by the high tone of Dr Grantly's face and figure. Mr Slope had only himself and his own courage and tact to depend on, but he nevertheless was perfectly self-assured, and did not doubt but that he should soon get the better of weak men who trusted so much to externals, as both bishop and archdeacon appeared to do. "Do you reside in Barchester, Dr Grantly?" asked the lady with her sweetest smile. Dr Grantly explained that he lived in his own parish of Plumstead Episcopi, a few miles out of the city, whereupon the lady hoped that the distance was not too great for country visiting, as she would be so glad to make the acquaintance of Mrs Grantly. She would take the earliest opportunity after the arrival of her horses at Barchester. Their horses were at present in London. Their horses were not immediately coming down, as the bishop would be obliged in a few days to return to town. Dr Grantly was no doubt aware that the bishop was at present much called upon by the University Improvement Committee. Indeed, the committee could not well proceed without him, as their final report had now to be drawn up.
The bishop had also to prepare a scheme for the manufacturing town's morning and evening Sunday school society, of which he was a patron, or president, or director, and therefore the horses would not come down to Barchester at present. But whenever the horses did come down, she would take the earliest opportunity of calling at Plumstead Episcopi, providing the distance was not too great for country visiting. The archdeacon made his fifth bow. He had made one at each mention of the horses, and promised that Mrs Grantly would do herself the honour of calling at the palace on an early day. Mrs Proudie declared that she would be delighted. She hadn't liked to ask, not having been quite sure whether Mrs Grantly had horses. Besides, the distance might have been, etc., etc. Dr Grantly again bowed, but said nothing. He could have bought every individual possession of the whole family of the Proudies, and have restored them as a gift, without much feeling the loss, and had kept a separate pair of horses for the exclusive use of his wife since the day of his marriage, whereas Mrs Proudie had been hitherto jobbed about the streets of London at so much a month during the season, and at other times had managed to walk or hire a smart fly from the livery stables. "Are the arrangements with reference to the Sabbath day schools generally pretty good in your archdeaconry?" asked Mr Slope.
"Sabbath day schools?" repeated the archdeacon with an affectation of surprise. "Upon my word, I can't tell. It depends mainly on the parson's wife and daughters. There is none at Plumstead."
This was almost a fib on the part of the archdeacon, for Mrs Grantly has a very nice school. To be sure, it is not a Sunday school exclusively, and is not so designated, but that exemplary lady always attends there for an hour before church, and hears the children say their catechism, and sees that they are clean and tidy for church, with their hands washed and their shoes tied. And Grizzle and Florinda, her daughters, carry thither a basket of large buns baked on the Saturday afternoon, and distribute them to all the children not especially under disgrace, which buns are carried home after church with considerable content, and eaten hot at tea, being then split and toasted. The children of Plumstead would indeed open their eyes if they heard their venerated pastor declare that there was no Sunday school in his parish. Mr Slope merely opened his wide eyes wider, and slightly shrugged his shoulders. He was not, however, prepared to give up his darling project. "I fear there is a great deal of Sabbath travelling here," said he. "On looking at the Bradshaw, I see that there are 3 trains in and 3 out every Sabbath. Could nothing be done to induce the company to withdraw them? Don't you think, Dr Grantly, that a little energy might diminish the evil?"
"Not being a director, I really can't say; but if you can withdraw the passengers, the company, I dare say, will withdraw the trains," said the doctor. "It's merely a question of dividends."
"But surely, Dr Grantly," said the lady, "surely we should look at it differently. You and I, for instance, in our position, surely we should do all that we can to control so grievous a sin. Don't you think so, Mr Harding?" And she turned to the precentor, who was sitting mute and unhappy. Mr Harding thought that all porters and stokers, guards, brakesmen, and pointsmen ought to have an opportunity of going to church, and he hoped that they all had. "But surely, continued Mrs Proudie, surely that is not enough. Surely that will not secure such an observance of the Sabbath as we are taught to conceive is not only expedient but indispensable. Surely, come what come might, Dr Grantly was not to be forced into a dissertation on a point of doctrine with Mrs Proudie, nor yet with Mr Slope. So without much ceremony he turned his back upon the sofa, and began to hope that Dr Proudie had found that the palace repairs had been such as to meet his wishes. "Yes, yes," said his lordship, Upon the whole, he thought so. Upon the whole, he didn't know that there was much ground for complaint. The architect perhaps might have, but his double, Mr Slope, who had sidled over to the bishop's chair, would not allow his lordship to finish his ambiguous speech. "There is one point I should like to mention, Mr Archdeacon. His lordship asked me to step through the premises, and I see that the stalls in the second stable are not perfect."
"Why, they're standing there for a dozen horses,"
said the archdeacon. "Perhaps so," said the other. "Indeed, I've no doubt of it; but visitors, you know, often require so much accommodation. There are so many of the bishop's relatives who always bring their own horses." Dr Grantly promised that
due provision for the relatives' horses should be made, as far at least as the extent of the original stable building would allow. He would himself communicate with the architect.
"And the coach house, Dr Grantly," continued Mr Slope. "There is really hardly room for a second carriage in the large coach house, and the smaller one, of course, holds only one."
"And the gas," chimed in the lady. "There is no gas throughout the house, none whatever, but in the kitchen and passages. Surely the palace should have been fitted through with pipes for gas, and hot water too. There is no hot water laid on anywhere above the ground floor. Surely there should be the means of getting hot water in the bedrooms without having it brought in jugs from the kitchen."
The bishop had a decided opinion that there should be pipes for hot water. Hot water was very essential for the comfort of the palace. It was indeed a requisite in any decent gentleman's house.
Mr Slope had remarked that the coping on the garden wall was in many places imperfect.
Mrs Proudie had discovered a large hole, evidently the work of rats, in the servants' hall.
The bishop expressed an utter detestation of rats. There was nothing, he believed, in this world that he so much hated as a rat.
Mr Slope had moreover observed that the locks of the outhouses were very imperfect. He might specify the coal cellar and the wood house.
Mrs Proudie had also seen that those on the doors of the servants' bedrooms were in an equally bad condition. Indeed, the locks all through the house were old-fashioned and unserviceable.
The bishop thought that a great deal depended on a good lock, and quite as much on the key. He had observed that the fault very often lay with the key, especially if the wards were in any way twisted.
Mr Slope was going on with his catalogue of grievances when he was
somewhat loudly interrupted by the archdeacon, who succeeded in explaining that the diocesan architect, or rather his foreman, was the person to be addressed on such subjects, and that he, Dr Grantly, had inquired as to the comfort of the palace merely as a point of compliment. He was sorry, however, that so many things had been found amiss, and then he rose from his chair to escape.
Mrs Proudie, though she had contrived to lend her assistance in recapitulating the palatial dilapidations, had not on that account given up her hold of Mr Harding, nor ceased from her cross-examinations as to the iniquity of sabbatical amusements. Over and over again had she thrown out her surely at Mr Harding's devoted head, and ill had that gentleman been able to parry the attack. He had never before found himself subjected to such a nuisance. Ladies hitherto, when they had consulted him on religious subjects, had listened to what he might choose to say with some deference, and had differed, if they differed, in silence. But Mrs Proudie interrogated him, and then lectured.
"Neither thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant," said she impressively, and more than once, as though Mr Harding had forgotten the words. She shook her finger at him as she quoted the favourite law, as though menacing him with punishment, and then called upon him categorically to state whether he did not think that travelling on the Sabbath was an abomination and a desecration.
Mr Harding had never been so hard pressed in his life. He felt that he ought to rebuke the lady for presuming so to talk to a gentleman and a clergyman many years her senior, but he recoiled from the idea of scolding the bishop's wife in the bishop's presence on his first visit to the palace. Moreover, to tell the truth, he was somewhat afraid of her. She, seeing him sit silent and absorbed, by no means refrained from the attack. "I hope, Mr Harding," said she, shaking her head slowly and solemnly, "I hope you will not leave me to think that you approve of Sabbath travelling." And she looked a look of unutterable meaning into his eyes. There was no standing this, for Mr Slope was now looking at him, and so was the bishop, and so was the archdeacon, who had completed his adieus on that side of the room. Mr Harding therefore got up also, and putting out his hand to Mrs Proudie, said, "If you will come to St Cuthbert's some Sunday, I will preach you a sermon on that subject." And so the archdeacon and the precentor took their departure, bowing low to the lady, shaking hands with the lord, and escaping from Mr Slope in the best manner each could. Mr Harding was again maltreated, but Dr Grantly swore deeply in the bottom of his heart that no earthly consideration should ever again induce him to touch the paw of that impure and filthy animal. And now, had I the pen of a mighty poet, would I sing in epic verse the noble wrath of the archdeacon. The palace steps descend to a broad gravel sweep, from whence a small gate opens out into the street, very near the covered gateway leading into the close. The road from the palace door turns to the left, through the spacious gardens, and terminates on the London road half a mile from the cathedral. Till they had both passed this small gate and entered the close, neither of them spoke a word, but the precentor clearly saw from his companion's face that a tornado was to be expected, nor was he himself inclined to stop it. Though by nature far less irritable than the archdeacon, even he was angry. He even, that mild and courteous man, was inclined to express himself in anything but courteous terms. End of chapter 5. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 6 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 6. War.
"Good heavens!"
exclaimed the archdeacon, as he placed his foot on the gravel walk of the close, and raising his hat with one hand, passed the other somewhat violently over his now grizzled locks. Smoke issued forth from the uplifted beaver, as it were a cloud of wrath, and the safety valve of his anger opened and emitted a visible steam, preventing positive explosion and probable apoplexy.
"Good heavens!"
And the archdeacon looked up to the grey pinnacles of the cathedral tower, making a mute appeal to that still living witness which had looked down on the doings of so many bishops of Barchester. "I don't think I shall ever like that Mr Slope," said Mr Harding.
"Like him!"
roared the archdeacon, standing still for a moment to give more force to his voice.
"Like him!"
All the ravens of the close cawed their assent. The old bells of the tower, in chiming the hour, echoed the words, and the swallows, flying out from their nests, mutely expressed a similar opinion. Like Mr Slope? Why, no. It was not very probable that any Barchester-bred living thing should like Mr Slope. "Nor Mrs Proudie either," said Mr Harding. The archdeacon hereupon forgot himself. I will not follow his example, nor shock my readers by transcribing the term in which he expressed his feeling as to the lady who had been named. The ravens and the last lingering notes of the clock bells were less scrupulous, and repeated in correspondent echoes the very improper exclamation. The archdeacon again raised his hat, and another salutary escape of steam was effected. There was a pause, during which the precentor tried to realize the fact that the wife of a bishop of Barchester had been thus designated in the close of the cathedral by the lips of its own archdeacon, but he could not do it. "The bishop seems to be a quiet man enough," suggested Mr Harding, having acknowledged to himself his own failure.
"Idiot!"
exclaimed the doctor, who for the nonce was not capable of more than such spasmodic attempts at utterance. "Well, he did not seem very bright," said Mr Harding, "and yet he has always had the reputation of a clever man. I suppose he's cautious, and not inclined to express himself very freely." The new Bishop of Barchester was already so contemptible a creature in Dr Grantly's eyes that he could not condescend to discuss his character.
He was a puppet, to be played by others, a mere wax doll, done up in an apron and a shovel hat, to be stuck on a throne or elsewhere, and pulled about by wires as others chose. Dr Grantly did not choose to let himself down low enough to talk about Dr Proudie, but he saw that he would have to talk about the other members of his household, the coadjutor bishops, who had brought his lordship down, as it were, in a box, and were about to handle the wires as they willed. This in itself was a terrible vexation to the archdeacon. Could he have ignored the chaplain and have fought the bishop, there would have been at any rate nothing degrading in such a contest. Let the Queen make whom she would Bishop of Barchester, a man, or even an ape, when once a bishop, would be a respectable adversary, if he would but fight himself. But what was such a person as Dr Grantly to do when such another person as Mr Slope was put forward as his antagonist? If he, our archdeacon, refused the combat, Mr Slope would walk triumphant over the field, and have the diocese of Barchester under his heel. If, on the other hand, the archdeacon accepted as his enemy the man whom the new puppet bishop put before him as such, he would have to talk about Mr Slope, and write about Mr Slope, and in all matters treat with Mr Slope as a being standing in some degree on ground similar to his own. He would have to meet Mr Slope to... Bah! The idea was sickening. He could not bring himself to have to do with Mr Slope. He is the most thoroughly bestial creature that ever I set my eyes upon, said the archdeacon. "Who, the bishop?" asked the other innocently. "Bishop? No, I'm not talking about the bishop. How on earth such a creature got ordained, they'll ordain anybody now, I know, but he's been in the church these 10 years, and they used to be a little careful 10 years ago.
Oh, you mean Mr Slope?
Did you ever see an animal less like a gentleman
asked Dr Grantly. "I can't say I felt myself much disposed to like him."
"Like him!"
again shouted the doctor, and the assenting ravens again cawed an echo.
"Of course you don't like him. It's not a question of liking, but what are we to do with him?"
"Do with him?" asked Mr Harding.
"Yes, what are we to do with him? How are we to treat him? There he is, and there he'll stay. He has put his foot in that palace, and he'll never take it out again till he's driven. How are we to get rid of him?"
"I don't suppose he can do us much harm."
"Not do harm? Well, I think you'll find yourself of a different opinion before a month is gone. What would you say now if he got himself put into the hospital? Would that be harm?"
Mr Harding mused a while, and then said he didn't think the new bishop would put Mr Slope into the hospital.
"If he doesn't put him there, he'll put him somewhere else where he'll be as bad. I tell you that man, to all intents and purposes, will be Bishop of Barchester."
And again Dr Grantly raised his hat and rubbed his hand thoughtfully and sadly over his head.
"Impudent scoundrel!" he continued after a while, "to dare to cross-examine me about the Sunday schools in the diocese, and Sunday travelling too. I never in my life met his equal for sheer impudence. Why, he must have thought we were two candidates for ordination."
"I declare I thought Mrs Proudie was the worst of the two," said Mr Harding.
"When a woman is impertinent, one must only put up with it and keep out of her way in future. But I am not inclined to put up with Mr Slope."
"Sabbath travelling," and the doctor attempted to imitate the peculiar drawl of the man he so much disliked. "Sabbath travelling."
"Those are the sort of men who will ruin the Church of England, and make the profession of a clergyman disreputable. It is not the dissenters or the papists that we should fear, but the set of canting, low-bred hypocrites who are wriggling their way in among us. Men who have no fixed principle, no standard ideas of religion or doctrine, but who take up some popular cry, as this fellow has done, about Sabbath travelling."
Dr Grantly did not again repeat the question aloud, but he did so constantly to himself.
What were they to do with Mr Slope? How was he openly, before the world, to show that he utterly disapproved of and abhorred such a man?
Hitherto Barchester had escaped the taint of any extreme rigour of church doctrine. The clergymen of the city and neighbourhood, though very well inclined to promote high church principles, privileges, and prerogatives, had never committed themselves to tendencies which are somewhat too loosely called Puseyite practices. They all preached in their black gowns, as their fathers had done before them. They wore ordinary black cloth waistcoats. They had no candles on their altars, either lighted or unlighted. They made no private genuflections, and were contented to confine themselves to such ceremonial observances as had been in vogue for the last 100 years. The services were decently and demurely read in their parish churches, chanting was confined to the cathedral, and the science of intoning was unknown. One young man, who had come direct from Oxford as a curate to Plumstead, had, after the lapse of 2 or 3 Sundays, made a faint attempt, much to the bewilderment of the poorer part of the congregation. Dr Grantly had not been present on the occasion, but Mrs Grantly, who had her own opinion on the subject, immediately after the service expressed a hope that the young gentleman had not been taken ill, and offered to send him all kinds of condiments supposed to be good for a sore throat. After that there had been no more intoning at Plumstead Episcopi, but now the archdeacon began to meditate on some strong measures of absolute opposition. Dr Proudie and his crew were of the lowest possible order of Church of England clergymen, and therefore it behoved him, Dr Grantly, to be of the very highest. Dr Proudie would abolish all forms and ceremonies, and therefore Dr Grantly felt the sudden necessity of multiplying them. Dr Proudie would consent to deprive the Church of all collective authority and rule, and therefore Dr Grantly would stand up for the full power of convocation and the renewal of all its ancient privileges. It was true that he could not himself intone the service, but he could procure the co-operation of any number of gentleman-like curates, well trained in the mystery of doing so. He would not willingly alter his own fashion of dress, but he could people Barchester with young clergymen dressed in the longest frocks and in the highest-breasted silk waistcoats. He certainly was not prepared to cross himself, or to advocate the real presence. But without going this length, there were various observances by adopting which he could plainly show his antipathy to such men as Dr Proudie and Mr Slope. All these things passed through his mind as he paced up and down the close with Mr Harding. War, internecine war was in his heart. He felt that, as regarded himself and Mr Slope, one of the two must be annihilated as far as the city of Barchester was concerned, and he did not intend to give way until there was not left to him an inch of ground on which he could stand. He still flattered himself that he could make Barchester too hot to hold Mr Slope, and he had no weakness of spirit to prevent his bringing about such a consummation if it were in his power. "I suppose Susan must call at the palace?" said Mr Harding. "Yes, she shall call there, but it shall be once and once only. I dare say the horses won't find it convenient to come out to Plumstead very soon, and when that once is done, the matter may drop. I don't suppose Eleanor need call. I don't think Eleanor would get on at all well with Mrs Proudie." "Not the least necessity in life," replied the archdeacon, not without the reflection that a ceremony which was necessary for his wife might not be at all binding on the widow of John Bold. "Not the slightest reason on earth why she should do so if she doesn't like it. For myself, I don't think that any decent young woman should be subjected to the nuisance of being in the same room with that man." And so the two clergymen parted, Mr Harding going to his daughter's house, and the archdeacon seeking the seclusion of his brougham. The new inhabitants of the palace did not express any higher opinion of their visitors than their visitors had expressed of them, though they did not use quite such strong language as Dr Grantly had done, They felt as much personal aversion, and were quite as well aware as he was that there would be a battle to be fought, that there was hardly room for Proudieism in Barchester as long as Grantleyism was predominant. Indeed, it may be doubted whether Mr Slope had not already within his breast a better prepared system of strategy, a more accurately defined line of hostile conduct than the Archdeacon. Dr Grantly was going to fight because he found that he hated the man. Mr Slope had predetermined to hate the man because he foresaw the necessity of fighting him. When he had first reviewed the carte du pays previous to his entry into Barchester, the idea had occurred to him of conciliating the Archdeacon, of cajoling and flattering him into submission, and of obtaining the upper hand by cunning instead of courage. A little inquiry, however, sufficed to convince him that all his cunning would fail to win over such a man as Dr Grantly to such a mode of action as that to be adopted by Mr Slope, and then he determined to fall back upon his courage. He at once saw that open battle against Dr Grantly and all Dr Grantly's adherents was a necessity of his position, and he deliberately planned the most expedient methods of giving offence. Soon after his arrival, the bishop had intimated to the dean that, with the permission of the canon then in residence, his chaplain would preach in the cathedral on the next Sunday. The canon in residence happened to be the Hon. and Rev. Dr Vesey Stanhope, who at this time was very busy on the shores of the Lake of Como, adding to that unique collection of butterflies for which he is so famous. Or rather, he would have been in residence but for the butterflies and other such summer day considerations, and the vicar choral, who was to take his place in the pulpit, by no means objected to having his work done for him by Mr Slope. Mr Slope accordingly preached, and if a preacher can have satisfaction in being listened to, Mr Slope ought to have been gratified. I have reason to think that he was gratified, and that he left the pulpit with the conviction that he had done what he intended to do when he entered it. On this occasion the new bishop took his seat for the first time in the throne allotted to him. New scarlet cushions and drapery had been prepared, with new gilt binding and new fringe. The old carved oak wood of the throne, ascending with its numerous grotesque pinnacles half-way up to the roof of the choir, had been washed and dusted and rubbed, and it all looked very smart. Ah, how often sitting there, in happy early days, on those lowly benches in front of the altar, have I whiled away the tedium of a sermon in considering how best I might thread my way up amidst those wooden towers and climb safely to the topmost pinnacle. All Barchester went to hear Mr Slope, either for that or to gaze at the new bishop. All the best bonnets of the city were there, and moreover all the best glossy clerical hats. Not a stall but had its fitting occupant, for though some of the prebendaries might be away in Italy or elsewhere, their places were filled by brethren who flocked into Barchester on the occasion. The dean was there, a heavy old man, now too old indeed to attend frequently in his place, and so was the archdeacon. So also were the chancellor, the treasurer, the precentor, sundry canons and minor canons, and every lay member of the choir, prepared to sing the new bishop in with due melody and harmonious expression of sacred welcome. The service was certainly very well performed. Such was always the case at Barchester, as the musical education of the choir had been good, and the voices had been carefully selected. The psalms were beautifully chanted, the Te Deum was magnificently sung, and the litany was given in a manner which is still to be found at Barchester, but, if my taste be correct, is to be found nowhere else. The litany in Barchester Cathedral has long been the special task to which Mr Harding's skill and voice have been devoted. Crowded audiences generally make good performers, and though Mr Harding was not aware of any extraordinary exertion on his part, yet probably he rather exceeded his usual mark. Others were doing their best, and it was natural that he should emulate his brethren. So the service went on, and at last Mr Slope got into the pulpit. He chose for his text a verse from the precepts addressed by St Paul to Timothy, as to the conduct necessary in a spiritual pastor and guide, and it was immediately evident that the good clergy of Barchester were to have a lesson. "Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth." These were the words of his text, and with such a subject in such a place, it may be supposed that such a preacher would be listened to by such an audience. He was listened to with breathless attention, and not without considerable surprise. Whatever opinion of Mr Slope might have been held in Barchester before he commenced his discourse, none of his hearers, when it was over, could mistake him either for a fool or a coward. It would not be becoming were I to travesty a sermon, or even to repeat the language of it in the pages of a novel. In endeavouring to depict the characters of the persons of whom I write, I am, to a certain extent, forced to speak of sacred things. I trust, however, that I shall not be thought to scoff at the pulpit, though some may imagine that I do not feel all the reverence that is due to the cloth. I may question the infallibility of the teachers, but I hope that I shall not therefore be accused of doubt as to the thing to be taught. Mr Slope, in commencing his sermon, showed no slight tact in his ambiguous manner of hinting that, humble as he was himself, he stood there as the mouthpiece of the illustrious divine who sat opposite to him; and having premised so much, he gave forth a very accurate definition of the conduct which that prelate would rejoice to see in the clergyman now brought under his jurisdiction. It is only necessary to say that the peculiar points insisted upon were exactly those which were most distasteful to the clergy of the diocese, and most averse to their practice and opinions, and that all those peculiar habits and privileges which have always been dear to High Church priests, to that party which is now scandalously called the High and Dry Church, were ridiculed, abused, and anathematized. Now the clergymen of the diocese of Barchester are all of the High and Dry Church. Having thus, according to his own opinion, explained how a clergyman should show himself approved unto God, as a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, he went on to explain how the word of truth should be divided, and here he took a rather narrow view of the question, and fetched his arguments from afar. His object was to express his abomination of all ceremonious modes of utterance, to cry down any religious feeling which might be excited, not by the sense, but by the sound of words, and in fact to insult cathedral practices. Had St Paul spoken of rightly pronouncing, instead of rightly dividing, the word of truth, this part of his sermon would have been more to the purpose; but the preacher's immediate object was to preach Mr Slope's doctrine, and not St Paul's, and he contrived to give the necessary twist to the text with some skill. He could not exactly say, preaching from a cathedral pulpit, that chanting should be abandoned in cathedral services, by such an assertion he would have overshot his mark, and rendered himself absurd to the delight of his hearers. He could, however, and did allude with heavy denunciations to the practice of intoning in parish churches, although the practice was all but unknown in the diocese, and from thence he came round to the undue preponderance which, he asserted, music had over meaning in the beautiful service which they had just heard. He was aware, he said, that the practices of our ancestors could not be abandoned at a moment's notice. The feelings of the aged would be outraged, and the minds of respectable men would be shocked. There were many, he was aware, of not sufficient calibre of thought to perceive, of not sufficient education to know that a mode of service which was effective when outward ceremonies were of more moment than inward feelings, had become all but barbarous at a time when inward conviction was everything, when each word of the minister's lips should fall intelligibly into the listener's heart. Formerly, the religion of the multitude had been an affair of the imagination. Now, in these latter days, it had become necessary that a Christian should have a reason for his faith, should not only believe, but digest, not only hear, but understand. The words of our morning service, how beautiful, how apposite, how intelligible they were when read with simple and distinct decorum, but how much of the meaning of the words was lost when they were produced with all the meretricious charms of melody, etc., etc. Here was a sermon to be preached before Mr Archdeacon Grantly, Mr Precentor Harding, and the rest of them, before a whole dean and chapter assembled in their own cathedral, before men who had grown old in the exercise of their peculiar services, with a full conviction of their excellence for all intended purposes. This too from such a man, a clerical parvenu, a man without a cure, a mere chaplain, an intruder among them, a fellow raked up, so said Dr Grantly, from the gutters of Marylebone. They had to sit through it. None of them, not even Dr Grantly, could close his ears, nor leave the house of God during the hours of service. They were under an obligation of listening, and that too without any immediate power of reply. There is perhaps no greater hardship at present inflicted on mankind in civilized and free countries than the necessity of listening to sermons. No one but a preaching clergyman has in these realms the power of compelling an audience to sit silent and be tormented. No one but a preaching clergyman can revel in platitudes, truisms, and untruisms, and yet receive as his undisputed privilege the same respectful demeanour as though words of impassioned eloquence or persuasive logic fell from his lips. Let a professor of law or physics find his place in a lecture room, and there pour forth jejune words and useless empty phrases, and he will pour them forth to empty benches. Let a barrister attempt to talk without talking well, and he will talk but seldom. A judge's charge need to be listened to perforce by none but the jury, prisoner, and gaoler. A member of Parliament can be coughed down or counted out. Town councillors can be tabooed. But no one can rid himself of the preaching clergyman. He is the bore of the age, the old man whom we Sinbads cannot shake off, the nightmare that disturbs our Sunday's rest, the incubus that overloads our religion and makes God's service distasteful. We are not forced into church, no, but we desire more than that. We desire not to be forced to stay away. We desire, nay, we are resolute to enjoy the comfort of public worship, but we desire also that we may do so without an amount of tedium which ordinary human nature cannot endure with patience, that we may be able to leave the house of God without that anxious longing for escape which is the common consequence of common sermons. With what complacency will a young parson deduce false conclusions from misunderstood texts, and then threaten us with all the penalties of Hades if we neglect to comply with the injunctions he has given us? Yes, my too self-confident juvenile friend, I do believe in those mysteries which are so common in your mouth. I do believe in the unadulterated word which you hold there in your hand, but you must pardon me if in some things I doubt your interpretation. The Bible is good, the prayer book is good, nay, you yourself would be acceptable if you would read to me some portion of those time-honoured discourses which our great divines have elaborated in the full maturity of their powers. But you must excuse me, my insufficient young lecturer, if I yawn over your imperfect sentences, your repeated phrases, your false pathos, your drawlings and denouncings, your humming and hawing, your owing and ahing, your black gloves and your white handkerchief. To me it all means nothing, and hours are too precious to be so wasted, if one could only avoid it. And here I must make a protest against the pretence, so often put forward by the working clergy, that they are overburdened by the multitude of sermons to be preached. We are all too fond of our own voices, and a preacher is encouraged in the vanity of making his heard by the privilege of a compelled audience. His sermon is the pleasant morsel of his life, his delicious moment of self-exaltation. "I have preached 9 sermons this week," said a young friend to me the other day, with hand languidly raised to his brow, the picture of an overburdened martyr. 9 this week, 7 last week, 4 the week before. I have preached 23 sermons this month. It is really too much." "Too much indeed," said I, shuddering. "Too much for the strength of any one." "Yes," he answered meekly, "indeed it is. I am beginning to feel it painfully." "Would," said I, "you could feel it. Would that you could be made to feel it." But he never guessed that my heart was wrung for the poor listeners. There was at any rate no tedium felt in listening to Mr Slope on the occasion in question. His subject came too home to his audience to be dull, and to tell the truth, Mr Slope had the gift of using words forcibly. He was heard through his 30 minutes of eloquence with mute attention and open ears, but with angry eyes which glared round from one enraged parson to another, with wide-spread nostrils from which already burst forth fumes of indignation, and with many shufflings of the feet and uneasy motions of the body, which betokened minds disturbed and hearts not at peace with all the world. At last the bishop, who of all the congregation had been most surprised, and whose hair almost stood on end with terror, gave the blessing in a manner not at all equal to that in which he had long been practising it in his own study, and the congregation was free to go their way. End of chapter 6. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.
Chapter 7 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 7. The Dean and Chapter take Counsel. All Barchester was in a tumult. Dr. Grantly could hardly get himself out of the cathedral porch before he exploded in his wrath. The old dean betook himself silently to his deanery, afraid to speak, and there sat half stupefied, pondering many things in vain. Mr. Harding crept forth solitary and unhappy, and slowly passing beneath the elms of the close, could scarcely bring himself to believe that the words which he had heard had proceeded from the pulpit of Barchester Cathedral. Was he again to be disturbed? Was his whole life to be shown up as a useless sham a second time? Would he have to abdicate his precentorship, as he had his wardenship, and to give up chanting, as he had given up his 12 old bedesmen? And what if he did? Some other Jupiter, some other Mr Slope, would come and turn him out of St Cuthbert's. Surely he could not have been wrong all his life in chanting the litany as he had done. He began, however, to have his doubts. Doubting himself was Mr Harding's weakness. It is not, however, the usual fault of his order. Yes, all Barchester was in a tumult. It was not only the clergy who were affected. The laity also had listened to Mr Slope's new doctrine, all with surprise, some with indignation, and some with a mixed feeling, in which dislike of the preacher was not so strongly blended. The old bishop and his chaplains, the dean and his canons and minor canons, the old choir, and especially Mr Harding, who was at the head of it, had all been popular in Barchester. They had spent their money and done good. The poor had not been ground down. The clergy and society had neither been overbearing nor austere, and the whole repute of the city was due to its ecclesiastical importance. Yet there were those who had heard Mr Slope with satisfaction. It is so pleasant to receive a fillip of excitement when suffering from the dull routine of everyday life. The anthems and Te Deums were in themselves delightful, but they had been heard so often. Mr Slope was certainly not delightful, but he was new, and moreover clever. They had long thought it slow, so said now many of the Barchesterians, to go on as they had done in their old humdrum way, giving ear to none of the religious changes which were moving the world without. People in advance of the age now had new ideas, and it was quite time that Barchester should go in advance. Mr Slope might be right. Sunday had certainly not been strictly kept in Barchester, except as regarded the cathedral services. Indeed, the 2 hours between services had long been appropriated to morning calls and hot luncheons. Then Sunday schools. Really, more ought to have been done as to Sunday schools. Sabbath day schools, Mr Slope had called them. The late bishop had really not thought of Sunday schools as he should have done. These people probably did not reflect that catechisms and collects are quite as hard work to the young mind as bookkeeping is to the elderly, and that quite as little feeling of worship enters into the one task as the other. And then, as regarded that great question of musical services, there might be much to be said on Mr Slope's side of the question. It certainly was the fact that people went to the cathedral to hear the music, etc., etc. And so a party absolutely formed itself in Barchester on Mr Slope's side of the question. This consisted among the upper classes chiefly of ladies. No man, that is, no gentleman, could possibly be attracted by Mr Slope, or consent to sit at the feet of so abhorrent a Gamaliel. Ladies are sometimes less nice in their appreciation of physical disqualification. Provided that a man speak to them well, they will listen, though he speak from a mouth never so deformed and hideous. Wilkes was most fortunate as a lover, and the damp, sandy-haired, saucer-eyed, red-fisted Mr Slope was powerful only over the female breast. There were, however, one or two of the neighbouring clergy who thought it not quite safe to neglect the baskets in which, for the nonce, were stored the loaves and fishes of the diocese of Barchester. They, and they only, came to call on Mr Slope after his performance in the cathedral pulpit. Among these Mr Quiverful, the rector of Puddingdale, whose wife still continued to present him from year to year with fresh pledges of her love, and so to increase his cares, and it is to be hoped his happiness, equally. Who can wonder that a gentleman with 14 living children and a bare income of £400 a year should look after the loaves and fishes, even when they are under the thumb of a Mr Slope? Very soon after the Sunday on which the sermon was preached, the leading clergy of the neighbourhood held high debate together as to how Mr Slope should be put down. In the first place,
he should never again preach from the pulpit of Barchester Cathedral.
This was Dr Grantly's earliest dictum, and they all agreed, providing only that they had the power to exclude him. Dr Grantly declared that
the power rested with the dean and chapter, observing that no clergyman out of the chapter had a claim to preach there saving only the bishop himself.
To this the dean assented, but alleged that contests on such a subject would be unseemly, to which rejoined a meagre little doctor, one of the cathedral prebendaries, that the contest must be all on the side of Mr Slope. If every prebendary were always there, ready to take his own place in the pulpit. Cunning little meagre doctor, whom it suits well to live in his own cosy house within Barchester Close, and who is well content to have his little fling at Dr V.Z. Stanhope and other absentees, whose Italian villas or enticing London homes are more tempting than cathedral stalls and residences. To this answered the burly chancellor, a man rather silent indeed, but very sensible,
that absent prebendaries had their vicars, and that in such case the vicar's right to the pulpit was the same as that of the higher order.
To which the dean assented, groaning deeply at these truths. Thereupon, however, the meagre doctor remarked that they would be in the hands of their minor canons, one of whom might at any hour betray his trust, whereon was heard from the burly chancellor an ejaculation sounding somewhat like "Pooh, pooh, pooh." But it might be that the worthy man was but blowing out the heavy breath from his windpipe.
Why silence him at all? Suggested Mr Harding. Let them not be ashamed to hear what any man might have to preach to them, unless he preached false doctrine, in which case let the bishop silence him.
So spoke our friend, vainly, for human ends must be attained by human means. But the dean saw a ray of hope out of those purblind old eyes of his. Yes, let them tell the bishop how distasteful to them was this Mr Slope.
A new bishop, just come to his seat, could not wish to insult his clergy while the gloss was yet fresh on his first apron. Then up rose Dr Grantly, and having thus collected the scattered wisdom of his associates, spoke forth with words of deep authority. When I say up rose the archdeacon, I speak of the inner man, which then sprang up to more immediate action, for the doctor had bodily been standing all along, with his back to the dean's empty fire grate, and the tails of his frock coat supported over his two arms. His hands were in his breeches pockets.
It is quite clear that this man must not be allowed to preach again in this cathedral. We all see that, except our dear friend here, the milk of whose nature runs so softly that he would not have the heart to refuse the Pope the loan of his pulpit, if the Pope would come and ask it. We must not, however, allow the man to preach again here. It is not because his opinion on church matters may be different from ours. With that one would not quarrel. It is because he has purposely insulted us. When he went up into that pulpit last Sunday, his studied object was to give offence to men who had grown old in reverence of those things of which he dared to speak so slightingly. What, to come here, a stranger, a young, unknown, and unfriended stranger, and tell us, in the name of the bishop his master, that we are ignorant of our duties, old-fashioned and useless? I don't know whether most to admire his courage or his impudence. And one thing I will tell you, that sermon originated solely with the man himself. The bishop was no more a party to it than was the dean here. You all know how grieved I am to see a bishop in this diocese holding the latitudinarian ideas by which Dr Proudie has made himself conspicuous. You all know how greatly I should distrust the opinion of such a man, but in this matter I hold him to be blameless. I believe Dr Proudie has lived too long among gentlemen to be guilty, or to instigate another to be guilty, of so gross an outrage. No, that man uttered what was untrue when he hinted that he was speaking as the mouthpiece of the bishop. It suited his ambitious views at once to throw down the gauntlet to us, at once to defy us here in the quiet of our own religious duties, here within the walls of our own loved cathedral, here where we have for so many years exercised our ministry without schism and with good repute. Such an attack upon us coming from such a quarter is abominable.
Abominable, groaned the dean. Abominable, muttered the meagre doctor.
Abominable,
re-echoed the chancellor, uttering the sound from the bottom of his deep chest. I really think it was, said Mr Harding. Most abominable and most unjustifiable, continued the archdeacon. But, Mr Dean, thank God that pulpit is still our own, your own, I should say. That pulpit belongs solely to the dean and chapter of Barchester Cathedral, and as yet Mr Slope is no part of that chapter. You, Mr Dean, have suggested that we should appeal to the bishop to abstain from forcing this man on us. But what if the bishop allow himself to be ruled by his chaplain? In my opinion, the matter is in our own hands. Mr Slope cannot preach there without permission asked
and obtained, and let that permission be invariably refused. Let all participation in the ministry of the cathedral service be refused to him. Then, if the bishop choose to interfere, we shall know what answer to make to the bishop. My friend here has suggested that this man may again find his way into the pulpit by undertaking the duty of some of your minor canons. But I am sure that we may fully trust to these gentlemen to support us, when it is known that the dean objects to any such transfer. Of course you may, said the chancellor. There was much more discussion among the learned conclave, all of which of course ended in obedience to the archdeacon's commands. They had too long been accustomed to his rule to shake it off so soon, and in this particular case they had none of them a wish to abet the man whom he was so anxious to put down. Such a meeting as that we have just recorded is not held in such a city as Barchester unknown and untold of. Not only was the fact of the meeting talked of in every respectable house, including the palace, but the very speeches of the dean, the archdeacon, and chancellor were repeated, not without many additions and imaginary circumstances, according to the tastes and opinions of the relators. All, however, agreed in saying that Mr Slope was to be debarred from opening his mouth in the cathedral of Barchester. Many believed that the vergers were to be ordered to refuse him even the accommodation of a seat, and some of the most far-going advocates for strong measures declared that his sermon was looked upon as an indictable offence, and that proceedings were to be taken against him for brawling. The party who were inclined to defend him, the enthusiastically religious young ladies and the middle-aged spinsters desirous of a move, of course took up his defence the more warmly on account of this attack. If they could not hear Mr Slope in the cathedral, they would hear him elsewhere. They would leave the dull dean, the dull old prebendaries, and the scarcely less dull young minor canons to preach to each other. They would work slippers and cushions and hem bands for Mr Slope, make him a happy martyr, and stick him up in some new Sion or Bethesda, and put the cathedral quite out of fashion. Dr and Mrs Proudie at once returned to London. They thought it expedient not to have to encounter any personal application from the dean and chapter respecting the sermon till the violence of the storm had expended itself, but they left Mr Slope behind them, nothing daunted, and he went about his work zealously, flattering such as would listen to his flattery, whispering religious twaddle into the ears of foolish women, ingratiating himself with the few clergy who would receive him, visiting the houses of the poor, inquiring into all people, prying into everything, and searching with his minutest eye into all palatial dilapidations. He did not, however, make any immediate attempt to preach again in the cathedral, and so all Barchester was by the ears. End of chapter 7. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 8 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 8. The Ex-Warden rejoices in his probable return to the hospital. Among the ladies in Barchester who have hitherto acknowledged Mr Slope as their spiritual director must not be reckoned either the widow Bold or her sister-in-law. On the first outbreak of the wrath of the denizens of the close, none had been more animated against the intruder than these two ladies, and this was natural. Who could be so proud of the musical distinction of their own cathedral as the favourite daughter of the precentor? Who would be so likely to resent an insult offered to the old choir? And in such matters Miss Bold and her sister-in-law had but one opinion.
This wrath, however, has in some degree been mitigated, and I regret to say that these ladies allowed Mr Slope to be his own apologist. About a fortnight after the sermon had been preached, they were both of them not a little surprised by hearing Mr Slope announced, as the page in buttons opened Mrs Bold's drawing-room door. Indeed, what living man could by a mere morning visit have surprised them more? Here was the great enemy of all that was good in Barchester coming into their own drawing-room, and they had no strong arm, no ready tongue near at hand for their protection. The widow snatched her baby out of its cradle into her lap, and Mary Bold stood up, ready to die manfully in that baby's behalf, should under any circumstances such a sacrifice become necessary. In this manner was Mr Slope received, but when he left, he was allowed by each lady to take her hand, and to make his adieu as gentlemen do who have been graciously entertained. Yes, he shook hands with them, and was curtsied out courteously, the buttoned page opening the door as he would have done for the best canon of them all. He had touched the baby's little hand, and blessed him with a fervid blessing. He had spoken to the widow of her early sorrows, and Eleanor's silent tears had not rebuked him. He had told Mary Bold that her devotion would be rewarded, and Mary Bold had heard the praise without disgust. And how had he done all this? How had he so quickly turned aversion into, at any rate, acquaintance? How had he overcome the enmity with which these ladies had been ready to receive him, and made his peace with them so easily? My readers will guess from what I have written that I myself do not like Mr Slope, but I am constrained to admit that he is a man of parts. He knows how to say a soft word in the proper place. He knows how to adapt his flattery to the ears of his hearers. He knows the wiles of the serpent, and he uses them. Could Mr Slope have adapted his manners to men as well as to women, could he ever have learnt the ways of a gentleman, he might have risen to great things. He commenced his acquaintance with Eleanor by praising her father. He had, he said, become aware that he had unfortunately offended the feelings of a man of whom he could not speak too highly. He would not now allude to a subject which was probably too serious for drawing-room conversation, but he would say that it had been very far from him to utter a word in disparagement of a man of whom all the world, at least the clerical world, spoke so highly as it did of Mr Harding. And so he went on, unsaying a great deal of his sermon, expressing his highest admiration for the precentor's musical talents, eulogizing the father and the daughter and the sister-in-law, speaking in that low silky whisper which he always had specially prepared for feminine ears, and ultimately gaining his object. When he left, he expressed a hope that he might again be allowed to call, and though Eleanor gave no verbal assent to this, she did not express dissent, and so Mr Slope's right to visit at the widow's house was established. The day after this visit, Eleanor told her father of it, and expressed an opinion that Mr Slope was not quite so black as he had been painted. Mr Harding opened his eyes rather wider than usual when he heard what had occurred, but he said little. He could not agree in any praise of Mr Slope, and it was not his practice to say much evil of any one. He did not, however, like the visit, and simple-minded as he was,
he felt sure that Mr Slope had some deeper motive than the mere pleasure of making soft speeches to two ladies. Mr Harding, however, had come to see his daughter with other purpose than that of speaking either good or evil of Mr Slope. He had come to tell her that the place of warden in Hiram's hospital was again to be filled up, and that in all probability he would once more return to his old home and his 12 bedesmen. "But," said he, laughing, "I shall be greatly shorn of my ancient glory." "Why so, papa?" "This new act of Parliament, that is to put us all on our feet again," continued he, "settles my income at £450 per annum." "450," said she, "instead of 800? Well, that is rather shabby. But still, papa, you'll have the dear old house and the garden." "My dear," said he, "it's worth twice the money." And as he spoke he showed a jaunty kind of satisfaction in his tone and manner, and in the quick, pleasant way in which he paced Eleanor's drawing room. "It's worth twice the money. I shall have the house and the garden, and a larger income than I can possibly want." "At any rate, you'll have no extravagant daughter to provide for." And as she spoke, the young widow put her arm within his, and made him sit on the sofa beside her. "At any rate, you'll not have that expense." "No, my dear, and I shall be rather lonely without her. But we won't think of that now. As regards income, I shall have plenty for all I want. I shall have my old house, and I don't mind owning now that I have felt sometimes the inconvenience of living in a lodging. Lodgings are very nice for young men, but at my time of life there is a want of, I hardly know what to call it, perhaps not respectability." "Oh, papa, I'm sure there's been nothing like that. Nobody has thought it. Nobody in all Barchester has been more respected than you have been since you took those rooms in High Street. Nobody. Not the dean in his deanery, or the archdeacon out at Plumstead." "The archdeacon would not be much obliged to you if he heard you," said he, smiling somewhat at the exclusive manner in which his daughter confined her illustration to the church dignitaries of the chapter of Barchester. "But at any rate I shall be glad to get back to the old house. Since I heard that it was all settled, I have begun to fancy that I can't be comfortable without my 2 sitting rooms." "Come and stay with me, papa, till it is settled. There's a dear papa." "Thank ye, Nelly, but no, I won't do that. It would make 2 movings. I shall be very glad to get back to my old men again. Alas, alas! There have 6 of them gone in these few last years, 6 out of 12, and the others, I fear, have had but a sorry life of it there. Poor Bunce, poor old Bunce." Bunce was one of the surviving recipients of Hiram's charity, an old man, now over 90, who had long been a favourite of Mr Harding's. "How happy old Bunce will be," said Mrs Bold, clapping her soft hands softly. "How happy they all will be to have you back again. You may be sure there will soon be friendship among them again when you are there." "But," said he, half laughing, "I am to have new troubles which will be terrible to me. There are to be 12 old women and a matron. How shall I manage 12 women and a matron?" "The matron will manage the women, of course." "And who'll manage the matron?" said he. "She won't want to be managed. She'll be a great lady herself, I suppose. But, papa, where will the matron live? She is not to live in the warden's house with you, is she?" "Well, I hope not, my dear.
"Oh, papa, I tell you fairly, I won't have a matron for a new stepmother."
"You shan't, my dear; that is, if I can help it. But they are going to build another house for the matron and the women, and I believe they haven't even fixed yet on the site of the building."
"And have they appointed the matron?" said Eleanor.
"They haven't appointed the warden yet," replied he.
"But there's no doubt about that, I suppose," said his daughter. Mr Harding explained that he thought
There was no doubt, that the archdeacon had declared as much, saying that the bishop and his chaplain between them had not the power to appoint anyone else, even if they had the will to do so, and sufficient impudence to carry out such a will. The archdeacon was of opinion that though Mr Harding had resigned his wardenship, and had done so unconditionally, he had done so under circumstances which left the bishop no choice as to his reappointment, now that the affair of the hospital had been settled on a new basis by Act of Parliament.
Such was the archdeacon's opinion, and his father-in-law received it without a shadow of doubt. Dr Grantly had always been strongly opposed to Mr Harding's resignation of the place. He had done all in his power to dissuade him from it. He had considered that Mr Harding was bound to withstand the popular clamour with which he was attacked for receiving so large an income as £800 a year from such a charity, and was not even yet satisfied that his father-in-law's conduct had not been pusillanimous and undignified. He looked also on this reduction of the warden's income as a shabby, paltry scheme on the part of government for escaping from a difficulty into which it had been brought by the public press. Dr Grantly observed that the government had no more right to dispose of a sum of £450 a year out of the income of Hiram's legacy than of 900, whereas, as he said, the bishop, dean, and chapter clearly had a right to settle what sum should be paid. He also declared that the government had no more right to saddle the charity with 12 old women than with 1200, and he was therefore very indignant on the matter. He probably forgot, when so talking, that government had done nothing of the kind, and had never assumed any such might or any such right. He made the common mistake of attributing to the government, which in such matters is powerless, the doings of Parliament, which in such matters is omnipotent. But though he felt that the glory and honour of the situation of warden of Barchester Hospital were indeed curtailed by the new arrangement, that the whole establishment had, to a certain degree, been made vile by the touch of Whig commissioners, that the place, with its lessened income, its old women, and other innovations, was very different from the hospital of former days. Still, the archdeacon was too practical a man of the world to wish that his father-in-law, who had at present little more than £200 per annum for all his wants, should refuse the situation, defiled, undignified, and commission-ridden as it was. Mr Harding had accordingly made up his mind that he would return to his old home at the hospital, and, to tell the truth, had experienced almost a childish pleasure in the idea of doing so. The diminished income was to him not even the source of momentary regret. The matron and the old women did rather go against the grain, but he was able to console himself with the reflection that, after all, such an arrangement might be of real service to the poor of the city. The thought that he must receive his reappointment as the gift of the new bishop, and probably through the hands of Mr Slope, annoyed him a little.
but his mind was set at rest by the assurance of the archdeacon that there would be no favour in such a presentation. The reappointment of the old warden would be regarded by all the world as a matter of course. Mr Harding therefore felt no hesitation in telling his daughter that they might look upon his return to his old quarters as a settled matter.
"And you won't have to ask for it, papa?"
"Certainly not, my dear. There is no ground on which I could ask for any favour from the bishop, whom indeed I hardly know. Nor would I ask a favour, the granting of which might possibly be made a question to be settled by Mr Slope. No," said he, moved for a moment by a spirit very unlike his own, "I certainly shall be very glad to go back to the hospital, but I should never go there if it were necessary that my doing so should be the subject of a request to Mr Slope."
This little outbreak of her father's anger jarred on the present tone of Eleanor's mind. She had not learnt to like Mr Slope, but she had learnt to think that he had much respect for her father, and she would therefore willingly use her efforts to induce something like good feeling between them. "Papa," said she, "I think you somewhat mistake Mr Slope's character."
"Do I?"
said he, placidly. "I think you do, papa. I think he intended no personal disrespect to you when he preached the sermon which made the archdeacon and the dean so angry."
"I never supposed he did, my dear. I hope I never inquired within myself whether he did or no. Such a matter would be unworthy of any inquiry, and very unworthy of the consideration of the chapter. But I fear he intended disrespect to the ministration of God's services, as conducted in conformity with the rules of the Church of England."
"But might it not be that he thought it his duty to express his dissent from that which you and the dean and all of us here so much approve?"
"It can hardly be the duty of a young man rudely to assail the religious convictions of his elders in the church. Courtesy should have kept him silent, even if neither charity nor modesty could do so."
"But Mr Slope would say that on such a subject the commands of his heavenly master do not admit of his being silent."
"Nor of his being courteous, Eleanor?"
"He did not say that, papa."
"Believe me, my child, that Christian ministers are never called on by God's word to insult the convictions or even the prejudices of their brethren, and that religion is at any rate not less susceptible of urbane and courteous conduct among men than any other study which men may take up. I am sorry to say that I cannot defend Mr Slope's sermon in the cathedral. But come, my dear, put on your bonnet, and let us walk round the dear old gardens at the hospital. I have never yet had the heart to go beyond the courtyard since we left the place. Now I think I can venture to enter."
Eleanor rang the bell, and gave a variety of imperative charges as to the welfare of the precious baby, whom all but unwillingly she was about to leave for an hour or so, and then sauntered forth with her father to revisit the old hospital. It had been forbidden ground to her as well as to him since the day on which they had walked forth together from its walls. End of chapter 8. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 9 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 9. The Stanhope Family. It is now 3 months since Dr Proudie began his reign, and changes have already been effected in the diocese, which show at least the energy of an active mind. Among other things, absentee clergymen have been favoured with hints much too strong to be overlooked. Poor dear old Bishop Grantly had on this matter been too lenient, and the Archdeacon had never been inclined to be severe with those who were absent on reputable pretences, and who provided for their duties in a liberal way. Among the greatest of the diocesan sinners in this respect was Dr Vesey Stanhope. Years had now passed since he had done a day's duty, and yet there was no reason against his doing duty, except a want of inclination on his own part. He held a prebendal stall in the diocese, one of the best residencies in the close, and the two large rectories of Crabtree Canonicorum and Stog Pignum. Indeed, he had the cure of 3 parishes, for that of Eiderdown was joined to Stog Pignum. He had resided in Italy for 12 years. His first going there had been attributed to a sore throat, and that sore throat, though never repeated in any violent manner, had stood him in such stead that it had enabled him to live in easy idleness ever since. He had now been summoned home, not indeed with rough violence, or by any peremptory command, but by a mandate which he found himself unable to disregard. Mr Slope had written to him by the bishop's desire. In the first place, the bishop much wanted the valuable co-operation of Dr Vesey Stanhope in the diocese. In the next, the bishop thought it his imperative duty to become personally acquainted with the most conspicuous of his diocesan clergy. Then the bishop thought it essentially necessary for Dr Stanhope's own interests that Dr Stanhope should, at any rate for a time, return to Barchester. And lastly, it was said that so strong a feeling was at the present moment evinced by the hierarchs of the church with reference to the absence of its clerical members, that it behoved Dr Vesey Stanhope not to allow his name to stand among those which would probably in a few months be submitted to the councils of the nation. There was something so ambiguously frightful in this last threat that Dr Stanhope determined to spend 2 or 3 summer months at his residence in Barchester. His rectories were inhabited by his curates, and he felt himself from disuse to be unfit for parochial duty, but his prebendal home was kept empty for him, and he thought it probable that he might be able now and again to preach a prebendal sermon. He arrived therefore with all his family at Barchester, and he and they must be introduced to my readers. The great family characteristic of the Stanhopes might probably be said to be heartlessness, but this want of feeling was in most of them accompanied by so great an amount of good nature as to make itself but little noticeable to the world. They were so prone to oblige their neighbours that their neighbours failed to perceive how indifferent to them was the happiness and well-being of those around them. The Stanhopes would visit you in your sickness, provided it were not contagious, would bring you oranges, French novels, and the last new bit of scandal, and then hear of your death or your recovery with an equally indifferent composure. Their conduct to each other was the same as to the world. They bore and forbore, and there was sometimes, as will be seen, much necessity for forbearing, but their love among themselves rarely reached above this. It is astonishing how much each of the family was able to do, and how much each did, to prevent the well-being of the other 4. For there were 5 in all, the doctor namely, and Mrs Stanhope, 2 daughters and 1 son. The doctor perhaps was the least singular and most estimable of them all, and yet such good qualities as he possessed were all negative. He was a good-looking, rather plethoric gentleman, of about 60 years of age. His hair was snow white, very plentiful, and somewhat like wool of the finest description. His whiskers were very large and very white, and gave to his face the appearance of a benevolent, sleepy old lion. His dress was always unexceptionable. Although he had lived so many years in Italy, it was invariably of a decent clerical hue, but it never was hyper-clerical. He was a man not given to much talking, but what little he did say was generally well said. His reading seldom went beyond romances and poetry of the lightest, and not always most moral description. He was thoroughly a bon vivant, an accomplished judge of wine, though he never drank to excess, and a most inexorable critic in all affairs touching the kitchen. He had had much to forgive in his own family, since a family had grown up around him, and had forgiven everything, except inattention to his dinner. His weakness in that respect was now fully understood, and his temper but seldom tried. As Dr. Stanhope was a clergyman, it may be supposed that his religious convictions made up a considerable part of his character, but this was not so. That he had religious convictions must be believed, but he rarely obtruded them even on his children. This abstinence on his part was not systematic, but very characteristic of the man. It was not that he had predetermined never to influence their thoughts, but he was so habitually idle that his time for doing so had never come, till the opportunity for doing so was gone for ever. Whatever conviction the father may have had, the children were at any rate but indifferent members of the church from which he drew his income. Such was Dr. Stanhope. The features of Mrs. Stanhope's character were even less plainly marked than those of her lord. The far niente of her Italian life had entered into her very soul, and brought her to regard a state of inactivity as the only earthly good. In manner and appearance she was exceedingly prepossessing. She had been a beauty, and even now, at 55, she was a handsome woman. Her dress was always perfect. She never dressed but once in the day, and never appeared till between 3 and 4. But when she did appear, she appeared at her best. Whether the toil rested partly with her, or wholly with her handmaid, it is not for such a one as the author even to imagine. The structure of her attire was always elaborate, and yet never over-laboured. She was rich in apparel, but not bedizened with finery. Her ornaments were costly, rare, and such as could not fail to attract notice, but they did not look as though worn with that purpose. She well knew the great architectural secret of decorating her constructions, and never descended to construct a decoration. But when we have said that Mrs. Stanhope knew how to dress, and used her knowledge daily, we have said all. Other purpose in life she had none. It was something indeed that she did not interfere with the purposes of others. In early life she had undergone great trials with reference to the doctor's dinners, but for the last 10 or 12 years her elder daughter Charlotte had taken that labour off her hands, and she had had little to trouble her. Little, that is, till the edict for this terrible English journey had gone forth. Since then, indeed, her life had been laborious enough. For such a one, the toil of being carried from the shores of Como to the city of Barchester is more than labour enough, let the care of the carriers be ever so vigilant. Mrs. Stanhope had been obliged to have every one of her dresses taken in from the effects of the journey. Charlotte Stanhope was at this time about 35 years old, and whatever may have been her faults, she had none of those which belong particularly to old young ladies. She neither dressed young, nor talked young, nor indeed looked young. She appeared to be perfectly content with her time of life, and in no way affected the graces of youth. She was a fine young woman, and had she been a man, would have been a very fine young man. All that was done in the house, and that was not done by servants, was done by her. She gave the orders, paid the bills, hired and dismissed the domestics, made the tea, carved the meat, and managed everything in the Stanhope household. She, and she alone, could ever induce her father to look into the state of his worldly concerns. She, and she alone, could in any degree control the absurdities of her sister. She, and she alone, prevented the whole family from falling into utter disrepute and beggary. It was by her advice that they now found themselves very unpleasantly situated in Barchester. So far the character of Charlotte Stanhope is not unprepossessing, but it remains to be said that the influence which she had in her family, though it had been used to a certain extent for their worldly well-being, had not been used to their real benefit, as it might have been. She had aided her father in his indifference to his professional duties, counselling him that his livings were as much his individual property as the estates of his elder brother were the property of that worthy peer. She had for years past stifled every little rising wish for a return to England which the doctor had from time to time expressed. She had encouraged her mother in her idleness, in order that she herself might be mistress and manager of the Stanhope household. She had encouraged and fostered the follies of her sister, though she was always willing and often able to protect her from their probable result. She had done her best, and had thoroughly succeeded in spoiling her brother, and turning him loose upon the world an idle man, without a profession, and without a shilling that he could call his own. Miss Stanhope was a clever woman, able to talk on most subjects, and quite indifferent as to what the subject was. She prided herself on her freedom from English prejudice, and, she might have added, from feminine delicacy. On religion she was a pure free thinker, and with much want of true affection, delighted to throw out her own views before the troubled mind of her father. To have shaken what remained of his Church of England faith would have gratified her much, but the idea of his abandoning his preferment in the Church had never once presented itself to her mind. How could he, indeed, when he had no income from any other source? But the two most prominent members of the family still remain to be described. The second child had been christened Madeline, and had been a great beauty. We need not say had been, for she was never more beautiful than at the time of which we write, though her person for many years had been disfigured by an accident. It is unnecessary that we should give in detail the early history of Madeline Stanhope. She had gone to Italy when about 17 years of age, and had been allowed to make the most of her surpassing beauty in the salons of Milan, and among the crowded villas along the shores of the Lake of Como. She had become famous for adventures in which her character was just not lost, and had destroyed the hearts of a dozen cavaliers without once being touched in her own. Blood had flowed in quarrels about her charms, and she had heard of these encounters with pleasurable excitement. It had been told of her that on one occasion she had stood by in the disguise of a page, and had seen her lover fall. As is so often the case, she had married the very worst of those who sought her hand. Why she had chosen Paolo Neroni, a man of no birth and no property, a mere captain in the Pope's guard, one who had come up to Milan either simply as an adventurer, or else as a spy, a man of harsh temper and oily manners, mean in figure, swarthy in face, and so false in words as to be hourly detected, need not now be told. When the moment for doing so came, she had probably no alternative. He, at any rate, had become her husband, and after a prolonged honeymoon among the lakes, they had gone together to Rome, the papal captain having vainly endeavoured to induce his wife to remain behind him. 6 months afterwards she arrived at her father's house a cripple and a mother. She had arrived without even notice, with hardly clothes to cover her, and without one of those many ornaments which had graced her bridal trousseau. Her baby was in the arms of a poor girl from Milan, whom she had taken in exchange for the Roman maid who had accompanied her thus far, and who had then, as her mistress said, become homesick and had returned. It was clear that the lady had determined that there should be no witness to tell stories of her life in Rome. She had fallen, she said, in ascending a ruin, and had fatally injured the sinews of her knees, so fatally that when she stood she lost 8 inches of her accustomed height, so fatally that when she essayed to move she could only drag herself painfully along, with protruded hip and extended foot, in a manner less graceful than that of a hunchback. She had consequently made up her mind once and forever that she would never stand, and never attempt to move herself. Stories were not slow to follow her, averring that she had been cruelly ill-used by Neroni, and that to his violence had she owed her accident. Be that as it may, little had been said about her husband, but that little had made it clearly intelligible to the family that Signor Neroni was to be seen and heard of no more. There was no question as to readmitting the poor, ill-used beauty to her old family rights, no question as to adopting her infant daughter beneath the Stanhope roof-tree. Though heartless, the Stanhopes were not selfish. The two were taken in, petted, made much of, for a time all but adored, and then felt by the two parents to be great nuisances in the house. But in the house the lady was, and there she remained, having her own way, though that way was not very conformable with the customary usages of an English clergyman. Madame Neroni, though forced to give up all motion in the world, had no intention whatever of giving up the world itself. The beauty of her face was uninjured, and that beauty was of a peculiar kind. Her copious rich brown hair was worn in Grecian bandeau round her head, displaying as much as possible of her forehead and cheeks. Her forehead, though rather low, was very beautiful from its perfect contour and pearly whiteness. Her eyes were long and large and marvellously bright. Might I venture to say bright as Lucifer's, I should perhaps best express the depth of their brilliancy. They were dreadful eyes to look at, such as would absolutely deter any man of quiet mind and easy spirit from attempting a passage of arms with such foes. There was talent in them, and the fire of passion and the play of wit, but there was no love. Cruelty was there instead, and courage, a desire of masterhood, cunning, and a wish for mischief. And yet, as eyes, they were very beautiful. The eyelashes were long and perfect, and the long, steady, unabashed gaze with which she would look into the face of her admirer fascinated while it frightened him. She was a basilisk from whom an ardent lover of beauty could make no escape. Her nose and mouth and teeth and chin and neck and bust were perfect, much more so at 28 than they had been at 18. What wonder that with such charm still glowing in her face, and with such deformity destroying her figure, she should resolve to be seen but only to be seen reclining on a sofa. Her resolve had not been carried out without difficulty. She had still frequented the opera at Milan. She had still been seen occasionally in the salons of the noblesse. She had caused herself to be carried in and out from her carriage, and that in such a manner as in no wise to disturb her charms, disarrange her dress, or expose her deformities. Her sister always accompanied her, and a maid, a manservant also, and on state occasions two. It was impossible that her purpose could have been achieved with less, and yet, poor as she was, she had achieved her purpose. And then again, the more dissolute Italian youths of Milan frequented the Stanhope villa and surrounded her couch, not greatly to her father's satisfaction. Sometimes his spirit would rise, a dark spot would show itself on his cheek, and he would rebel, but Charlotte would assuage him with some peculiar triumph of her culinary art, and all again would be smooth for a while. Madeline affected all manner of rich and quaint devices in the garniture of her room, her person, and her feminine belongings. In nothing was this more apparent than in the visiting card which she had prepared for her use. For such an article, one would say that she, in her present state, could have but small need, seeing how improbable it was that she should make a morning call, but not such was her own opinion. Her card was surrounded by a deep border of gilding. On this she had imprinted in 3 lines, La Signora Madeline Visi Neroni, nata Stanhope, and over the name she had a bright gilt coronet, which certainly looked very magnificent. How she had come to concoct such a name for herself it would be difficult to explain. Her father had been christened Vesey, as another man is christened Thomas, and she had no more right to assume it than would have the daughter of a Mr Josiah Jones to call herself Mrs Josiah Smith on marrying a man of the latter name. The gold coronet was equally out of place, and perhaps inserted with even less excuse. Paolo Neroni had had not the faintest title to call himself a scion of even Italian nobility. Had the pair met in England, Neroni would probably have been a count, but they had met in Italy, and any such pretence on his part would have been simply ridiculous. A coronet, however, was a pretty ornament, and if it could solace a poor cripple to have such on her card, who would begrudge it to her? Of her husband, or of his individual family, she never spoke, but with her admirers she would often allude, in a mysterious way, to her married life and isolated state, and pointing to her daughter, would call her the last of the blood of the emperors, thus referring Neroni's extraction to the old Roman family from which the worst of the Caesars sprang. The signora was not without talent, and not without a certain sort of industry. She was an indomitable letter writer, and her letters were worth the postage. They were full of wit, mischief, satire, love, latitudinarian philosophy, free religion, and sometimes, alas, loose ribaldry. The subject, however, depended entirely on the recipient, and she was prepared to correspond with anyone but moral young ladies or stiff old women. She wrote also a kind of poetry, generally in Italian, and short romances, generally in French. She read much of a desultory sort of literature, and as a modern linguist had really made great proficiency. Such was the lady who had now come to wound the hearts of the men of Barchester. Ethelbert Stanhope was in some respects like his younger sister, but he was less inestimable as a man than she as a woman. His great fault was an entire absence of that principle which should have induced him, as the son of a man without fortune, to earn his own bread. Many attempts had been made to get him to do so, but these had all been frustrated, not so much by idleness on his own part, as by a disinclination to exert himself in any way not to his taste. He had been educated at Eton, and had been intended for the church, but he had left Cambridge in disgust after a single term, and notified to his father his intention to study for the bar. Preparatory to that, he thought it well that he should attend a German university, and consequently went to Leipzig. There he remained 2 years, and brought away a knowledge of German and a taste for the fine arts. He still, however, intended himself for the bar, took chambers, engaged himself to sit at the feet of a learned pundit, and spent a season in London. He there found that all his aptitudes inclined him to the life of an artist, and he determined to live by painting. With this object he returned to Milan, and had himself rigged out for Rome. As a painter he might have earned his bread, for he wanted only diligence to excel. But when at Rome his mind was carried away by other things. He soon wrote home for money, saying that he had been converted to the mother church, that he was already an acolyte of the Jesuits, and that he was about to start with others to Palestine on a mission for converting Jews. He did go to Judea, but being unable to convert the Jews, was converted by them. He again wrote home to say that Moses was the only giver of perfect laws to the world, that the coming of the true Messiah was at hand, that great things were doing in Palestine, and that he had met one of the family of Sidonia, a most remarkable man who was now on his way to Western Europe, and whom he had induced to deviate from his route with the object of calling at the Stanhope villa. Ethelbert then expressed his hope that his mother and sisters would listen to this wonderful prophet. His father, he knew, could not do so from pecuniary considerations. This Sidonia, however, did not take so strong a fancy to him as another of that family once did to a young English nobleman. At least he provided him with no heaps of gold as large as lions, so that the Judaized Ethelbert was again obliged to draw on the revenues of the Christian church. It is needless to tell how the father swore that he would send no more money and receive no Jew, nor how Charlotte declared that Ethelbert could not be left penniless in Jerusalem, and how La Signora Neroni resolved to have Sidonia at her feet. The money was sent, and the Jew did come. The Jew did come, but he was not at all to the taste of La Signora. He was a dirty little old man, and though he had provided no golden lions, he had, it seems, relieved young Stanhope's necessities. He positively refused to leave the villa till he had got a bill from the doctor on his London bankers. Ethelbert did not long remain a Jew. He soon reappeared at the villa without prejudices on the subject of his religion, and with a firm resolve to achieve fame and fortune as a sculptor. He brought with him some models which he had originated at Rome, and which really gave such fair promise that his father was induced to go to further expense in furthering these views. Ethelbert opened an establishment, or rather took lodgings and a workshop, at Carrara, and there spoilt much marble and made some few pretty images. Since that period, now 4 years ago, he had alternated between Carrara and the villa, but his sojourns at the workshop became shorter and shorter, and those at the villa longer and longer. 'Twas no wonder, for Carrara is not a spot in which an Englishman would like to dwell. When the family started for England, he had resolved not to be left behind, and with the assistance of his elder sister had carried his point against his father's wishes. It was necessary, he said, that he should come to England for orders. How otherwise was he to bring his profession to account? In personal appearance, Ethelbert Stanhope was the most singular of beings. He was certainly very handsome, He had his sister Madeline's eyes, without their stare, and without their hard, cunning, cruel firmness. They were also very much lighter, and of so light and clear a blue as to make his face remarkable, if nothing else did so. On entering a room with him, Ethelbert's blue eyes would be the first thing you would see, and on leaving it, almost the last you would forget. His light hair was very long and silky, coming down over his coat. His beard had been prepared in Holy Land, and was patriarchal. He never shaved, and rarely trimmed it. It was glossy, soft, clean, and altogether not unprepossessing. It was such that ladies might desire to reel it off and work it into their patterns in lieu of floss silk. His complexion was fair and almost pink. He was small in height and slender in limb, but well made, and his voice was of peculiar sweetness. In manner and dress he was equally remarkable. He had none of the mauvaise honte of an Englishman. He required no introduction to make himself agreeable to any person. He habitually addressed strangers, ladies as well as men, without any such formality, and in doing so never seemed to meet with rebuke. His costume cannot be described, because it was so various, but it was always totally opposed in every principle of colour and construction to the dress of those with whom he for the time consorted. He was habitually addicted to making love to ladies, and did so without any scruples of conscience, or any idea that such a practice was amiss. He had no heart to touch himself, and was literally unaware that humanity was subject to such an infliction. He had not thought much about it, but had he been asked, would have said that ill-treating a lady's heart meant injuring her promotion in the world. His principles, therefore, forbade him to pay attention to a girl if he thought any man was present whom it might suit her to marry. In this manner his good nature frequently interfered with his amusement, but he had no other motive in abstaining from the fullest declarations of love to every girl that pleased his eye. Bertie Stanhope, as he was generally called, was, however, popular with both sexes, and with Italians as well as English. His circle of acquaintance was very large, and embraced people of all sorts. He had no respect for rank, and no aversion to those below him. He had lived on familiar terms with English peers, German shopkeepers, and Roman priests. All people were nearly alike to him. He was above, or rather below, all prejudices. No virtue could charm him, no vice shock him. He had about him a natural good manner, which seemed to qualify him for the highest circles, and yet he was never out of place in the lowest. He had no principle, no regard for others, no self-respect, no desire to be other than a drone in the hive, if only he could, as a drone, get what honey was sufficient for him. Of honey in his latter days it may probably be presaged that he will have but short allowance. Such was the family of the Stanhopes, who at this period suddenly joined themselves to the ecclesiastical circle of Barchester Close. Any stranger union it would be impossible perhaps to conceive, and it was not as though they all fell down into the cathedral precincts hitherto unknown and untalked of. In such case no amalgamation would have been at all probable between the newcomers and either the Proudie set or the Grantly set. But such was far from being the case. The Stanhopes were all known by name in Barchester, and Barchester was prepared to receive them with open arms. The doctor was one of her prebendaries, one of her rectors, one of her pillars of strength, and was, moreover, counted on as a sure ally by both Proudies and Grantlys. He himself was the brother of one peer, and his wife was the sister of another, and both these peers were lords of Whiggish tendency, with whom the new bishop had some sort of alliance. This was sufficient to give to Mr Slope high hope that he might enlist Dr Stanhope on his side before his enemies could outmanoeuvre him. On the other hand, the old dean had many years ago, in the days of the doctor's clerical energies, been instrumental in assisting him in his views as to preferment, and many years ago also the two doctors, Stanhope and Grantly, had, as young parsons, been joyous together in the common rooms of Oxford. Dr Grantly consequently did not doubt but that the newcomer would range himself under his banners. Little did any of them dream of what ingredients the Stanhope family was now composed. End of chapter 9. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 10 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 10. Mrs Proudie's reception commenced. The bishop and his wife had spent only 3 or 4 days in Barchester on the occasion of their first visit. His lordship had, as we have seen, taken his seat on his throne, but his demeanour there, into which it had been his intention to infuse much hierarchical dignity, had been a good deal disarranged by the audacity of his chaplain's sermon. He had hardly dared to look his clergy in the face, and to declare by the severity of his countenance that in truth he meant all that his factotum was saying on his behalf. Nor yet did he dare to throw Mr Slope over, and show to those around him that he was no party to the sermon, and would resent it. He had accordingly blessed his people in a shambling manner, not at all to his own satisfaction, and had walked back to his palace with his mind very doubtful as to what he would say to his chaplain on the subject. He did not remain long in doubt. He had hardly doffed his lawn when the partner of all his toils entered his study, and exclaimed, even before she had seated herself, "Bishop, did you ever hear a more sublime, more spirit-moving, more appropriate discourse than that?" "Well, my love, The bishop did not know what to say. "I hope, my lord, you don't mean to say you disapprove?" There was a look about the lady's eye which did not admit of my lord's disapproving at that moment. He felt that, if he intended to disapprove, it must be now or never, but he also felt that it could not be now. It was not in him to say to the wife of his bosom that Mr Slope's sermon was ill-timed, impertinent, and vexatious. No, replied the bishop. No, I can't say I disapprove. A very clever sermon, and very well intended, and I dare say will do a great deal of good. This last praise was added, seeing that what he had already said by no means satisfied Mrs Proudie. "I hope it will," said she, "and I am sure it was well deserved. Did you ever in your life, Bishop, hear anything so like play acting as the way in which Mr Harding sings the litany? I shall beg Mr Slope to continue a course of sermons on the subject till all that is altered. We will have, at any rate in our cathedral, a decent, godly, modest morning service. There must be no more play acting here now." And so the lady rang for lunch. The bishop knew more about cathedrals and deans and precentors and church services than his wife did, and also more of a bishop's powers, but he thought it better at present to let the subject drop. "My dear," said he, "I think we must go back to London on Tuesday,
I find my staying here will be very inconvenient to the government." The bishop knew that to this proposal his wife would not object, and he also felt that by thus retreating from the ground of battle, the heat of the fight might be got over in his absence. "Mr Slope will remain here, of course?" said the lady. "Oh, of course," said the bishop. Thus, after less than a week's sojourn in his palace, did the bishop fly from Barchester, nor did he return to it for 2 months, the London season being then over. During that time Mr Slope was not idle, but he did not again essay to preach in the cathedral. In answer to Mrs Proudie's letters advising a course of sermons, he had pleaded that he would at any rate wish to put off such an undertaking till she was there to hear them. He had employed his time in consolidating a Proudie and Slope party, or rather a Slope and Proudie party, and he had not employed his time in vain. He did not meddle with the dean and chapter, except by giving them little teasing intimations of the bishop's wishes about this, and the bishop's feelings about that, in a manner which was to them sufficiently annoying, but which they could not resent. He preached once or twice in a distant church in the suburbs of the city, but made no allusion to the cathedral service. He commenced the establishment of 2 bishops' Barchester Sabbath-day schools, gave notice of a proposed bishop's Barchester young men's Sabbath evening lecture room, and wrote 3 or 4 letters to the manager of the Barchester branch railway, informing him how anxious the bishop was that the Sunday trains should be discontinued. At the end of 2 months, however, the bishop and the lady reappeared, and as a happy harbinger of their return, heralded their advent by the promise of an evening party on the largest scale. The tickets of invitation were sent out from London. They were dated from Bruton Street, and were dispatched by the odious Sabbath-breaking railway in a huge brown paper parcel to Mr Slope. Everybody calling himself a gentleman or herself a lady within the city of Barchester and a circle of 2 miles round it was included. Tickets were sent to all the diocesan clergy, and also to many other persons of priestly note, of whose absence the bishop, or at least the bishop's wife, felt tolerably confident. It was intended, however, to be a thronged and noticeable affair, and preparations were made for receiving some hundreds. And now there arose considerable agitation among the Grantlyites whether or no they would attend the episcopal bidding. The first feeling with them all was to send the briefest excuses, both for themselves and their wives and daughters. But by degrees policy prevailed over passion. The archdeacon perceived that he would be making a false step if he allowed the cathedral clergy to give the bishop just ground of umbrage. They all met in conclave and agreed to go. They would show that they were willing to respect the office, much as they might dislike the man. They agreed to go. The old dean would crawl in, if it were but for half an hour. The chancellor, treasurer, archdeacon, prebendaries, and minor canons would all go, and would all take their wives. Mr Harding was especially bidden to do so, resolving in his heart to keep himself far removed from Mrs Proudie, and Mrs Bold was determined to go, though assured by her father that there was no necessity for such a sacrifice on her part.
When all Barchester was to be there, neither Eleanor nor Mary Bold understood why they should stay away.
Had they not been invited separately, and had not a separate little note from the chaplain couched in the most respectful language, being enclosed with the huge episcopal card, and the Stanhopes would be there, one and all. Even the lethargic mother would so far bestir herself on such an occasion. They had only just arrived. The card was at the residence waiting for them. No one in Barchester had seen them. What better opportunity could they have of showing themselves to the Barchester world? Some few old friends, such as the Archdeacon and his wife, had called and had found the doctor and his eldest daughter, but the elite of the family were not yet known. The doctor indeed wished in his heart to prevent the signora from accepting the bishop's invitation, but she herself had fully determined that she would accept it. If her father was ashamed of having his daughter carried into a bishop's palace, she had no such feeling. "Indeed I shall," she had said to her sister, who had gently endeavoured to dissuade her by saying that the company would consist wholly of parsons and parsons' wives. "Parsons, I suppose, are much the same as other men, if you strip them of their black coats; and as to their wives, I dare say they won't trouble me. You may tell papa I don't at all mean to be left at home." Papa was told, and felt that he could do nothing but yield. He also felt that it was useless for him now to be ashamed of his children. Such as they were, they had become such under his auspices. As he had made his bed, so he must lie upon it. As he had sown his seed, so must he reap his corn. He did not indeed utter such reflections in such language, but such was the gist of his thought. It was not because Madeline was a cripple that he shrank from seeing her made one of the bishop's guests, but because he knew that she would practice her accustomed lures, and behave herself in a way that could not fail of being distasteful to the propriety of English women. These things had annoyed but not shocked him in Italy. There they had shocked no one. But here in Barchester, here among his fellow parsons, he was ashamed that they should be seen. Such had been his feelings, but he repressed them. What if his brother clergymen were shocked? They could not take from him his preferment because the manners of his married daughter were too free. La Signora Neroni had at any rate no fear that she would shock anybody. Her ambition was to create a sensation, to have parsons at her feet, seeing that the manhood of Barchester consisted mainly of parsons, and to send, if possible, every parson's wife home with a green fit of jealousy. None could be too old for her, and hardly any too young, none too sanctified, and none too worldly. She was quite prepared to entrap the bishop himself, and then to turn up her nose at the bishop's wife. She did not doubt of success, for she had always succeeded. But one thing was absolutely necessary: she must secure the entire use of a sofa. The card sent to Dr and Mrs Stanhope and family had been so sent in an envelope having on the cover Mr Slope's name. The signora soon learnt that Mrs Proudie was not yet at the palace, and that the chaplain was managing everything. It was much more in her line to apply to him than to the lady, and she accordingly wrote him the prettiest little billet in the world. In 5 lines she explained everything, declared how impossible it was for her not to be desirous to make the acquaintance of such persons as the Bishop of Barchester and his wife, and she might add also of Mr Slope, depicted her own grievous state, and concluded by being assured that Mrs Proudie would forgive her extreme hardihood in petitioning to be allowed to be carried to a sofa. She then enclosed one of her beautiful cards. In return she received as polite an answer from Mr Slope. "A sofa should be kept in the large drawing room, immediately at the top of the grand stairs, especially for her use." And now the day of the party had arrived. The bishop and his wife came down from town only on the morning of the eventful day, as behoved such great people to do. But Mr Slope had toiled day and night to see that everything should be in right order. There had been much to do. No company had been seen in the palace since heaven knows when. New furniture had been required, new pots and pans, new cups and saucers, new dishes and plates. Mrs Proudie had at first declared that she would condescend to nothing so vulgar as eating and drinking, but Mr Slope had talked, or rather written her out of economy. Bishops should be given to hospitality, and hospitality meant eating and drinking. So the supper was conceded. The guests, however, were to stand as they consumed it. There were 4 rooms opening into each other on the first floor of the house, which were denominated the drawing rooms, the reception room, and Mrs Proudie's boudoir. In olden days one of these had been Bishop Grantly's bedroom, and another his common sitting room and study. The present bishop, however, had been moved down into a back parlour, and had been given to understand that he could very well receive his clergy in the dining room, should they arrive in too large a flock to be admitted into his small sanctum. He had been unwilling to yield, but after a short debate had yielded. Mrs Proudie's heart beat high as she inspected her suite of rooms. They were really very magnificent, or at least would be so by candlelight, and they had nevertheless been got up with commendable economy. Large rooms, when full of people and full of light, look well, because they are large and are full and are light. Small rooms are those which require costly fittings and rich furniture. Mrs Proudie knew this, and made the most of it. She had therefore a huge gas lamp with a dozen burners hanging from each of the ceilings. People were to arrive at 10. Supper was to last from 12 till 1, and at 1:30 everybody was to be gone. Carriages were to come in at the gate in the town, and depart at the gate outside. They were desired to take up at 1:15. It was managed excellently, and Mr Slope was invaluable. At 9:30 the bishop and his wife and their 3 daughters entered the great reception room, and very grand and very solemn they were. Mr Slope was downstairs, giving the last orders about the wine. He well understood that curates and country vicars, with their belongings, did not require so generous an article as the dignitaries of the close. There is a useful gradation in such things, and Marsala at 20 shillings a dozen did very well for the exterior supplementary tables in the corner. "Bishop," said the lady, as his lordship sat himself down, "don't sit on that sofa, if you please. It is to be kept separate for a lady." The bishop jumped up and seated himself on a cane-bottomed chair. "A lady?" he inquired meekly. "Do you mean one particular lady, my dear?" "Yes, bishop, one particular lady," said his wife, disdaining to explain. "She has got no legs, papa," said the youngest daughter, tittering. "No legs?" said the bishop, opening his eyes. "Nonsense, Netta, what stuff you talk," said Olivia. She has got legs, but she can't use them. She has always to be kept lying down, and 3 or 4 men carry her about everywhere." "Laws, how odd!" said Augusta. "Always carried about by 4 men! I'm sure I shouldn't like it. Am I right behind, mamma? I feel as if I was open." And she turned her back to her anxious parent. "Open! To be sure you are," said she, "and a yard of petticoat strings hanging out. I don't know why I pay such high wages to Mrs Richards, if she can't take the trouble to see whether or no you are fit to be looked at." And Mrs Proudie poked the strings here, and twitched the dress there, and gave her daughter a shove and a shake, and then pronounced it all right.
"But,"
rejoined the bishop, who was dying with curiosity about the mysterious lady and her legs,
"who is it that is to have the sofa? What's her name, Netta?"
A thundering rap at the front door interrupted the conversation. Mrs Proudie stood up and shook herself gently, and touched her cap on each side as she looked in the mirror. Each of the girls stood on tiptoe and rearranged the bows on their bosoms, and Mr Slope rushed upstairs 3 steps at a time.
"But who is it, Netta?"
whispered the bishop to his youngest daughter. "La Signora Madeline Vici Neroni," whispered back the daughter, "and mind you don't let anyone sit upon the sofa."
"La Signora Madeline Vici Neroni," muttered to himself the bewildered prelate. Had he been told that the Begum of Oude was to be there, or Queen Pomara of the Western Isles, he could not have been more astonished. La Signora Madeline Vicinironi, who, having no legs to stand on, had bespoken a sofa in his drawing room. Who could she be? He, however, could now make no further inquiry, as Dr and Mrs Stanhope were announced. They had been sent on out of the way a little before the time, in order that the signora might have plenty of time to get herself conveniently packed into the carriage. The bishop was all smiles for the prebendary's wife, and the bishop's wife was all smiles for the prebendary. Mr Slope was presented, and was delighted to make the acquaintance of one of whom he had heard so much. The doctor bowed very low, and then looked as though he could not return the compliment as regarded Mr Slope, of whom indeed he had heard nothing. The doctor, in spite of his long absence, knew an English gentleman when he saw him. And then the guests came in shoals. Mr and Mrs Quiverful and their 3 grown daughters, Mr and Mrs Chadwick and their 3 daughters, the burly chancellor and his wife and clerical son from Oxford, the meagre little doctor without encumbrance, Mr Harding with Eleanor and Miss Bold, the dean leaning on a gaunt spinster, his only child, now living with him, a lady very learned in stones, ferns, plants, and vermin, and who had written a book about petals. A wonderful woman in her way was Miss Trefoil. Mr Finney, the attorney, with his wife, was to be seen, much to the dismay of many who had never met him in a drawing room before. The 5 Barchester doctors were all there, and old Scalpon, the retired apothecary and tooth drawer, who was first taught to consider himself as belonging to the higher orders by the receipt of the bishop's card. Then came the archdeacon and his wife, with their elder daughter Griselda, a slim, pale, retiring girl of 17, who kept close to her mother, and looked out on the world with quiet, watchful eyes, one who gave promise of much beauty when time should have ripened it. And so the rooms became full, and knots were formed, and every newcomer paid his respects to my lord, and passed on, not presuming to occupy too much of the great man's attention.
The archdeacon shook hands very heartily with Dr Stanhope, and Mrs Grantly seated herself by the doctor's wife, and Mrs Proudie moved about with well-regulated grace, measuring out the quantity of her favours to the quality of her guests, just as Mr Slope had been doing with the wine. But the sofa was still empty, and 25 ladies and 5 gentlemen had been courteously warned off it by the mindful chaplain. "Why doesn't she come?" said the bishop to himself. His mind was so preoccupied with the signora that he hardly remembered how to behave himself en bishop. At last a carriage dashed up to the hall steps with a very different manner of approach from that of any other vehicle that had been there that evening. A perfect commotion took place. The doctor, who heard it as he was standing in the drawing room, knew that his daughter was coming, and retired into the furthest corner, where he might not see her entrance. Mrs Proudie perked herself up, feeling that some important piece of business was in hand. The bishop was instinctively aware that La Signora Vicinironi was come at last, and Mr Slope hurried into the hall to give his assistance. He was, however, nearly knocked down and trampled on by the cortege that he encountered on the hall steps. He got himself picked up as well as he could, and followed the cortege upstairs. The signora was carried head foremost, her head being the care of her brother and an Italian manservant who was accustomed to the work. Her feet were in the care of the lady's maid and the lady's Italian page, and Charlotte Stanhope followed to see that all was done with due grace and decorum. In this manner they climbed easily into the drawing room, and a broad way through the crowd having been opened, the signora rested safely on her couch. She had sent a servant beforehand to learn whether it was a right or a left-hand sofa, for it required that she should dress accordingly, particularly as regarded her bracelets. And very becoming her dress was. It was white velvet, without any other garniture than rich white lace, worked with pearls across her bosom, and the same round the armlets of her dress. Across her brow she wore a band of red velvet, on the centre of which shone a magnificent Cupid in mosaic, the tints of whose wings were of the most lovely azure, and the colour of his chubby cheeks the clearest pink. On the one arm which her position required her to expose, she wore 3 magnificent bracelets, each of different stones. Beneath her, on the sofa and over the cushion and head of it, was spread a crimson silk mantle or shawl, which went under her whole body and concealed her feet. Dressed as she was, and looking as she did, so beautiful and yet so motionless, with the pure brilliancy of her white dress brought out and strengthened by the colour beneath it, with that lovely head and those large, bold, bright, staring eyes, it was impossible that either man or woman should do other than look at her. Neither man nor woman for some minutes did do other. Her bearers, too, were worthy of note. The 3 servants were Italian, and though perhaps not peculiar in their own country, were very much so in the palace at Barchester. The man especially attracted notice, and created a doubt in the mind of some whether he were a friend or a domestic. The same doubt was felt as to Ethelbert. The man was attired in a loose-fitting, common, black cloth morning coat. He had a jaunty, fat, well-pleased, clean face, on which no atom of beard appeared, and he wore round his neck a loose black silk neck-handkerchief. The bishop essayed to make him a bow, but the man, who was well trained, took no notice of him, and walked out of the room quite at his ease, followed by the woman and the boy. Ethelbert Stanhope was dressed in light blue from head to foot. He had on the loosest possible blue coat, cut square like a shooting coat, and very short. It was lined with silk of azure blue. He had on a blue satin waistcoat, a blue neck-handkerchief, which was fastened beneath his throat with a coral ring, and very loose blue trousers, which almost concealed his feet. His soft, glossy beard was softer and more glossy than ever. The bishop, who had made one mistake, thought that he also was a servant, and therefore tried to make way for him to pass. But Ethelbert soon corrected the error. End of chapter 10. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 11 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 11. Mrs Proudie's reception concluded. "Bishop of Barchester, I presume," said Bertie Stanhope, putting out his hand frankly. "I am delighted to make your acquaintance. We are in rather close quarters here, aren't we?" In truth they were. They had been crowded up behind the head of the sofa, the bishop in waiting to receive his guest, and the other in carrying her, and they now had hardly room to move themselves. The bishop gave his hand quickly, made his little studied bow, and was delighted to make... He couldn't go on, for he did not know whether his friend was a signor, or a count, or a prince. "My sister really puts you all to great trouble," said Bertie. "Not at all. The bishop was delighted to have the opportunity of welcoming La Signora Vicinirone," so at least he said, and attempted to force his way round to the front of the sofa. He had at any rate learnt that his strange guests were brother and sister. The man, he presumed, must be Signor Vicinirone, or count, or prince, as it might be. It was wonderful what good English he spoke. There was just a twang of foreign accent, and no more. "Do you like Barchester on the whole?" asked Bertie. The bishop, looking dignified, said that he did like Barchester. "You've not been here very long, I believe?" said Bertie. "No, not long," said the bishop, and tried again to make his way between the back of the sofa and heavy rector, who was staring over it at the grimaces of the signora. "You weren't a bishop before, were you?" Dr Proudie explained that this was the first diocese he had held. "Ah, I thought so," said Bertie. "But you are changed about sometimes, aren't you?" "Translations are occasionally made," said Dr Proudie, "but not so frequently as in former days." "They've cut them all down to pretty nearly the same figure, haven't they?" said Bertie. To this the bishop could not bring himself to make any answer, but again attempted to move the rector. "But the work, I suppose, is different?" continued Bertie. "Is there much to do here at Barchester?" This was said exactly in the tone that a young admiralty clerk might use in asking the same question of a brother acolyte at the Treasury. "The work of a bishop of the Church of England," said Dr Proudie with considerable dignity, "is not easy. The responsibility which he has to bear is very great indeed." "Is it?" said Bertie, opening wide his wonderful blue eyes. "Well, I never was afraid of responsibility. I once had thoughts of being a bishop myself." "Had thoughts of being a bishop?" said Dr Proudie, much amazed. "That is, a parson first, you know, and a bishop afterwards. If I had once begun, I'd have stuck to it. But on the whole, I like the Church of Rome the best." The bishop could not discuss the point, so he remained silent. "Now there's my father," continued Bertie. "He hasn't stuck to it. I fancy he didn't like saying the same thing over so often. By the by, bishop, have you seen my father?" The bishop was more amazed than ever. Had he seen his father? No, he replied, he had not yet had the pleasure. He hoped he might, and as he said so, he resolved to bear heavy on that fat, immovable rector, if ever he had the power of doing so. "He's in the room somewhere," said Bertie, "and he'll turn up soon. By the by, do you know much about the Jews?" At last the bishop saw a way out. "I beg your pardon," said he, "but I'm forced to go round the room." "Well, I believe I'll follow in your wake," said Bertie. "Terribly hot, isn't it?" This he addressed to the fat rector, with whom he had brought himself into the closest contact. "They've got this sofa into the worst possible part of the room. Suppose we move it. Take care, Madeline." The sofa had certainly been so placed that those who were behind it found great difficulty in getting out. There was but a narrow gangway, which one person could stop. This was a bad arrangement, and one which Bertie thought it might be well to improve. "Take care, Madeline," said he, and turning to the fat rector, added, "Just help me with a slight push." The rector's weight was resting on the sofa, and unwittingly lent all its impetus to accelerate and increase the motion which Bertie intentionally originated. The sofa rushed from its moorings and ran halfway into the middle of the room. Mrs Proudie was standing with Mr Slope in front of the signora, and had been trying to be condescending and sociable, but she was not in the very best of tempers, for she found that whenever she spoke to the lady replied by speaking to Mr Slope. Mr Slope was a favourite, no doubt, but Mrs Proudie had no idea of being less thought of than the chaplain. She was beginning to be stately, stiff, and offended, when unfortunately the caster of the sofa caught itself in her lace train, and carried away there is no saying how much of her garniture. Gathers were heard to go, stitches to crack, plaits to fly open, flounces were seen to fall, and breadths to expose themselves. A long ruin of rent lace disfigured the carpet, and still clung to the vile wheel on which the sofa moved. So, when a granite battery is raised, excellent to the eyes of warfaring men, is its strength and symmetry admired. It is the work of years. Its neat embrasures, its finished parapets, its casemated stories show all the skill of modern science. But anon a small spark is applied to the treacherous fusee, a cloud of dust arises to the heavens, and then nothing is to be seen but dirt and dust and ugly fragments. We know what was the wrath of Juno when her beauty was despised. We know to what storms of passion even celestial minds can yield. As Juno may have looked at Paris on Mount Ida, so did Mrs Proudie look on Ethelbert Stanhope when he pushed the leg of the sofa into her lace train. "Oh, you idiot, Bertie," said the signora, seeing what had been done, and what were to be the consequences.
"Idiot!"
re-echoed Mrs Proudie, as though the word were not half strong enough to express the required meaning. "I'll let him know." And then, looking round to learn at a glance the worst, she saw that at present it behoved her to collect the scattered debris of her dress. Bertie, when he saw what he had done, rushed over the sofa and threw himself on one knee before the offended lady. His object doubtless was to liberate the torn lace from the caster, but he looked as though he were imploring pardon from a goddess. "Unhand it, sir," said Mrs Proudie. From what scrap of dramatic poetry she had extracted the word cannot be said, but it must have rested on her memory, and now seemed opportunely dignified for the occasion. I'll fly to the looms of the fairies to repair the damage, if you'll only forgive me," said Ethelbert, still on his knees. "Unhand it, sir," said Mrs Proudie, with redoubled emphasis and all but furious wrath. This allusion to the fairies was a direct mockery, and intended to turn her into ridicule. So at least it seemed to her. "Unhand it, sir," she almost screamed. "It's not me, it's the cursed sofa," said Bertie, looking imploringly in her face, and holding up both his hands to show that he was not touching her belongings, but still remaining on his knees. Hereupon the signora laughed, not loud indeed, but yet audibly; and as the tigress bereft of her young will turn with equal anger on any within reach, so did Mrs Proudie turn upon her female guest. "Madam," she said, and it is beyond the power of prose to tell of the fire which flashed from her eyes. The signora stared her full in the face for a moment, and then, turning to her brother, said playfully, "Bertie, you idiot, get up." By this time the bishop and Mr Slope and her 3 daughters were around her, and had collected together the wide ruins of her magnificence. The girls fell into circular rank behind their mother, and thus following her and carrying out the fragments, they left the reception rooms in a manner not altogether devoid of dignity. Mrs Proudie had to retire and rearray herself. As soon as the constellation had swept by, Ethelbert rose from his knees, and turning with mock anger to the fat rector, said, "After all, it was your doing, sir, not mine; but perhaps you are waiting for preferment, and so I bore it." Whereupon there was a laugh against the fat rector, in which both the bishop and the chaplain joined, and thus things got themselves again into order. "Oh, my lord, I am so sorry for this accident," said the signora, putting out her hand so as to force the bishop to take it. "My brother is so thoughtless. Pray sit down and let me have the pleasure of making your acquaintance. Though I am so poor a creature as to want a sofa, I am not so selfish as to require it all. Madeline could always dispose herself so as to make room for a gentleman, though, as she herself declared, the crinoline of her lady friends was much too bulky to be so accommodated. It was solely for the pleasure of meeting you that I have had myself dragged here," she continued. "Of course, with your occupation, one cannot even hope that you should have time to come to us, that is, in the way of calling; and at your English dinner parties all is so dull and so stately. Do you know, my lord, that in coming to England my only consolation has been the thought that I should know you?" And she looked at him with the look of a she-devil. The bishop, however, thought that she looked very like an angel, and accepting the proffered seat, sat down beside her. He uttered some platitude as to his deep obligation for the trouble she had taken, and wondered more and more who she was. "Of course you know my sad story," she continued. The bishop didn't know a word of it. He knew, however, or thought he knew, that she couldn't walk into a room like other people, and so made the most of that. He put on a look of ineffable distress, and said that he was aware how God had afflicted her. The signora just touched the corner of her eyes with the most lovely of pocket handkerchiefs. Yes, she said, she had been sorely tried, she thought, beyond the common endurance of humanity, but while her child was left to her, everything was left. "Oh, my lord," she exclaimed, "you must see that infant, the last bud of a wondrous tree. You must let a mother hope that you will lay your holy hands on her innocent head and consecrate her for female virtues. "May I hope it?" said she, looking into the bishop's eye, and touching the bishop's arm with her hand. The bishop was but a man, and said she might. After all, what was it but a request that he would confirm her daughter? A request, indeed, very unnecessary to make, as he should do so as a matter of course if the young lady came forward in the usual way. "The blood of Tiberius," said the signora in all but a whisper, "the blood of Tiberius flows in her veins. She is the last of the Neros." The bishop had heard of the last of the Visigoths, and had floating in his brain some indistinct idea of the last of the Mohicans, but to have the last of the Neros thus brought before him for a blessing was very staggering. Still, he liked the lady. She had a proper way of thinking, and talked with more propriety than her brother. But who were they? It was now quite clear that that blue madman with the silky beard was not a Prince Vicinironi. The lady was married, and was of course one of the Vicinironis by right of the husband. So the bishop went on learning. "When will you see her?" said the signora with a start. "See whom?" said the bishop. "My child," said the mother. "What is the young lady's age?" asked the bishop. "She is just 7, said the signora. "Oh," said the bishop, shaking his head, "she is much too young, very much too young." "But in sunny Italy, you know, we do not count by years." And the signora gave the bishop one of her very sweetest smiles. "But indeed she is a great deal too young," persisted the bishop. "We never confirm before—" "But you might speak to her. You might let her hear from your consecrated lips that she is not a castaway because she is a Roman, that she may be a Nero and yet a Christian, that she may owe her black locks and dark cheeks to the blood of the pagan Caesars, and yet herself be a child of grace. You will tell her this, won't you, my friend?" The friend said he would, and asked if the child could say her catechism. "No," said the signora, "I would not allow her to learn lessons such as those in a land ridden over by priests and polluted by the idolatry of Rome. It is here in Barchester, that she must first be taught to lisp those holy words. Oh, that you could be her instructor!" Now, Dr Proudie certainly liked the lady, but seeing that he was a bishop, it was not probable that he was going to instruct a little girl in the first rudiments of her catechism, so he said he'd send a teacher. "But you'll see her yourself, my lord." The bishop said he would, but where should he call? "At papa's house?" said the signora, with an air of some little surprise at the question. The bishop actually wanted the courage to ask her who was her papa, so he was forced at last to leave her without fathoming the mystery. Mrs Proudie, in her second best, had now returned to the rooms, and her husband thought it as well that he should not remain in too close conversation with the lady whom his wife appeared to hold in such slight esteem. Presently he came across his youngest daughter. "Netta," said he, "do you know who is the father of that Signora Vicinironi?" "It isn't Vicinironi, papa," said Netta, "but Visi Neroni, and she's Dr Stanhope's daughter. But I must go and do the civil to Griselda Grantly. I declare nobody has spoken a word to the poor girl this evening." Dr Stanhope, Dr Vesey Stanhope, Dr Vesey Stanhope's daughter, of whose marriage with a dissolute Italian scamp he now remembered to have heard something, and that impertinent blue cub, who had examined him as to his episcopal bearings, was old Stanhope's son. and the lady who had entreated him to come and teach her child the catechism was old Stanhope's daughter, the daughter of one of his own prebendaries. As these things flashed across his mind, he was nearly as angry as his wife had been. Nevertheless, he could not but own that the mother of the last of the Neros was an agreeable woman. Dr Proudie tripped out into the adjoining room, in which were congregated a crowd of Grantleyite clergymen, among whom the archdeacon was standing pre-eminent, while the old dean was sitting nearly buried in a huge arm-chair by the fireplace. The bishop was very anxious to be gracious, and, if possible, to diminish the bitterness which his chaplain had occasioned. Let Mr Slope do the fortiter in re, he himself would pour in the suaviter in modo. "Pray don't stir, Mr Dean, pray don't stir," he said, as the old man essayed to get up. "I take it as a great kindness your coming to such an omnium gatherum as this, but we have hardly got settled yet, and Mrs Proudie has not been able to see her friends as she would wish to do. Well, Mr Archdeacon, after all, we have not been so hard upon you at Oxford." "No," said the archdeacon, "you've only drawn our teeth and cut out our tongues. You've allowed us still to breathe and swallow." "Ha ha ha!" laughed the bishop. "It's not quite so easy to cut out the tongue of an Oxford magnate. And as for teeth, ha ha ha! Why, in the way we've left the matter, it's very odd if the heads of colleges don't have their own way quite as fully as when the hebdomadal board was in all its glory. What do you say, Mr Dean?" "An old man, my lord, never likes changes," said the dean. "You must have been sad bunglers if it is so," said the archdeacon; "and indeed, to tell the truth, I think you have bungled it. At any rate, you must own this: you have not done the half what you boasted you would do." "Now, as regards your system of professors," began the chancellor slowly. He was never destined to get beyond such beginning. "Talking of professors," said a soft clear voice close behind the chancellor's elbow, "how much you Englishmen might learn from Germany, only you are all too proud." The bishop, looking round, perceived that abominable young Stanhope had pursued him. The dean stared at him as though he were some unearthly apparition. So also did 2 or 3 prebendaries and minor canons. The archdeacon laughed. "The German professors are men of learning," said Mr Harding. "But German professors," groaned out the chancellor, as though his nervous system had received a shock which nothing but a week of Oxford air could cure. "Yes," continued Ethelbert, not at all understanding why a German professor should be contemptible in the eyes of an Oxford don, "not but what the name is best earned at Oxford. In Germany the professors do teach. At Oxford, I believe, they only profess to do so, and sometimes not even that. You'll have those universities of yours about your ears soon, if you don't consent to take a lesson from Germany." There was no answering this. Dignified clergymen of 60 years of age could not condescend to discuss such a matter with a young man with such clothes and such a beard. "Have you got good water out at Plumstead, Mr Archdeacon?" said the bishop, by way of changing the conversation. "Pretty good," said Dr Grantly. "But by no means so good as his wine, my lord," said a witty minor canon. "Nor so generally used," said another; "that is, for inward application." "Ha ha ha!" laughed the bishop. "A good cellar of wine is a very comfortable thing in a house." "Your German professors, sir, prefer beer, I believe," said the sarcastic little meagre prebendary. "They don't think much of either," said Ethelbert.
and that perhaps accounts for their superiority. Now the Jewish professor, the insult was becoming too deep for the spirit of Oxford to endure, so the archdeacon walked off one way and the chancellor another, followed by their disciples, and the bishop and the young reformer were left together on the hearthrug. "I was a Jew once myself," began Bertie. The bishop was determined not to stand another examination, or be led on any terms into Palestine, so he again remembered that he had to do something very particular, and left young Stanhope with the dean. The dean did not get the worst of it, for Ethelbert gave him a true account of his remarkable doings in the Holy Land. "Oh, Mr Harding," said the bishop, overtaking the ci devant warden, "I wanted to say one word about the hospital. You know, of course, that it is to be filled up." Mr Harding's heart beat a little, and he said that he had heard so. "Of course," continued the bishop, "there can be only one man whom I could wish to see in that situation. I don't know what your own views may be, Mr Harding." "They are very simply told, my lord," said the other, "to take the place if it be offered me, and to put up with the want of it should another man get it." The bishop professed himself delighted to hear it. Mr Harding might be quite sure that no other man would get it. There were some few circumstances which would in a slight degree change the nature of the duties. Mr Harding was probably aware of this, and would perhaps not object to discuss the matter with Mr Slope. It was a subject to which Mr Slope had given a good deal of attention. Mr Harding felt, he knew not why, oppressed and annoyed. What could Mr Slope do to him? He knew that there were to be changes. The nature of them must be communicated to the warden through somebody, and through whom so naturally as the bishop's chaplain. 'Twas thus he tried to argue himself back to an easy mind, but in vain. Mr Slope, in the meantime, had taken the seat which the bishop had vacated on the signora's sofa, and remained with that lady till it was time to marshal the folk to supper. Not with contented eyes had Mrs Proudie seen this. Had not this woman laughed at her distress, and had not Mr Slope heard it? Was she not an intriguing Italian woman, half wife and half not, full of affectation, airs, and impudence? Was she not horribly bedizened with velvet and pearls, with velvet and pearls too which had not been torn off her back? Above all, did she not pretend to be more beautiful than her neighbours? To say that Mrs Proudie was jealous would give a wrong idea of her feelings. She had not the slightest desire that Mr Slope should be in love with herself, but she desired the incense of Mr Slope's spiritual and temporal services, and did not choose that they should be turned out of their course to such an object as Signora Neroni. She considered also that Mr Slope ought in duty to hate the signora, and it appeared from his manner that he was very far from hating her. "Come, Mr Slope," she said, sweeping by and looking all that she felt, "can't you make yourself useful? Do pray take Mrs Grantly down to supper." Mrs Grantly heard and escaped. The words were hardly out of Mrs Proudie's mouth before the intended victim had stuck her hand through the arm of one of her husband's curates and saved herself. What would the archdeacon have said had he seen her walking downstairs with Mr Slope? Mr Slope heard also, but was by no means so obedient as one expected. Indeed, the period of Mr Slope's obedience to Mrs Proudie was drawing to a close. He did not wish yet to break with her, nor to break with her at all if it could be avoided, but he intended to be master in that palace,
and as she had made the same resolution, it was not improbable that they might come to blows. Before leaving the signora, he arranged a little table before her, and begged to know what he should bring her. She was quite indifferent, she said. Nothing, anything. It was now she felt the misery of her position, now that she must be left alone. Well, a little chicken, some ham, and a glass of champagne. Mr Slope had to explain, not without blushing for his patron, that there was no champagne. Sherry would do just as well. And then Mr Slope descended, with the learned Miss Trefoil on his arm. Could she tell him, he asked, whether the ferns of Barsetshire were equal to those of Cumberland? His strongest worldly passion was for ferns, and before she could answer him, he left her wedged between the door and the sideboard. It was 50 minutes before she escaped, and even then unfed. "You are not leaving us, Mr Slope?" said the watchful lady of the house, seeing her slave escaping towards the door, with stores of provisions held high above the heads of the guests. Mr Slope explained that the Signora Neroni was in want of her supper. "Pray, Mr Slope, let her brother take it to her," said Mrs Proudie, quite out loud. "It is out of the question that you should be so employed. Pray, Mr Slope, oblige me. I am sure Mr Stanhope will wait upon his sister." Ethelbert was most agreeably occupied in the furthest corner of the room, making himself both useful and agreeable to Mrs Proudie's youngest daughter. "I couldn't get out, madam, if Madeline were starving for her supper," said he. "I'm physically fixed, unless I could fly." The lady's anger was increased by seeing that her daughter also had gone over to the enemy, and when she saw that, in spite of her remonstrances, in the teeth of her positive orders, Mr Slope went off to the drawing room, the cup of her indignation ran over, and she could not restrain herself. "Such manners I never saw," she said, muttering. "I cannot and will not permit it." And then, after fussing and fuming for a few minutes, she pushed her way through the crowd and followed Mr Slope. When she reached the room above, she found it absolutely deserted, except by the guilty pair. The signora was sitting very comfortably up to her supper, and Mr Slope was leaning over her and administering to her wants. They had been discussing the merits of Sabbath day schools, and the lady had suggested that as she could not possibly go to the children, she might be indulged in the wish of her heart by having the children brought to her. "And when shall it be, Mr Slope?" said she. Mr Slope was saved the necessity of committing himself to a promise by the entry of Mrs Proudie. She swept close up to the sofa, so as to confront the guilty pair, stared full at them for a moment, and then said, as she passed on to the next room, "Mr Slope, his lordship is especially desirous of your attendance below. You will greatly oblige me if you will join him." And so she stalked on. Mr Slope muttered something in reply, and prepared to go downstairs. As for the bishop's wanting him, he knew his lady patroness well enough to take that assertion at what it was worth, but he did not wish to make himself the hero of a scene, or to become conspicuous for more gallantry than the occasion required. "Is she always like this?" said the signora. "Yes, always, madam," said Mrs Proudie, returning. "Always the same, always equally adverse to impropriety of conduct of every description." And she stalked back through the room again, following Mr Slope out of the door. The signora couldn't follow her, or she certainly would have done so, but she laughed loud, and sent the sound of it ringing through the lobby and down the stairs after Mrs Proudie's feet. Had she been as active as Grimaldi,
She could probably have taken no better revenge. "Mr Slope," said Mrs Proudie, catching the delinquent at the door, "I am surprised you should leave my company to attend on such a painted Jezebel as that. But she's lame, Mrs Proudie, and cannot move. Somebody must have waited upon her." "Lame!" said Mrs Proudie. "I'd lame her if she belonged to me. What business had she here at all? Such impertinence, such affectation!" In the hall and adjacent rooms all manner of cloaking and shawling was going on, and the Barchester folk were getting themselves gone. Mrs Proudie did her best to smirk at each and every one as they made their adieu, but she was hardly successful. Her temper had been tried fearfully. By slow degrees the guests went. "Send back the carriage quick," said Ethelbert, as Dr and Mrs Stanhope took their departure. The younger Stanhopes were left to the very last, and an uncomfortable party they made with the bishop's family. They all went into the dining room, and then, the bishop observing that the lady was alone in the drawing room, they followed him up. Mrs Proudie kept Mr Slope and her daughters in close conversation, resolving that he should not be indulged, nor they polluted. The bishop, in mortal dread of Bertie and the Jews, tried to converse with Charlotte Stanhope about the climate of Italy. Bertie and the signora had no resource but in each other. "Did you get your supper at last, Madeline?" said the impudent, or else mischievous, young man. "Oh yes," said Madeline. "Mr Slope was so very kind as to bring it me. I fear, however, he put himself to more inconvenience than I wished." Mrs Proudie looked at her, but said nothing. The meaning of her look might have been thus translated: "If ever you find yourself within these walls again, I'll give you leave to be as impudent and affected and as mischievous as you please." At last the carriage returned with the 3 Italian servants, and La Signora Madeline Visi Neroni was carried out as she had been carried in. The lady of the palace retired to her chamber, by no means contented with the result of her first grand party at Barchester. End of chapter 11. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 12 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 12. Slope versus Harding. 2 or 3 days after the party, Mr Harding received a note begging him to call on Mr Slope at the palace at an early hour on the following morning. There was nothing uncivil in the communication, and yet the tone of it was thoroughly displeasing. It was as follows: "My dear Mr Harding, will you favour me by calling on me at the palace tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. The bishop wishes me to speak to you touching the hospital. I hope you will excuse my naming so early an hour. I do so as my time is greatly occupied. If, however, it is positively inconvenient to you, I will change it to 10. You will perhaps be kind enough to let me have a note in reply. Believe me to be, my dear Mr Harding, your assured friend, O.B.H. Slope. The Palace, Monday morning, 20th of August, 1850. Mr Harding neither could nor would believe anything of the sort, and he thought, moreover, that Mr Slope was rather impertinent to call himself by such a name,
His assured friend, indeed! How many assured friends generally fall to the lot of a man in this world, and by what process are they made, and how much of such process had taken place as yet between Mr Harding and Mr Slope? Mr Harding could not help asking himself these questions as he read and re-read the note before him. He answered it, however, as follows: Dear Sir, I will call at the palace tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. as you desire. Truly yours, S. Harding, High Street, Barchester, Monday. And on the following morning, punctually at 9:30, he knocked at the palace door and asked for Mr Slope. The bishop had one small room allotted to him on the ground floor, and Mr Slope had another. Into this latter Mr Harding was shown, and asked to sit down. Mr Slope was not yet there. The ex-warden stood up at the window, looking into the garden, and could not help thinking how very short a time had passed since the whole of that house had been open to him, as though he had been a child of the family, born and bred in it. He remembered how the old servants used to smile as they opened the door to him, how the familiar butler would say, when he had been absent a few hours longer than usual,
"The sight of you, Mr Harding, is good for sore eyes."
How the fussy housekeeper would swear that he couldn't have dined, or couldn't have breakfasted, or couldn't have lunched. And then, above all, he remembered the pleasant gleam of inward satisfaction which always spread itself over the old bishop's face whenever his friend entered his room. A tear came into each eye as he reflected that all this was gone. What use would the hospital be to him now? He was alone in the world, and getting old. He would soon, very soon, have to go and leave it all, as his dear old friend had gone. Go and leave the hospital, and his accustomed place in the cathedral, and his haunts and pleasures, to younger and perhaps wiser men. That chanting of his, perhaps in truth the time for it was gone by. He felt as though the world were sinking from his feet, as though this was the time for him to turn with confidence to those hopes which he had preached with confidence to others. What, said he to himself, can a man's religion be worth if it does not support him against the natural melancholy of declining years? And as he looked out through his dimmed eyes into the bright parterres of the bishop's garden, he felt that he had the support which he wanted. Nevertheless, he did not like to be thus kept waiting. If Mr Slope did not really wish to see him at 9:30, why force him to come away from his lodgings with his breakfast in his throat? To tell the truth, it was policy on the part of Mr Slope. Mr Slope had made up his mind that Mr Harding should either accept the hospital with abject submission, or else refuse it altogether, and had calculated that he would probably be more quick to do the latter if he could be got to enter upon the subject in an ill humour. Perhaps Mr Slope was not altogether wrong in his calculation. It was nearly 10 when Mr Slope hurried into the room, and, muttering something about the bishop and diocesan duties, shook Mr Harding's hand ruthlessly, and begged him to be seated. Now the air of superiority which this man assumed did go against the grain with Mr Harding, and yet he did not know how to resent it.
The whole tendency of his mind and disposition was opposed to any contra-assumption of grandeur on his own part, and he hadn't the worldly spirit or quickness necessary to put down insolent pretensions by downright and open rebuke, as the archdeacon would have done. There was nothing for Mr Harding but to submit, and he accordingly did so. "About the hospital, Mr Harding," began Mr Slope, speaking of it as the head of a college at Cambridge might speak of some sizarship which had to be disposed of. Mr Harding crossed one leg over another, and then one hand over the other on the top of them, and looked Mr Slope in the face, but he said nothing. "It's to be filled up again," said Mr Slope. Mr Harding said that he had understood so. "Of course, you know, the income will be very much reduced," continued Mr Slope. "The bishop wished to be liberal, and he therefore told the government that he thought it ought to be put at not less than £450. I think on the whole the bishop was right, for though the services required will not be of a very onerous nature, they will be more so than they were before, and it is perhaps well that the clergy immediately attached to the cathedral town should be made as comfortable as the extent of the ecclesiastical means at our disposal will allow. Those are the bishop's ideas, and I must say mine also." Mr Harding sat rubbing one hand on the other, but said not a word. "So much for the income, Mr Harding. The house will of course remain to the warden as before. It should, however, I think, be stipulated that he should paint inside every 7 years, and outside every 3 years, and be subject to dilapidations in the event of vacating, either by death or otherwise. But this is a matter on which the bishop must yet be consulted." Mr Harding still rubbed his hands, and still sat silent, gazing up into Mr Slope's unprepossessing face. "Then, as to the duties," continued he, "I believe, if I am rightly informed, there can hardly be said to have been any duties hitherto." And he gave a sort of half laugh, as though to pass off the accusation in the guise of a pleasantry. Mr Harding thought of the happy, easy years he had passed in his old home, of the worn-out, aged men whom he had succoured, of his good intentions, and of his work, which had certainly been of the lightest. He thought of these things, doubting for a moment whether he did or did not deserve the sarcasm. He gave his enemy the benefit of the doubt, and did not rebuke him. He merely observed very tranquilly, and perhaps with too much humility, that the duties of the situation, such as they were, had, he believed, been done to the satisfaction of the late bishop. Mr Slope again smiled, and this time the smile was intended to operate against the memory of the late bishop, rather than against the energy of the ex-warden. So it was understood by Mr Harding. The colour rose to his cheeks, and he began to feel very angry. "You must be aware, Mr Harding, that things are a good deal changed in Barchester," said Mr Slope. Mr Harding said that he was aware of it. "And not only in Barchester, Mr Harding, but in the world at large.
It is not only in Barchester that a new man is carrying out new measures, and casting away the useless rubbish of past centuries. The same thing is going on throughout the country. Work is now required from every man who receives wages, and they who have to superintend the doing of work and the paying of wages are bound to see that this rule is carried out. New men, Mr Harding, are now needed, and are now forthcoming, in the church as well as in other professions. All this was wormwood to our old friend. He had never rated very high his own abilities or activity, but all the feelings of his heart were with the old clergy, and any antipathies of which his heart was susceptible were directed against those new, busy, uncharitable, self-lauding men, of whom Mr Slope was so good an example. "Perhaps," said he, "the bishop will prefer a new man at the hospital." "By no means," said Mr Slope. "The bishop is very anxious that you should accept the appointment, but he wishes you should understand beforehand what will be the required duties. In the first place, a Sabbath day school will be attached to the hospital." "What, for the old men?" asked Mr Harding. "No, Mr Harding, not for the old men, but for the benefit of the children of such of the poor of Barchester as it may suit. The bishop will expect that you shall attend this school, and that the teachers shall be under your inspection and care." Mr Harding slipped his topmost hand off the other, and began to rub the calf of the leg which was supported. "As to the old men," continued Mr Slope, "and the old women who are to form a part of the hospital, the bishop is desirous that you shall have morning and evening service on the premises every Sabbath, and one weekday service; that you shall preach to them once at least on Sundays, and that the whole hospital be always collected for morning and evening prayer. The bishop thinks that this will render it unnecessary that any separate seats in the cathedral should be reserved for the hospital inmates." Mr Slope paused, but Mr Harding still said nothing. Indeed, it would be difficult to find seats for the women. On the whole, Mr Harding, I may as well say at once that for people of that class the cathedral service does not appear to me the most useful, even if it be so for any class of people. "We will not discuss that, if you please," said Mr Harding. "I am not desirous of doing so, at least not at the present moment. I hope, however, you fully understand the bishop's wishes about the new establishment of the hospital, and if, as I do not doubt, I shall receive from you an assurance that you accord with his lordship's views, it will give me very great pleasure to be the bearer from his lordship to you of the presentation to the appointment." "But if I disagree with his lordship's views?" asked Mr Harding. "But I hope you do not," said Mr Slope. "But if I do?" again asked the other. "If such unfortunately should be the case, which I can hardly conceive, I presume your own feelings will dictate to you the propriety of declining the appointment." "But if I accept the appointment, and yet disagree with the bishop, what then?" This question rather bothered Mr Slope. It was true that he had talked the matter over with the bishop, and had received a sort of authority for suggesting to Mr Harding the propriety of a Sunday school and certain hospital services, but he had no authority for saying that these propositions were to be made peremptory conditions attached to the appointment.
The bishop's idea had been that Mr Harding would of course consent, and that the school would become, like the rest of those new establishments in the city, under the control of his wife and his chaplain.
Mr Slope's idea had been more correct. He intended that Mr Harding should refuse the situation, and that an ally of his own should get it. But he had not conceived the possibility of Mr Harding openly accepting the appointment, and as openly rejecting the conditions. "It is not, I presume, probable," said he, "that you will accept from the hands of the bishop a piece of preferment with a fixed predetermination to disacknowledge the duties attached to it?"
"If I become warden," said Mr Harding, "and neglect my duty, the bishop has means by which he can remedy the grievance."
"I hardly expected such an argument from you, or I may say the suggestion of such a line of conduct," said Mr Slope, with a great look of injured virtue.
"Nor did I expect such a proposition."
"I shall be glad at any rate to know what answer I am to make to his lordship," said Mr Slope.
"I will take an early opportunity of seeing his lordship myself," said Mr Harding.
"Such an arrangement," said Mr Slope, "will hardly give his lordship satisfaction. Indeed, it is impossible that the bishop should himself see every clergyman in the diocese on every subject of patronage that may arise. The bishop, I believe, did see you on the matter, and I really cannot see why he should be troubled to do so again."
"Do you know, Mr Slope, how long I have been officiating as a clergyman in this city?"
Mr Slope's wish was now nearly fulfilled. Mr Harding had become angry, and it was probable that he might commit himself. "I really do not see what that has to do with the question. You cannot think the bishop would be justified in allowing you to regard as a sinecure a situation that requires an active man, merely because you have been employed for many years in the cathedral."
"But it might induce the bishop to see me if I asked him to do so. I shall consult my friends in this matter, Mr Slope, but I mean to be guilty of no subterfuge. You may tell the bishop that as I altogether disagree with his views about the hospital, I shall decline the situation if I find that any such conditions are attached to it as those you have suggested."
And so saying, Mr Harding took his hat and went his way. Mr Slope was contented. He considered himself at liberty to accept Mr Harding's last speech as an absolute refusal of the appointment. At least he so represented it to the bishop and to Mrs Proudie.
"That is very surprising," said the bishop.
"Not at all," said Mrs Proudie. "You little know how determined the whole set of them are to withstand your authority."
"But Mr Harding was so anxious for it," said the bishop.
"Yes," said Mr Slope, "if he can hold it without the slightest acknowledgement of your lordship's jurisdiction."
"That is out of the question," said the bishop.
"I should imagine it to be quite so," said the chaplain.
"Indeed, I should think so," said the lady.
"I really am sorry for it," said the bishop. "I don't know that there is much cause for sorrow," said the lady. "Mr Quiverful is a much more deserving man, more in need of it, and one who will make himself much more useful in the close neighbourhood of the palace." "I suppose I had better see Quiverful," said the chaplain. "I suppose you had," said the bishop. End of chapter 12. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 13 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 13. The Rubbish Cart. Mr Harding was not a happy man as he walked down the palace pathway and stepped out into the close. His preferment and pleasant house were a second time gone from him, but that he could endure. He had been schooled and insulted by a man young enough to be his son, but that he could put up with. He could even draw from the very injuries which had been inflicted on him some of that consolation which we may believe martyrs always receive from the injustice of their own sufferings, and which is generally proportioned in its strength to the extent of cruelty with which martyrs are treated. He had admitted to his daughter that he wanted the comfort of his old home, and yet he could have returned to his lodgings in the High Street, if not with exultation, at least with satisfaction, had that been all. But the venom of the chaplain's harangue had worked into his blood and sapped the life of his sweet contentment. New men are carrying out new measures, and are carting away the useless rubbish of past centuries. What cruel words these had been, and how often are they now used with all the heartless cruelty of a Slope? A man is sufficiently condemned if it can only be shown that either in politics or religion he does not belong to some new school established within the last score of years. He may then regard himself as rubbish and expect to be carted away. A man is nothing now unless he has within him a full appreciation of the new era, an era in which it would seem that neither honesty nor truth is very desirable, but in which success is the only touchstone of merit. We must laugh at everything that is established. Let the joke be ever so bad, ever so untrue to the real principles of joking, nevertheless we must laugh, or else beware the cart. We must talk, think, and live up to the spirit of the times, and right up to it too, if that cacoethus be upon us, or else we are naught. New men and new measures, long credit and few scruples, great success or wonderful ruin, such are now the tastes of Englishmen who know how to live. Alas, alas! Under such circumstances Mr Harding could not but feel that he was an Englishman who did not know how to live. This new doctrine of Mr Slope and the rubbish cart, new at least at Barchester, sadly disturbed his equanimity. The same thing is going on throughout the whole country. Work is now required from every man who receives wages. And had he been living all his life, receiving wages and doing no work? Had he in truth so lived as to be now in his old age justly reckoned as rubbish, fit only to be hidden away in some huge dust hole? The school of men to whom he professes to belong, the Grantleys, the Gwynnes, and the old high set of Oxford divines, are afflicted with no such self-accusations as these which troubled Mr Harding. They, as a rule, are as satisfied with the wisdom and propriety of their own conduct as can be any Mr Slope or any Dr Proudie with his own. But unfortunately for himself, Mr Harding had little of this self-reliance. When he heard himself designated as rubbish by the Slopes of the world, he had no other resource than to make inquiry within his own bosom as to the truth of the designation. Alas, alas, the evidence seemed generally to go against him. He had professed to himself, in the bishop's parlour, that in these coming sources of the sorrow of age, in these fits of sad regret from which the latter years of few reflecting men can be free, religion would suffice to comfort him. Yes, religion could console him for the loss of any worldly good, but was his religion of that active sort which would enable him so to repent of misspent years as to pass those that were left to him in a spirit of hope for the future? And such repentance itself, is it not a work of agony and of tears? It is very easy to talk of repentance, but a man has to walk over hot ploughshares before he can complete it, to be skinned alive, as was St Bartholomew, to be stuck full of arrows, as was St Sebastian, to lie broiling on a gridiron, like St Lorenzo. How if his past life required such repentance as this? Had he the energy to go through with it? Mr Harding, after leaving the palace, walked slowly for an hour or so beneath the shady elms of the close, and then betook himself to his daughter's house. He had at any rate made up his mind that he would go out to Plumstead to consult Dr Grantly, and that he would in the first instance tell Eleanor what had occurred. And now he was doomed to undergo another misery. Mr Slope had forestalled him at the widow's house. He had called there on the preceding afternoon. He could not, he had said, deny himself the pleasure of telling Mrs Bold that her father was about to return to the pretty house at Hiram's hospital. He had been instructed by the bishop to inform Mr Harding that the appointment would now be made at once. The bishop was, of course, only too happy to be able to be the means of restoring to Mr Harding the preferment which he had so long adorned. And then, by degrees, Mr Slope had introduced the subject of the pretty school which he hoped before long to see attached to the hospital. He had quite fascinated Mrs Bold by his description of this picturesque, useful, and charitable appendage, and she had gone so far as to say that she had no doubt her father would approve, and that she herself would gladly undertake a class. Anyone who had heard the entirely different tone and seen the entirely different manner in which Mr Slope had spoken of this projected institution to the daughter and to the father, could not have failed to own that Mr Slope was a man of genius. He said nothing to Mrs Bold about the hospital sermons and services, nothing about the exclusion of the old men from the cathedral, nothing about dilapidation and painting, nothing about carting away the rubbish. Eleanor had said to herself that certainly she did not like Mr Slope personally, but that he was a very active, zealous clergyman, and would no doubt be useful in Barchester. All this paved the way for much additional misery to Mr Harding. Eleanor put on her happiest face as she heard her father on the stairs, for she thought she had only to congratulate him. But directly she saw his face, she knew that there was but little matter for congratulation. She had seen him with the same weary look of sorrow on one or two occasions before, and remembered it well.
She had seen him when he first read that attack upon himself in the Jupiter, which had ultimately caused him to resign the hospital; and she had seen him also when the archdeacon had persuaded him to remain there, against his own sense of propriety and honour. She knew at a glance that his spirit was in deep trouble. "Oh, papa, what is it?" said she, putting down her boy to crawl upon the floor. "I came to tell you, my dear," said he, "that I am going out to Plumstead. You won't come with me, I suppose?" "To Plumstead, papa? Shall you stay there?" "I suppose I shall to-night. I must consult the archdeacon about this weary hospital. Ah me, I wish I had never thought of it again." "Why, papa, what is the matter?" "I've been with Mr Slope, my dear, and he isn't the pleasantest companion in the world, at least not to me." Eleanor gave a sort of half blush, but she was wrong if she imagined that her father in any way alluded to her acquaintance with Mr Slope. "Well, papa?" "He wants to turn the hospital into a Sunday school and a preaching house, and I suppose he will have his way. I do not feel myself adapted for such an establishment, and therefore I suppose I must refuse the appointment." "What would be the harm of the school, papa?" "The want of a proper schoolmaster, my dear." "But that would of course be supplied." "Mr Slope wishes to supply it by making me his schoolmaster, but as I am hardly fit for such work, I intend to decline." "Oh, papa, Mr Slope doesn't intend that. He was here yesterday, and what he intends—" "He was here yesterday, was he?" asked Mr Harding. "Yes, papa." "And talking about the hospital?" "He was saying how glad he would be, and the bishop too, to see you back there again. And then he spoke about the Sunday school, and to tell you the truth, I agreed with him, and I thought you would have done so too. Mr Slope spoke of a school not inside the hospital, but just connected with it, of which you would be the patron and visitor, and I thought you would have liked such a school as that, and I promised to look after it and to take a class, and it all seemed so very... But oh, papa, I shall be so miserable if I find I have done wrong." "Nothing wrong at all, my dear," said he gently, very gently rejecting his daughter's caress. "There can be nothing wrong in your wishing to make yourself useful. Indeed, you ought to do so by all means. Everyone must now exert himself who would not choose to go to the wall." Poor Mr Harding thus attempted in his misery to preach the new doctrine to his child. "Himself or herself, it's all the same," he continued. "You will be quite right, my dear, to do something of this sort, but—" "Well, papa?" "I am not quite sure that if I were you I would select Mr Slope for my guide." "But I never have done so, and never shall." "It would be very wicked of me to speak evil of him, for to tell the truth, I know no evil of him, but I am not quite sure that he is honest. That he is not gentlemanlike in his manners, of that I am quite sure." "I never thought of taking him for my guide, papa." "As for myself, my dear," continued he, "we know the old proverb, 'It's bad teaching an old dog tricks.' I must decline the Sunday school, and shall therefore probably decline the hospital also, but I will first see your brother-in-law." So he took up his hat, kissed the baby, and withdrew, leaving Eleanor in as low spirits as himself. All this was a great aggravation to his misery. He had so few with whom to sympathize, that he could not afford to be cut off from the one whose sympathy was of the most value to him, and yet it seemed probable that this would be the case. He did not own to himself that he wished his daughter to hate Mr Slope,
Yet had she expressed such a feeling, there would have been very little bitterness in the rebuke he would have given her for so uncharitable a state of mind. The fact, however, was that she was on friendly terms with Mr Slope, that she coincided with his views, adhered at once to his plans, and listened with delight to his teaching. Mr Harding hardly wished his daughter to hate the man, but he would have preferred that to her loving him. He walked away to the inn to order a fly, went home to put up his carpet bag, and then started for Plumstead. There was at any rate no danger that the archdeacon would fraternise with Mr Slope, but then he would recommend internecine war, public appeals, loud reproaches, and all the paraphernalia of open battle. Now that alternative was hardly more to Mr Harding's taste than the other. When Mr Harding reached the parsonage, he found that the archdeacon was out and would not be home till dinner time, so he began his complaint to his elder daughter. Mrs Grantly entertained quite as strong an antagonism to Mr Slope as did her husband. She was also quite as alive to the necessity of combating the Proudie faction, of supporting the old church interest of the close, of keeping in her own set such of the loaves and fishes as duly belonged to it, and was quite as well prepared as her lord to carry on the battle without giving or taking quarter. Not that she was a woman prone to quarrelling, or ill-inclined to live at peace with her clerical neighbours, but she felt, as did the archdeacon, that the presence of Mr Slope in Barchester was an insult to everyone connected with the late bishop, and that his assumed dominion in the diocese was a spiritual injury to her husband. Hitherto people had little guessed how bitter Mrs Grantly could be. She lived on the best of terms with all the rectors' wives around her. She had been popular with all the ladies connected with the close. Though much the wealthiest of the ecclesiastical matrons of the county, she had so managed her affairs that her carriage and horses had given umbrage to none. She had never thrown herself among the county grandees so as to excite the envy of other clergymen's wives. She never talked too loudly of earls and countesses, or boasted that she gave her governess £60 a year, or her cook 70. Mrs Grantly had lived the life of a wise, discreet, peacemaking woman, and the people of Barchester were surprised at the amount of military vigour she displayed as general of the feminine Grantlyite forces. Mrs Grantly soon learnt that her sister Eleanor had promised to assist Mr Slope in the affairs of the hospital school, and it was on this point that her attention first fixed itself. "How can Eleanor endure him?" said she. "He is a very crafty man," said her father, "and his craft has been successful in making Eleanor think that he is a meek, charitable, good clergyman. God forgive me if I wrong him, but such is not his true character, in my opinion." "His true character, indeed!" said she, with something approaching scorn for her father's moderation. "I only hope he won't have craft enough to make Eleanor forget herself and her position." "Do you mean marry him?" said he, startled out of his usual demeanour by the abruptness and horror of so dreadful a proposition. What is there so improbable in it? Of course that would be his own object, if he thought he had any chance of success. Eleanor has £1,000 a year entirely at her own disposal, and what better fortune could fall to Mr Slope's lot than the transferring of the disposal of such a fortune to himself? "But you can't think she likes him, Susan." "Why not?" said Susan. "Why shouldn't she like him? He's just the sort of man to get on with a woman left as she is, with no one to look after her." "Look after her!" said the unhappy father. "Don't we look after her?" "Ah, papa, how innocent you are! Of course it was to be expected that Eleanor should marry again. I should be the last to advise her against it, if she would only wait the proper time, and then marry at least a gentleman."
"But you don't really mean to say that you suppose Eleanor has ever thought of marrying Mr Slope? Why, Mr Bold has only been dead a year."
18 months, said his daughter. "But I don't suppose Eleanor has ever thought about it. It is very probable, though, that he has, and that he will try and make her do so, and that he will succeed too, if we don't take care what we are about." This was quite a new phase of the affair to poor Mr Harding.
To have thrust upon him as his son-in-law, as the husband of his favourite child, the only man in the world whom he really positively disliked, would be a misfortune which he felt he would not know how to endure patiently. But then, could there be any ground for so dreadful a surmise? In all worldly matters he was apt to look upon the opinion of his eldest daughter as one generally sound and trustworthy. In her appreciation of character, of motives, and the probable conduct both of men and women, she was usually not far wrong. She had early foreseen the marriage of Eleanor and John Bold. She had at a glance deciphered the character of the new bishop and his chaplain. Could it possibly be that her present surmise should ever come forth as true? "But you don't think that she likes him?"
said Mr Harding again. "Well, papa, I can't say that I think she dislikes him as she ought to do. Why is he visiting there as a confidential friend, when he never ought to have been admitted inside the house? Why is it that she speaks to him about your welfare and your position, as she clearly has done? At the bishop's party the other night I saw her talking to him for half an hour at the stretch."
"I thought Mr Slope seemed to talk to nobody there but that daughter of Stanhope's," said Mr Harding, wishing to defend his child.
"Oh, Mr Slope is a cleverer man than you think of, papa, and keeps more than one iron in the fire." To give Eleanor her due, any suspicion as to the slightest inclination on her part towards Mr Slope was a wrong to her. She had no more idea of marrying Mr Slope than she had of marrying the bishop, and the idea that Mr Slope would present himself as a suitor had never occurred to her. Indeed, to give her due again, she had never thought about suitors since her husband's death. But nevertheless it was true that she had overcome all that repugnance to the man which was so strongly felt for him by the rest of the Grantly faction. She had forgiven him his sermon. She had forgiven him his low church tendencies, his Sabbath schools, and puritanical observances. She had forgiven his pharisaical arrogance, and even his greasy face and oily vulgar manners. Having agreed to overlook such offences as these, why should she not in time be taught to regard Mr Slope as a suitor? And as to him, it must also be affirmed that he was hitherto equally innocent of the crime imputed to him. How it had come to pass that a man, whose eyes were generally so widely open to everything around him, had not perceived that this young widow was rich as well as beautiful, cannot probably now be explained. But such was the fact. Mr Slope had ingratiated himself with Mrs Bold merely as he had done with other ladies, in order to strengthen his party in the city. He subsequently amended his error, but it was not till after the interview between him and Mr Harding. End of chapter 13. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 14 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.
Chapter 14. The New Champion. The archdeacon did not return to the parsonage till close upon the hour of dinner, and there was therefore no time to discuss matters before that important ceremony. He seemed to be in an especial good humour, and welcomed his father-in-law with a sort of jovial earnestness that was usual with him when things on which he was intent were going on as he would have them.
"It's all settled, my dear,"
said he to his wife, as he washed his hands in his dressing-room, while she, according to her wont, sat listening in the bedroom.
"Arabin has agreed to accept the living. He'll be here next week."
And the archdeacon scrubbed his hands and rubbed his face with a violent alacrity, which showed that Arabin's coming was a great point gained. "Will he come here to Plumstead?" said the wife.
"He has promised to stay a month with us," said the archdeacon, "so that he may see what his parish is like. You'll like Arabin very much. He's a gentleman in every respect, and full of humour."
"He's very queer, isn't he?" asked the lady.
"Well, he is a little odd in some of his fancies, but there's nothing about him you won't like. He is as staunch a churchman as there is at Oxford. I really don't know what we should do without Arabin. It's a great thing for me to have him so near me, and if anything can put Slope down, Arabin will do it."
The Reverend Francis Arabin was a fellow of Lazarus, the favoured disciple of the great Dr Gwynne, a high churchman at all points, so high indeed that at one period of his career he had all but toppled over into the cesspool of Rome, a poet and also a polemical writer, a great pet in the common rooms at Oxford, an eloquent clergyman, a droll, odd, humorous, energetic, conscientious man, and, as the archdeacon had boasted of him, a thorough gentleman. As he will hereafter be brought more closely to our notice, it is now only necessary to add that he had just been presented to the vicarage of St Ewold by Dr Grantly, in whose gift as archdeacon the living lay. St Ewold is a parish lying just without the city of Barchester. The suburbs of the new town, indeed, are partly within its precincts, and the pretty church and parsonage are not much above a mile distant from the city gate. St Ewold is not a rich piece of preferment. It is worth some 300 or 400 a year at most, and has generally been held by a clergyman attached to the cathedral choir.
The archdeacon, however, felt, when the living on this occasion became vacant, that it imperatively behoved him to aid the force of his party with some tower of strength, if any such tower could be got to occupy St Ewold's. He had discussed the matter with his brethren in Barchester, not in any weak spirit as the holder of patronage to be used for his own or his family's benefit, but as one to whom was committed a trust, on the due administration of which much of the church's welfare might depend. He had submitted to them the name of Mr Arabin, as though the choice had rested with them all in conclave, and they had unanimously admitted that if Mr Arabin would accept St Ewold's, no better choice could possibly be made.
If Mr Arabin would accept St Ewold's, there lay the difficulty.
Mr Arabin was a man standing somewhat prominently before the world, that is, before the Church of England world. He was not a rich man, it is true, for he held no preferment but his fellowship, but he was a man not over anxious for riches, not married, of course, and one whose time was greatly taken up in discussing, both in print and on platforms, the privileges and practices of the church to which he belonged.
As the archdeacon had done battle for its temporalities, so did Mr Arabin do battle for its spiritualities, and both had done so conscientiously; that is, not so much each for his own benefit as for that of others. Holding such a position as Mr Arabin did, there was much reason to doubt whether he would consent to become the parson of St Ewold's, and Dr Grantly had taken the trouble to go himself to Oxford on the matter. Dr Gwynne and Dr Grantly together had succeeded in persuading this eminent divine that duty required him to go to Barchester. There were wheels within wheels in this affair.
For some time past, Mr Arabin had been engaged in a tremendous controversy with no less a person than Mr Slope respecting the apostolic succession.
These two gentlemen had never seen each other, but they had been extremely bitter in print. Mr Slope had endeavoured to strengthen his cause by calling Mr Arabin an owl, and Mr Arabin had retaliated by
hinting that Mr Slope was an infidel.
This battle had been commenced in the columns of the Jupiter, a powerful newspaper, the manager of which was very friendly to Mr Slope's view of the case. The matter, however, had become too tedious for the readers of the Jupiter, and a little note had therefore been appended to one of Mr Slope's most telling rejoinders, in which it had been stated that no further letters from the reverend gentleman could be inserted except as advertisements. Other methods of publication were, however, found less expensive than advertisements in the Jupiter, and the war went on merrily. Mr Slope declared that the main part of the consecration of a clergyman was the self-devotion of the inner man to the duties of the ministry.
Mr Arabin contended that a man was not consecrated at all, had indeed no single attribute of a clergyman, unless he became so through the imposition of some bishop's hands, who had become a bishop through the imposition of other hands, and so on in a direct line to one of the apostles.
Each had repeatedly hung the other on the horns of a dilemma, but neither seemed to be a whit the worse for the hanging, and so the war went on merrily. Whether or no the near neighbourhood of the foe may have acted in any way as an inducement to Mr Arabin to accept the living of St Ewold, we will not pretend to say, but it had at any rate been settled in Dr Gwynne's library at Lazarus that he would accept it,
and that he would lend his assistance towards driving the enemy out of Barchester, or at any rate silencing him while he remained there. Mr Arabin intended to keep his rooms at Oxford, and to have the assistance of a curate at St Ewold, but he promised to give as much time as possible to the neighbourhood of Barchester, and from so great a man Dr Grantly was quite satisfied with such a promise. It was no small part of the satisfaction derivable from such an arrangement that Bishop Proudie would be forced to institute into a living immediately under his own nose the enemy of his favourite chaplain. All through dinner the archdeacon's good humour shone brightly in his face. He ate of the good things heartily, he drank wine with his wife and daughter, he talked pleasantly of his doings at Oxford, told his father-in-law that he ought to visit Dr Gwynne at Lazarus, and launched out again in praise of Mr Arabin.
"Is Mr Arabin married, papa?" asked Griselda.
"No, my dear, the fellow of a college is never married."
"Is he a young man, papa?"
"About 40, I believe," said the archdeacon.
"Oh," said Griselda. Had her father said 80, Mr Arabin would not have appeared to her to be very much older. When the two gentlemen were left alone over their wine, Mr Harding told his tale of woe; but even this, sad as it was, did not much diminish the archdeacon's good humour, though it greatly added to his pugnacity.
"He can't do it,"
said Dr Grantly over and over again, as his father-in-law explained to him the terms on which the new warden of the hospital was to be appointed.
"He can't do it. What he says is not worth the trouble of listening to. He can't alter the duties of the place."
"Who can't?" asked the ex-warden.
"Neither the bishop, nor the chaplain, nor yet the bishop's wife, who, I take it, has really more to say to such matters than either of the other two. The whole body corporate of the palace together have no power to turn the warden of the hospital into a Sunday schoolmaster."
"But the bishop has the power to appoint whom he pleases, and—"
"I don't know that. I rather think he'll find he has no such power. Let him try it, and see what the press will say. For once we shall have the popular cry on our side. But Proudie, ass as he is, knows the world too well to get such a hornet's nest about his ears."
Mr Harding winced at the idea of the press. He had had enough of that sort of publicity, and was unwilling to be shown up a second time either as a monster or as a martyr. He gently remarked that he hoped the newspapers would not get hold of his name again, and then suggested that perhaps it would be better that he should abandon his object. "I am getting old," said he, "and after all I doubt whether I am fit to undertake new duties."
"New duties!" said the archdeacon. "Don't I tell you there shall be no new duties?"
"Or perhaps old duties either," said Mr Harding. "I think I will remain content as I am." The picture of Mr Slope carting away the rubbish was still present to his mind. The archdeacon drank off his glass of claret, and prepared himself to be energetic.
"I do hope," said he, "that you are not going to be so weak as to allow such a man as Mr Slope to deter you from doing what you know it is your duty to do. You know it is your duty to resume your place at the hospital, now that Parliament has so settled the stipend as to remove those difficulties which induced you to resign it. You cannot deny this, and should your timidity now prevent you from doing so, your conscience will hereafter never forgive you." And as he finished this clause of his speech, he pushed over the bottle to his companion. "Your conscience will never forgive you," he continued. "You resigned the place from conscientious scruples which I greatly respected, though I did not share them. All your friends respected them, and you left your old house as rich in reputation as you were ruined in fortune. It is now expected that you will return. Dr Gwynne was saying only the other day—" "Dr Gwynne does not reflect how much older a man I am now than when he last saw me." "Old! Nonsense!" said the archdeacon. "You never thought yourself old till you listened to the impudent trash of that coxcomb at the palace."
"I shall be 65 if I live till November," said Mr Harding.
"And 75 if you live till November 10 years," said the archdeacon. "And you bid fair to be as efficient then as you were 10 years ago. But for heaven's sake let us have no pretence in this matter. Your plea of old age is a pretence, but you're not drinking your wine. It is only a pretence. The fact is, you are half afraid of this Slope, and would rather subject yourself to comparative poverty and discomfort than come to blows with a man who will trample on you if you let him. I certainly don't like coming to blows if I can help it." "Nor I neither, but sometimes we can't help it. This man's object is to induce you to refuse the hospital, that he may put some creature of his own into it, that he may show his power and insult us all by insulting you, whose cause and character are so intimately bound up with that of the chapter. You owe it to us all to resist him in this, even if you have no solicitude for yourself. But surely, for your own sake, you will not be so lily-livered as to fall into this trap which he has baited for you, and let him take the very bread out of your mouth without a struggle." Mr Harding did not like being called lily-livered, and was rather inclined to resent it. "I doubt there is any true courage," said he, "in squabbling for money. If honest men did not squabble for money in this wicked world of ours, the dishonest men would get it all, and I do not see that the cause of virtue would be much improved. No, we must use the means which we have. If we were to carry your argument home, we might give away every shilling of revenue which the church has, and I presume you are not prepared to say that the church would be strengthened by such a sacrifice." The archdeacon filled his glass and then emptied it, drinking with much reverence a silent toast to the well-being and permanent security of those temporalities which were so dear to his soul. "I think all quarrels between a clergyman and his bishop should be avoided," said Mr Harding. "I think so too, but it is quite as much the duty of the bishop to look to that as of his inferior. I tell you what, my friend, I'll see the bishop in this matter, that is, if you will allow me, and you may be sure I will not compromise you. My opinion is that all this trash about the Sunday schools and the sermons has originated wholly with Slope and Mrs Proudie, and that the bishop knows nothing about it. The bishop can't very well refuse to see me, and I'll come upon him when he has neither his wife nor his chaplain by him. I think you'll find that it will end in his sending you the appointment without any condition whatever. And as to the seats in the cathedral, we may safely leave that to Mr Dean. I believe the fool positively thinks that the bishop could walk away with the cathedral if he pleased." And so the matter was arranged between them. Mr Harding had come expressly for advice, and therefore felt himself bound to take the advice given him. He had known, moreover, beforehand, that the archdeacon would not hear of his giving the matter up, and accordingly, though he had in perfect good faith put forward his own views, he was prepared to yield. They therefore went into the drawing room in good humour with each other, and the evening passed pleasantly in prophetic discussions on the future wars of Arabin and Slope. The frogs and the mice would be nothing to them, nor the angers of Agamemnon and Achilles. How the archdeacon rubbed his hands and plumed himself on the success of his last move! He could not himself descend into the arena with Slope, but Arabin would have no such scruples. Arabin was exactly the man for such work, and the only man whom he knew that was fit for it. The archdeacon's good humour and high buoyancy continued till, when reclining on his pillow, Mrs Grantly commenced to give him her view of the state of affairs at Barchester, and then certainly he was startled. The last words he said that night were as follows: "If she does, by heaven I'll never speak to her again. She dragged me into the mire once, but I'll not pollute myself with such filth as that." And the archdeacon gave a shudder which shook the whole room, so violently was he convulsed with the thought which then agitated his mind.
Now in this matter the widow Bold was scandalously ill-treated by her relatives. She had spoken to the man 3 or 4 times, and had expressed her willingness to teach in a Sunday school. Such was the full extent of her sins in the matter of Mr Slope. Poor Eleanor! But time will show. The next morning Mr Harding returned to Barchester, no further word having been spoken in his hearing respecting Mr Slope's acquaintance with his younger daughter; but he observed that the archdeacon at breakfast was less cordial than he had been on the preceding evening. Chapter 14. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 15 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 15. The Widow's Suitors. Mr Slope lost no time in availing himself of the bishop's permission to see Mr Quiverful, and it was in his interview with this worthy pastor that he first learned that Mrs Bold was worth the wooing. He rode out to Puddingdale to communicate to the embryo warden the goodwill of the bishop in his favour, and during the discussion on the matter it was not unnatural that the pecuniary resources of Mr Harding and his family should become the subject of remark. Mr Quiverful, with his 14 children and his 400 a year, was a very poor man, and the prospect of this new preferment, which was to be held together with his living, was very grateful to him. To what clergyman so circumstanced would not such a prospect be very grateful? But Mr Quiverful had long been acquainted with Mr Harding, and had received kindness at his hands, so that his heart misgave him as he thought of supplanting a friend at the hospital. Nevertheless, he was extremely civil, cringingly civil to Mr Slope, treated him quite as the great man, entreated this great man to do him the honour to drink a glass of sherry, at which, as it was very poor Marsala, the now pampered Slope turned up his nose, and ended by declaring his extreme obligation to the bishop and Mr Slope, and his great desire to accept the hospital if it were certainly the case that Mr Harding had refused it. What man as needy as Mr Quiverful would have been more disinterested? "Mr Harding did positively refuse it," said Mr Slope, with a certain air of offended dignity, "when he heard of the conditions to which the appointment is now subjected. Of course you understand, Mr Quiverful, that the same conditions will be imposed on yourself." Mr Quiverful cared nothing for the conditions. He would have undertaken to preach any number of sermons Mr Slope might have chosen to dictate, and to pass every remaining hour of his Sundays within the walls of a Sunday school. What sacrifices, or at any rate what promises, would have been too much to make for such an addition to his income, and for such a house? But his mind still recurred to Mr Harding. "To be sure," said he, "Mr Harding's daughter is very rich,
and why should he trouble himself with the hospital?
You mean Mrs Grantly? Said Slope.
I meant his widowed daughter, said the other. Mrs Bold has 1200 a year of her own, and I suppose Mr Harding means to live with her.
1200 a year of her own, said Slope, and very shortly afterwards took his leave, avoiding, as far as it was possible for him to do, any further allusion to the hospital. 1200 a year, said he to himself, as he rode slowly home. If it were the fact that Mrs Bold had 1200 a year of her own, what a fool would he be to oppose her father's return to his old place! The train of Mr Slope's ideas will probably be plain to all my readers. Why should he not make the 1200 a year his own? And if he did so, would it not be well for him to have a father-in-law comfortably provided with the good things of this world? Would it not, moreover, be much more easy for him to gain the daughter, if he did all in his power to forward the father's views? These questions presented themselves to him in a very forcible way, and yet there were many points of doubt. If he resolved to restore to Mr Harding his former place, he must take the necessary steps for doing so at once. He must immediately talk over the bishop, quarrel on the matter with Mrs Proudie, whom he knew he could not talk over, and let Mr Quiverful know that he had been a little too precipitate as to Mr Harding's positive refusal. That he could effect all this he did not doubt, but he did not wish to effect it for nothing. He did not wish to give way to Mr Harding, and then be rejected by the daughter. He did not wish to lose one influential friend before he had gained another. And thus he rode home, meditating many things in his mind. It occurred to him that Mrs Bold was sister-in-law to the Archdeacon, and that not even for 1200 a year would he submit to that imperious man. A rich wife was a great desideratum to him, but success in his profession was still greater. There were, moreover, other rich women who might be willing to become wives, and after all, this 1200 a year might, when inquired into, melt away into some small sum utterly beneath his notice. Then also he remembered that Mrs Bold had a son. Another circumstance also much influenced him, though it was one which may almost be said to have influenced him against his will. The vision of the Signora Neroni was perpetually before his eyes. It would be too much to say that Mr Slope was lost in love, but yet he thought, and kept continually thinking, that he had never seen so beautiful a woman. He was a man whose nature was open to such impulses, and the wiles of the Italianized charmer had been thoroughly successful in imposing upon his thoughts. We will not talk about his heart, not that he had no heart, but because his heart had little to do with his present feelings. His taste had been pleased, his eyes charmed, and his vanity gratified. He had been dazzled by a sort of loveliness which he had never before seen, and had been caught by an easy, free, voluptuous manner which was perfectly new to him. He had never been so tempted before.
and the temptation was now irresistible. He had not owned to himself that he cared for this woman more than for others around him, but yet he thought often of the time when he might see her next, and made almost unconsciously little cunning plans for seeing her frequently. He had called at Dr Stanhope's house the day after the bishop's party, and then the warmth of his admiration had been fed with fresh fuel. If the signora had been kind in her manner and flattering in her speech when lying upon the bishop's sofa, with the eyes of so many on her, she had been much more so in her mother's drawing-room, with no one present but her sister to repress either her nature or her art. Mr Slope had thus left her quite bewildered, and could not willingly admit into his brain any scheme, a part of which would be the necessity of his abandoning all further special friendship with this lady. And so he slowly rode along, very meditative. And here the author must beg it to be remembered that Mr Slope was not in all things a bad man. His motives, like those of most men, were mixed, and though his conduct was generally very different from that which we would wish to praise, it was actuated, perhaps as often as that of the majority of the world, by a desire to do his duty. He believed in the religion which he taught, harsh, unpalatable, uncharitable as that religion was. He believed those whom he wished to get under his hoof, the Grantleys and Gwynnes of the church, to be the enemies of that religion. He believed himself to be a pillar of strength, destined to do great things, and with that subtle, selfish, ambiguous sophistry to which the minds of all men are so subject, he had taught himself to think that in doing much for the promotion of his own interests, he was doing much also for the promotion of religion. But Mr Slope had never been an immoral man. Indeed, he had resisted temptations to immorality with a strength of purpose that was creditable to him. He had early in life devoted himself to works which were not compatible with the ordinary pleasures of youth, and he had abandoned such pleasures not without a struggle. It must therefore be conceived that he did not admit to himself that he warmly admired the beauty of a married woman without heartfelt stings of conscience, and to pacify that conscience he had to teach himself that the nature of his admiration was innocent. And thus he rode along, meditative and ill at ease. His conscience had not a word to say against his choosing the widow and her fortune. That he looked upon as a godly work rather than otherwise, as a deed which, if carried through, would redound to his credit as a Christian. On that side lay no future remorse, no conduct which he might probably have to forget, no inward stings. If it should turn out to be really the fact that Mrs Bold had 1,200 a year at her own disposal, Mr Slope would rather look upon it as a duty which he owed his religion to make himself the master of the wife and the money, as a duty too in which some amount of self-sacrifice would be necessary. He would have to give up his friendship with the signora, his resistance to Mr Harding, his antipathy. No, he found on mature self-examination that he could not bring himself to give up his antipathy to Dr Grantly. He would marry the lady as the enemy of her brother-in-law, if such an arrangement suited her. If not, she must look elsewhere for a husband. It was with such resolve as this that he reached Barchester. He would at once ascertain what the truth might be as to the lady's wealth,
and having done this, he would be ruled by circumstances in his conduct respecting the hospital. If he found that he could turn round and secure the place for Mr Harding without much self-sacrifice, he would do so; and if not, he would woo the daughter in opposition to the father. But in no case would he succumb to the Archdeacon. He saw his horse taken round to the stable, and immediately went forth to commence his inquiries. To give Mr Slope his due, he was not a man who ever let much grass grow under his feet. Poor Eleanor! She was doomed to be the intended victim of more schemes than one. About the time that Mr Slope was visiting the vicar of Puddingdale, a discussion took place respecting her charms and wealth at Dr Stanhope's house in the Close. There had been morning callers there, and people had told some truth and also some falsehood respecting the property which John Bold had left behind him. By degrees the visitors went, and as the doctor went with them, and as the doctor's wife had not made her appearance, Charlotte Stanhope and her brother were left together. He was sitting idly at the table, scrawling caricatures of Barchester notables, then yawning, then turning over a book or two, and evidently at a loss how to kill his time without much labour. "You haven't done much, Bertie, about getting any orders," said his sister. "Orders!" said he. "Who on earth is there at Barchester to give one orders? Who among the people here could possibly think it worth his while to have his head done into marble?" "Then you mean to give up your profession?" said she. "No, I don't," said he, going on with some absurd portrait of the bishop. "Look at that, Lottie. Isn't it the little man all over, apron and all? I'd go on with my profession at once, as you call it, if the governor would set me up with a studio in London. But as to sculpture at Barchester, I suppose half the people here don't know what a torso means." "The governor will not give you a shilling to start you in London," said Lottie. "Indeed, he can't give you what would be sufficient, for he has not got it. But you might start yourself very well, if you pleased." "How the deuce am I to do it?" said he. "To tell you the truth, Bertie, you'll never make a penny by any profession." "That's what I often think myself," said he, not in the least offended. "Some men have a great gift of making money, but they can't spend it. Others can't put 2 shillings together, but they have a great talent for all sorts of outlay. I begin to think that my genius is wholly in the latter line." "How do you mean to live, then?" asked the sister. "I suppose I must regard myself as a young raven, and look for heavenly manna. Besides, we have all got something when the governor goes." "Yes, you'll have enough to supply yourself with gloves and boots. That is, if the Jews have not got the possession of it all. I believe they have the most of it already. I wonder, Bertie, at your indifference, that you, with your talents and personal advantages, should never try to settle yourself in life. I look forward with dread to the time when the governor must go. Mother and Madeline and I, we shall be poor enough, but you will have absolutely nothing." "Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof," said Bertie. "Will you take my advice?" said his sister. "Cela dépend," said the brother. "Will you marry a wife with money?" "At any rate," said he, "I won't marry one without. Wives with money aren't so easy to get nowadays. The parsons pick them all up. And a parson will pick up the wife I mean for you, if you do not look quickly about it. The wife I mean is Mrs Bold." whistled Bertie. "A widow!" "She is very beautiful," said Charlotte. "With a son and heir all ready to my hand," said Bertie. "A baby that will very likely die," said Charlotte. "I don't see that," said Bertie. "But however, he may live for me,
I don't wish to kill him, only it must be owned that a ready-made family is a drawback." "There is only one, after all," pleaded Charlotte. "And that a very little one, as the maidservant said," rejoined Bertie. "Beggars mustn't be choosers, Bertie. You can't have everything." "God knows I am not unreasonable," said he, "nor yet opinionated; and if you'll arrange it all for me, Lottie, I'll marry the lady. Only mark this, the money must be sure, and the income at my own disposal, at any rate for the lady's life." Charlotte was explaining to her brother that he must make love for himself if he meant to carry on the matter, and was encouraging him to do so by warm eulogiums on Eleanor's beauty, when the signora was brought into the drawing room. When at home, and subject to the gaze of none but her own family, she allowed herself to be dragged about by 2 persons, and her 2 bearers now deposited her on her sofa. She was not quite so grand in her apparel as she had been at the bishop's party, but yet she was dressed with much care, and though there was a look of care and pain about her eyes, she was, even by daylight, extremely beautiful. "Well, Madeline, so I'm going to be married," Bertie began, as soon as the servants had withdrawn. "There's no other foolish thing left that you haven't done," said Madeline, "and therefore you are quite right to try that." "Oh, you think it's a foolish thing, do you?" said he. "There's Lottie advising me to marry by all means, but on such a subject your opinion ought to be the best. You have experience to guide you." "Yes, I have," said Madeline, with a sort of harsh sadness in her tone, which seemed to say, "What is it to you if I am sad? I have never asked your sympathy." Bertie was sorry when he saw that she was hurt by what he said, and he came and squatted on the floor close before her face to make his peace with her. "Come, Mad, I was only joking, you know that. But in sober earnest, Lottie is advising me to marry. She wants me to marry this Mrs Bold. She's a widow with lots of tin, a fine baby, a beautiful complexion, and the George and Dragon Hotel up in the High Street. By Jove, Lottie, if I marry her, I'll keep the public house myself. It's just the life to suit me." "What?" said Madeline. "That vapid, swarthy creature in the widow's cap, who looked as though her clothes had been stuck on her back with a pitchfork?" The signora never allowed any woman to be beautiful. "Instead of being vapid," said Lottie, "I call her a very lovely woman. She was by far the loveliest woman in the rooms the other night. That is excepting you, Madeline." Even the compliment did not soften the asperity of the maimed beauty. "Every woman is charming, according to Lottie," she said. "I never knew an eye with so little true appreciation. In the first place, what woman on earth could look well in such a thing as that she had on her head? Of course she wears a widow's cap, but she'll put that off when Bertie marries her." "I don't see any of course in it," said Madeline. "The death of 20 husbands should not make me undergo such a penance. It is as much a relic of paganism as the sacrifice of a Hindu woman at the burning of her husband's body. If not so bloody, it is quite as barbarous, and quite as useless." "But you don't blame her for that," said Bertie. "She does it because it's the custom of the country. People would think ill of her if she didn't do it." "Exactly," said Madeline. "She is just one of those English nonentities who would tie her head up in a bag for 3 months every summer if her mother and her grandmother had tied up their heads before her. It would never occur to her to think whether there was any use in submitting to such a nuisance. It's very hard in a country like England for a young woman to set herself in opposition to prejudices of that sort," said the prudent Charlotte. "What you mean is that it's very hard for a fool not to be a fool," said Madeline.
Bertie Stanhope had been so much knocked about the world from his earliest years that he had not retained much respect for the gravity of English customs, but even to his mind an idea presented itself that perhaps in a wife true British prejudice would not in the long run be less agreeable than Anglo-Italian freedom from restraint. He did not exactly say so, but he expressed the idea in another way. "I fancy," said he, "that if I were to die and then walk, I should think that my widow looked better in one of those caps than any other kind of headdress." "Yes, and you'd fancy also that she could do nothing better than shut herself up and cry for you, or else burn herself. But she would think differently. She'd probably wear one of those horrid she-helmets because she'd want the courage not to do so, but she'd wear it with a heart longing for the time when she might be allowed to throw it off. I hate such shallow, false pretences. For my part, I would let the world say what it pleased, and show no grief if I felt none, and perhaps not if I did. But wearing a widow's cap won't lessen her fortune," said Charlotte. "Or increase it," said Madeline. "Then why on earth does she do it?" "But Lottie's object is to make her put it off," said Bertie. "If it be true that she has got 1200 a year quite at her own disposal, and she be not utterly vulgar in her manners, I would advise you to marry her. I dare say she's to be had for the asking, and as you are not going to marry her for love, it doesn't much matter whether she is good looking or not. As to your really marrying a woman for love, I don't believe you are fool enough for that." "Oh, Madeline!" exclaimed her sister. "And oh, Charlotte!" said the other. "You don't mean to say that no man can love a woman unless he be a fool?" "I mean very much the same thing, that any man who is willing to sacrifice his interest to get possession of a pretty face is a fool. Pretty faces are to be had cheaper than that. I hate your mawkish sentimentality, Lottie. You know as well as I do in what way husbands and wives generally live together. You know how far the warmth of conjugal affection can withstand the trial of a bad dinner, of a rainy day, or of the least privation which poverty brings with it. You know what freedom a man claims for himself, what slavery he would exact from his wife if he could. And you know also how wives generally obey. Marriage means tyranny on one side and deceit on the other. I say that a man is a fool to sacrifice his interests for such a bargain. A woman, too generally, has no other way of living." "But Bertie has no other way of living," said Charlotte. "Then in God's name let him marry Mrs Bold," said Madeline. And so it was settled between them. But let the gentle-hearted reader be under no apprehension whatsoever. It is not destined that Eleanor shall marry Mr Slope or Bertie Stanhope. And here perhaps it may be allowed to the novelist to explain his views on a very important point in the art of telling tales. He ventures to reprobate that system which goes so far to violate all proper confidence between the author and his readers, by maintaining nearly to the end of the 3rd volume a mystery as to the fate of their favourite personage. Nay, more and worse than this is too frequently done. Have not often the profoundest efforts of genius been used to baffle the aspirations of the reader, to raise false hopes and false fears, and to give rise to expectations which are never to be realized? Are not promises all but made of delightful horrors, in lieu of which the writer produces nothing but most commonplace realities in his final chapter? And is there not a species of deceit in this, to which the honesty of the present age should lend no countenance?
And what can be the worth of that solicitude which a peep into the third volume can utterly dissipate? What the value of those literary charms which are absolutely destroyed by their enjoyment? When we have once learnt what was that picture before which was hung Mrs Ratcliffe's solemn curtain, we feel no further interest about either the frame or the veil. They are to us merely a receptacle for old bones, an inappropriate coffin, which we would wish to have decently buried out of our sight. And then how grievous a thing it is to have the pleasure of your novel destroyed by the ill-considered triumph of a previous reader. Oh, you needn't be alarmed for Augusta. Of course she accepts Gustavus in the end. How very ill-natured you are, Susan, says Kitty, with tears in her eyes. I don't care a bit about it now. Dear Kitty, if you will read my book, you may defy the ill nature of your sister. There shall be no secret that she can tell you. Nay, take the third volume, if you please. Learn from the last pages all the results of our troubled story, and the story shall have lost none of its interest, if indeed there be any interest in it to lose. Our doctrine is that the author and the reader should move along together in full confidence with each other. Let the personages of the drama undergo ever so complete a comedy of errors among themselves, but let the spectator never mistake the Syracusan for the Ephesian, otherwise he is one of the dupes, and the part of a dupe is never dignified. I would not for the value of this chapter have it believed by a single reader that my Eleanor could bring herself to marry Mr Slope, or that she should be sacrificed to a Bertie Stanhope. But among the good folk of Barchester, many believed both the one and the other. End of chapter 15. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 16 of Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 16. Baby Worship. Diddle 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 dum dum dum, said or sung Eleanor Bold. Diddle 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 dum dum dum, continued Mary Bold, taking up the second part in this concerted piece. The only audience at the concert was the baby, who, however, gave such vociferous applause that the performers, presuming it to amount to an encore, commenced again. Diddle 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 dum dum dum. Hasn't he got lovely legs? Said the rapturous mother. Simmered Mary, burying her lips in the little fellow's fat neck, by way of kissing him. Simmered the mamma, burying her lips also in his fat, round, short legs. He's a naughty little bold darling, so he is, and he has the nicest little pink legs in all the world, so he has. And the simmering and the kissing went on over again, as though the ladies were very hungry and determined to eat him. Well then, he's his own mother's own darling. Well, he shall. Oh, Mary, did you ever see? What am I to do, my naughty, 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 naughty little Johnny? All these energetic exclamations were elicited by the delight of the mother in finding that her son was strong enough and mischievous enough to pull all her hair out from under her cap. He's been and pulled down all mamma's hair, and he's the naughtiest little man that ever. A regular service of baby worship was going on. Mary Bold was sitting on a low, easy chair, with the boy in her lap, and Eleanor was kneeling before the object of her idolatry. As she tried to cover up the little fellow's face with her long, glossy, dark brown locks, and permitted him to pull them hither and thither as he would, she looked very beautiful, in spite of the widow's cap which she still wore. There was a quiet, enduring, grateful sweetness about her face, which grew so strongly upon those who knew her, as to make the great praise of her beauty, which came from her old friends, appear marvellously exaggerated to those who were only slightly acquainted with her. Her loveliness was like that of many landscapes, which require to be often seen to be fully enjoyed. There was a depth of dark, clear brightness in her eyes, which was lost upon a quick observer, a character about her mouth, which only showed itself to those with whom she familiarly conversed, a glorious form of head, the perfect symmetry of which required the eye of an artist for its appreciation. She had none of that dazzling brilliancy, of that voluptuous Rubens beauty, of that pearly whiteness, and those vermilion tints, which immediately entranced with the power of a basilisk men who came within reach of Madeline Neroni. It was all but impossible to resist the signora, but no one was called upon for any resistance towards Eleanor. You might begin to talk to her as though she were your sister, and it would not be till your head was on your pillow that the truth and intensity of her beauty would flash upon you, that the sweetness of her voice would come upon your ear. A sudden half hour with the Neroni was like falling into a pit; an evening spent with Eleanor like an unexpected ramble in some quiet fields of asphodel. "We'll cover him up till there shan't be a morsel of his little nose to be seen," said the mother, stretching her streaming locks over the infant's face. The child screamed with delight and kicked till Mary Bold was hardly able to hold him. At this moment the door opened, and Mr Slope was announced. Up jumped Eleanor, and with a sudden quick motion of her hands pushed back her hair over her shoulders. It would have been perhaps better for her that she had not, for she thus showed more of her confusion than she would have done had she remained as she was. Mr Slope, however, immediately recognized her loveliness, and thought to himself that, irrespective of her fortune, she would be an inmate that a man might well desire for his house, a partner for his bosom's care, very well qualified to make care lie easy. Eleanor hurried out of the room to readjust her cap, muttering some unnecessary apology about her baby; and while she is gone, we will briefly go back and state what had been hitherto the results of Mr Slope's meditations on his scheme of matrimony. His inquiries as to the widow's income had at any rate been so far successful as to induce him to determine to go on with the speculation. As regarded Mr Harding, he had also resolved to do what he could without injury to himself. To Mrs Proudie he determined not to speak on the matter, at least not at present. His object was to instigate a little rebellion on the part of the bishop. He thought that such a state of things would be advisable, not only in respect to Messrs Harding and Quiverful, but also in the affairs of the diocese generally. Mr Slope was by no means of opinion that Dr Proudie was fit to rule, but he conscientiously thought it wrong that his brother clergy should be subjected to petticoat government. He therefore made up his mind to infuse a little of his spirit into the bishop, sufficient to induce him to oppose his wife, though not enough to make him altogether insubordinate. He had therefore taken an opportunity of again speaking to his lordship about the hospital, and had endeavoured to make it appear that after all it would be unwise to exclude Mr Harding from the appointment. Mr Slope, however, had a harder task than he had imagined. "Mrs Proudie," anxious to assume to herself as much as possible of the merit of patronage, had written to Mrs Quiverful, requesting her to call at the palace, and had then explained to that matron, with much mystery, condescension, and dignity, the good that was in store for her and her progeny. Indeed, Mrs Proudie had been so engaged at the very time that Mr Slope had been doing the same with the husband at Puddingdale Vicarage, and had thus in a measure committed herself. The thanks, the humility, the gratitude, the surprise of Mrs Quiverful had been very overpowering. She had all but embraced the knees of her patroness, and had promised that the prayers of 14 unprovided babes, so Mrs Quiverful had described her own family, the eldest of which was a stout young woman of 23, should be put up to heaven morning and evening for the munificent friend whom God had sent to them. Such incense as this was not unpleasing to Mrs Proudie, and she made the most of it. She offered her general assistance to the 14 unprovided babes, if, as she had no doubt, she should find them worthy, expressed a hope that the eldest of them would be fit to undertake tuition in her Sabbath schools, and altogether made herself a very great lady in the estimation of Mrs Quiverful. Having done this, she thought it prudent to drop a few words before the bishop, letting him know that she had acquainted the Puddingdale family with their good fortune, so that he might perceive that he stood committed to the appointment. The husband well understood the ruse of his wife, but he did not resent it. He knew that she was taking the patronage out of his hands. He was resolved to put an end to her interference and reassume his powers. But then he thought this was not the best time to do it. He put off the evil hour, as many a man in similar circumstances has done before him. Such having been the case, Mr Slope naturally encountered a difficulty in talking over the bishop. A difficulty, indeed, which he found could not be overcome except at the cost of a general outbreak at the palace. A general outbreak at the present moment might be good policy, but it also might not. It was, at any rate, not a step to be lightly taken. He began by whispering to the bishop that he feared that public opinion would be against him if Mr Harding did not reappear at the hospital. The bishop answered with some warmth that Mr Quiverful had been promised the appointment on Mr Slope's advice. Not promised, said Mr Slope. Yes, promised, replied the bishop, and Mrs Proudie has seen Mrs Quiverful on the subject. This was quite unexpected on the part of Mr Slope, but his presence of mind did not fail him, and he turned the statement to his own account. "Ah, my lord," said he, "we shall all be in scrapes if the ladies interfere." This was too much in unison with my lord's feelings to be altogether unpalatable, and yet such an allusion to interference demanded a rebuke. My lord was somewhat astounded also, though not altogether made miserable, by finding that there was a point of difference between his wife and his chaplain. "I don't know what you mean by interference," said the bishop mildly. "When Mrs Proudie heard that Mr Quiverful was to be appointed, it was not unnatural that she should wish to see Mrs Quiverful about the schools. I really cannot say that I see any interference. I only speak, my lord, for your own comfort," said Slope, "for your own comfort and dignity in the diocese. I can have no other motive. As far as personal feelings go, Mrs Proudie is the best friend I have. I must always remember that. But still, in my present position, my first duty is to your lordship." "I'm sure of that, Mr Slope. I am quite sure of that," said the bishop, mollified.
"And you really think that Mr Harding should have the hospital?"
Upon my word, I'm inclined to think so.
I am quite prepared to take upon myself the blame of first suggesting Mr Quiverful's name; but since doing so, I have found that there is so strong a feeling in the diocese in favour of Mr Harding, that I think your lordship should give way. I hear also that Mr Harding has modified the objections he first felt to your lordship's propositions; and as to what has passed between Mrs Proudie and Mrs Quiverful, the circumstance may be a little inconvenient, but I really do not think that that should weigh in a matter of so much moment. And thus the poor bishop was left in a dreadfully undecided step
as to what he should do. His mind, however, slightly inclined itself to the appointment of Mr Harding, seeing that by such a step he should have the assistance of Mr Slope in opposing Mrs Proudie. Such was the state of affairs at the palace when Mr Slope called at Mrs Bold's house and found her playing with her baby. When she ran out of the room, Mr Slope began praising the weather to Mary Bold. Then he praised the baby and kissed him, and then he praised the mother, and then he praised Miss Bold herself. Mrs Bold, however, was not long before she came back. "I have to apologise for calling at so very early an hour," began Mr Slope, "but I was really so anxious to speak to you that I hope you and Miss Bold will excuse me." Eleanor muttered something in which the words "certainly," and "of course," and "not early at all," were just audible, and then apologised for her own appearance, declaring with a smile that her baby was becoming such a big boy that he was quite unmanageable. "He's a great big naughty boy," said she to the child, "and we must send him away to a great big rough romping school, where they have great big rods and do terrible things to naughty boys who don't do what their own mammas tell them." And then she commenced another course of kissing, being actuated thereto by the terrible idea of sending her child away, which her own imagination had depicted. "And where the masters don't have such beautiful long hair to be dishevelled," said Mr Slope, taking up the joke, and paying a compliment at the same time. Eleanor thought he might as well have left the compliment alone, but she said nothing, and looked nothing, being occupied as she was with the baby. "Let me take him," said Mary. "His clothes are nearly off his back with his romping." And so saying, she left the room with the child. Miss Bold had heard Mr Slope say he had something pressing to say to Eleanor, and thinking that she might be de trop, took this opportunity of getting herself out of the room. "Don't be long, Mary," said Eleanor, as Miss Bold shut the door. "I am glad, Mrs Bold, to have the opportunity of having 10 minutes' conversation with you alone," began Mr Slope. "Will you let me openly ask you a plain question?" "Certainly," said she. "And I am sure you will give me a plain and open answer." "Either that or none at all," said she, laughing. "My question is this, Mrs Bold: is your father really anxious to go back to the hospital?" "Why do you ask me?" said she. "Why don't you ask himself?" "My dear Mrs Bold, I'll tell you why. There are wheels within wheels, all of which I would explain to you, only I fear that there is not time. It is essentially necessary that I should have an answer to this question, otherwise I cannot know how to advance your father's wishes, and it is quite impossible that I should ask himself. No one can esteem your father more than I do,
but I doubt if this feeling is reciprocal. It certainly was not. I must be candid with you, as the only means of avoiding ultimate consequences which may be most injurious to Mr Harding. I fear there is a feeling, I will not even call it a prejudice, with regard to myself in Barchester, which is not in my favour. You remember that sermon—"
"Oh, Mr Slope, we need not go back to that," said Eleanor.
"For one moment, Mrs Bold. It is not that I may talk of myself, but because it is so essential that you should understand how matters stand. That sermon may have been ill-judged. It was certainly misunderstood, but I will say nothing about that now, only this, that it did give rise to a feeling against myself which your father shares with others. It may be that he has proper cause, but the result is that he is not inclined to meet me on friendly terms. I put it to yourself whether you do not know this to be the case."
Eleanor made no answer, and Mr Slope, in the eagerness of his address, edged his chair a little nearer to the widow's seat, unperceived by her.
"Such being so," continued Mr Slope, "I cannot ask him this question as I can ask it of you. In spite of my delinquencies since I came to Barchester, you have allowed me to regard you as a friend."
Eleanor made a little motion with her head which was hardly confirmatory, but Mr Slope, if he noticed it, did not appear to do so.
"To you I can speak openly and explain the feelings of my heart. This your father would not allow. Unfortunately, the bishop has thought it right that this matter of the hospital should pass through my hands. There have been some details to get up with which he would not trouble himself, and thus it has come to pass that I was forced to have an interview with your father on the matter."
"I am aware of that," said Eleanor.
"Of course," said he. "In that interview Mr Harding left the impression on my mind that he did not wish to return to the hospital."
"How could that be?" said Eleanor, at last stirred up to forget the cold propriety of demeanour which she had determined to maintain.
"My dear Mrs Bold, I give you my word that such was the case," said he, again getting a little nearer to her. "And what is more than that, before my interview with Mr Harding, certain persons at the palace, I do not mean the bishop, had told me that such was the fact. I own I hardly believed it. I own I thought that your father would wish on every account, for conscience' sake, for the sake of those old men, for old association and the memory of dear days long gone by, on every account I thought that he would wish to resume his duties. But I was told that such was not his wish, and he certainly left me with the impression that I had been told the truth."
"Well," said Eleanor, now sufficiently roused on the matter.
"I hear Miss Bold's step," said Mr Slope. "Would it be asking too great a favour to beg you to... I know you can manage anything with Miss Bold."
Eleanor did not like the word manage, but still she went out and asked Mary to leave them alone for another quarter of an hour.
"Thank you, Mrs Bold. I am so very grateful for this confidence. Well, I left your father with this impression. Indeed, I may say that he made me understand that he declined the appointment."
"Not the appointment!"
said Eleanor. "I am sure he did not decline the appointment, but he said that he would not agree, that is, that he did not like the scheme about the schools and the services and all that. I am quite sure he never said that he wished to refuse the place." "Oh, Mrs Bold," said Mr Slope, in a manner almost impassioned, "I would not for the world say to so good a daughter a word against so good a father; but you must, for his sake, let me show you exactly how the matter stands at present. Mr Harding was a little flurried when I told him of the bishop's wishes about the school. I did so perhaps with the less caution because you yourself had so perfectly agreed with me on the same subject. He was a little put out, and spoke warmly. 'Tell the bishop,' said he, 'that I quite disagree with him, and shall not return to the hospital as such conditions are attached to it.' What he said was to that effect. Indeed, his words were, if anything, stronger than those. I had no alternative but to repeat them to his lordship, who said that he could look on them in no other light than a refusal. He also had heard the report that your father did not wish for the appointment, and putting all these things together, he thought he had no choice but to look for someone else. He has consequently offered the place to Mr Quiverful." "Offered the place to Mr Quiverful!" repeated Eleanor, her eyes suffused with tears. "Then, Mr Slope, there is an end of it." "No, my friend, not so," said he. "It is to prevent such being the end of it that I am now here. I may at any rate presume that I have got an answer to my question, and that Mr Harding is desirous of returning." "Desirous of returning! Of course he is," said Eleanor. "Of course he wishes to have back his house and his income and his place in the world, to have back what he gave up with such self-denying honesty, if he can have them without restraints on his conduct, to which at his age it would be impossible that he should submit. How can the bishop ask a man of his age to turn schoolmaster to a pack of children?" "Out of the question," said Mr Slope, laughing slightly. "Of course no such demand shall be made on your father. I can at any rate promise you that I will not be the medium of any so absurd a requisition. We wished your father to preach in the hospital, as the inmates may naturally be too old to leave it, but even that shall not be insisted on. We wished also to attach a Sabbath-day school to the hospital, thinking that such an establishment could not but be useful under the surveillance of so good a clergyman as Mr Harding, and also under your own. But, dear Mrs Bold, we won't talk of these things now. One thing is clear: we must do what we can to annul this rash offer the bishop has made to Mr Quiverful. Your father wouldn't see Quiverful, would he? Quiverful is an honourable man, and would not for a moment stand in your father's way." "What!" said Eleanor, "ask a man with 14 children to give up his preferment? I am quite sure he will do no such thing." "I suppose not," said Slope, and he again drew near to Mrs Bold, so that now they were very close to each other. Eleanor did not think much about it, but instinctively moved away a little. How greatly would she have increased the distance could she have guessed what had been said about her at Plumstead. "I suppose not, but it is out of the question that Quiverful should supersede your father. Quite out of the question. The bishop has been too rash." an idea occurs to me which may perhaps with God's blessing put us right. My dear Mrs Bold, would you object to seeing the bishop yourself?" "Why should not my father see him?" said Eleanor. She had once before in her life interfered in her father's affairs, and then not to much advantage. She was older now, and felt that she should take no step in a matter so vital to him without his consent. "Why, to tell the truth," said Mr Slope, with a look of sorrow, as though he greatly bewailed the want of charity in his patron, "the bishop fancies that he has cause of anger against your father. I fear an interview would lead to further ill will." "Why?" said Eleanor. "My father is the mildest, the gentlest man living." "I only know," said Slope, "that he has the best of daughters. So you would not see the bishop? As to getting an interview, I could manage that for you without the slightest annoyance to yourself." "I could do nothing, Mr Slope, without consulting my father." "Ah," said he, "that would be useless. You would then only be your father's messenger. Does anything occur to yourself? Something must be done. Your father shall not be ruined by so ridiculous a misunderstanding." Eleanor said that nothing occurred to her, but that it was very hard. The tears came to her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Mr Slope would have given much to have had the privilege of drying them, but he had tact enough to know that he had still a great deal to do before he could even hope for any privilege with Mrs Bold. "It cuts me to the heart to see you so grieved," said he; "but pray let me assure you that your father's interests shall not be sacrificed, if it be possible for me to protect them. I will tell the bishop openly what are the facts. I will explain to him that he has hardly the right to appoint any other than your father, and will show him that if he does so, he will be guilty of great injustice. And you, Mrs Bold, you will have the charity at any rate to believe this of me, that I am truly anxious for your father's welfare, for his and for your own." The widow hardly knew what answer to make. She was quite aware that her father would not be at all thankful to Mr Slope. She had a strong wish to share her father's feelings, and yet she could not but acknowledge that Mr Slope was very kind. Her father, who was generally so charitable to all men, who seldom spoke ill of any one, had warned her against Mr Slope, and yet she did not know how to abstain from thanking him. What interest could he have in the matter but that which he professed? Nevertheless, there was that in his manner which even she distrusted. She felt, she did not know why, that there was something about him which ought to put her on her guard. Mr Slope read all this in her hesitating manner just as plainly as though she had opened her heart to him. It was the talent of the man that he could so read the inward feelings of women with whom he conversed. He knew that Eleanor was doubting him, and that if she thanked him she would only do so because she could not help it. But yet this did not make him angry or even annoy him. Rome was not built in a day. "I did not come for thanks," continued he, seeing her hesitation, "and do not want them, at any rate before they are merited. But this I do want, Mrs Bold, that I may make to myself friends in this fold to which it has pleased God to call me as one of the humblest of his shepherds. If I cannot do so, My task here must indeed be a sad one. I will at any rate endeavour to deserve them." "I'm sure," said she, "you will soon make plenty of friends." She felt herself obliged to say something. "That will be nothing, unless they are such as will sympathise with my feelings, unless they are such as I can reverence and admire and love. If the best and purest turn away from me, I cannot bring myself to be satisfied with the friendship of the less estimable. In such case I must live alone." "Oh, I'm sure you will not do that, Mr Slope." Eleanor meant nothing, but it suited him to appear to think some special allusion had been intended. "Indeed, Mrs Bold, I shall live alone, quite alone, as far as the heart is concerned, if those with whom I yearn to ally myself turn away from me. But enough of this. I have called you my friend, and I hope you will not contradict me. I trust the time may come when I may also call your father so. May God bless you, Mrs Bold, you and your darling boy, and tell your father from me that what can be done for his interest shall be done." And so he took his leave, pressing the widow's hand rather more closely than usual. Circumstances, however, seemed just then to make this intelligible, and the lady did not feel called on to resent it. "I cannot understand him," said Eleanor to Mary Bold a few minutes afterwards. "I do not know whether he is a good man or a bad man, whether he is true or false." "Then give him the benefit of the doubt," said Mary, "and believe the best." "On the whole, I think I do," said Eleanor. "I think I do believe that he means well, and if so, it is a shame that we should revile him and make him miserable while he is among us. But oh, Mary, I fear papa will be disappointed in the hospital." End of Chapter 16. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.